professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. The Mountain and the Sea of Questions and Birthday. After dinner, practice the breathing method for another 4 hours, and improve the concentration of breathing as soon as possible. On the way home, Kakashi was still thinking about training. At present, Kakashi is mainly practicing the breathing of thunder, and is also minoring in the armed color and the nature change of thunder attribute chakra. He believes that mastering the breathing method is the most important thing, and the armed color and nature change can be put aside for the time being, because the breathing method can improve the efficiency of training and make the body stronger. His Thunderbolt Flash also needs the breathing method to reach the normal level to solve the shortcomings. Although the armed color and nature change are very strong, these two have not improved Kakashi much at present. No matter how powerful the nature change is, Kakashi does not have so much chakra to transform. The same is true for the armed color. He basically uses the purple lightning once in the battle, and uses the armed color to strengthen the purple lightning. That really means that most of the chakra is gone after one move. Recently, there have been more war commissions, and the locations are all in the land of grass. I don't know what the situation is like at the front. I heard that Jiraiya-sama, one of the 3 ninjas, led the team to the front. With a strong man like him, there will definitely be no problem. It seems that the teacher has the idea of going to the battlefield recently. Maybe the next mission will be a war mission. Then we may be able to see Jiraiya-sama fighting. War. That's much more dangerous than the usual missions. We must take good care of each other at that time. Of course, we are companions. On the street, Kakashi heard a slightly familiar voice. He looked in the direction of the voice. It was his 2 former teammates. Kakashi thought about it and walked forward. Kakashi's unconcealed actions made his 2 former teammates discover him. Did he hear it that time? And then he became more and more angry at home and planned revenge? The former teammates couldn't help but guess what Kakashi wanted to do by walking towards them. Thinking of this, the former teammates couldn't help but tense up their muscles and looked at Kakashi cautiously. Although he thought Kakashi was cold and heartless, he had to admit that Kakashi was indeed a genius. He was much younger than them but not weaker in strength. I'm sorry for what happened before. Kakashi apologized. When he teamed up with the 2, Kakashi had acted several times without caring about the status of his teammates in order to complete the mission. At that time, he believed that the duty of a ninja was to complete the mission. As long as the mission was completed, the sacrifice of his teammates was worth it. If the mission was not completed, even if he protected his teammates, he would be blamed. Although the relationship with his 2 former teammates was not like that of Might Guy and Obito, the enlightened Kakashi has now determined his own beliefs. He will not escape and admit his previous mistakes. Kakashi's apology caught the 2 off guard. They thought Kakashi was looking for trouble and were stunned for a while. After saying that, seeing that the 2 were a little at a loss, Kakashi continued to walk towards home. He had just apologized to his former teammates and made a formal farewell to his former self. Next, he would work hard to practice and implement his beliefs and protect the companions he wanted to protect. Who would understand why you suddenly say this? After Kakashi left, the 2 teammates still didn't understand what happened. It's really strange. Is he apologizing for the previous mission? This is such a big change. As Obito waited and waited, the time finally arrived on February 10th, his birthday. However, even if it was his birthday, he didn't have a day off and had to train normally. Celebrating his birthday was a matter of the evening. Obito practiced armament hockey for the first 2 hours in the morning. Currently, except for Nohara Rin and Might Guy, the other 3 disciples have already started practicing armament hockey. Nohara Rin didn't need to practice for the time being, and Might Guy's yin-style nature was changing slowly, and he hadn't reached the level of practicing armament hockey. After practicing armament hockey for 2 hours, they continued to practice the breathing method until the end of today's practice time. There would be a break in the middle, but the practice content would not change. You must feel bored practicing various basic projects every day. Muyu didn't rush the two to start practicing, but asked with a smile, "It's quite boring." "It's the same as the physical training at the beginning, except that you have to keep your breathing fully focused." Obito agreed. "It's training after all," Shisui replied. Training itself is definitely not interesting. The motivation for him to persevere and complete various trainings with high quality is the improvement after completing the training in Muyu's praise. "Then let's do something interesting and challenging today," Muyu said with a smile. Looking at Muyu's smile, Obito didn't know why he had a bad premonition, so he hurriedly said, "Actually, I think what Shisui said makes sense. There is no such thing as boring or not boring in training. I'm fine with it. I believe that the training arranged by teacher Muyu is definitely the most suitable for us." After listening to Muyu's words, Shisui expressed a new idea. "Obito, this makes him look stupid. Are you going to bring out that horrible training method?" Thinking of the dark times he had spent in the past, Obito couldn't help but shudder. If there was a choice, Obito would rather fight with the Jonin again than go back to that day. The punishment training of doing questions is what Obito thinks is the most terrifying training. For a time, he lost his sense of time, as if every day is Friday, and the next is endless time to do questions. This is not just Obito's opinion. Even Might Guy, who thinks he has a will as strong as iron and rock, once said that if he is asked to do questions, he would rather choose to exercise for a day. The training is very simple. Just dodge my attack. You can use any means, whether it is using the Sharingan or using ninjutsu to attack me. If you are hit by me once, you need to do 2 questions. If you successfully dodge once, 2 questions will be offset. If you don't dodge once until the end, the number of questions you need to do will increase by 10% again. Muyu smiled and said the rules of the training. "Mr. Muyu, how much will you control your strength? If you use all your strength, how can we dodge your attack?" Obito asked. The gap between them and Muyu is too big. If Muyu bursts out at full speed, they can't even see Muyu's shadow. How can they hide? "It's the shadow clones that are training with you. I won't give them too much chakra. They will be about the same level as you. As long as your breathing method improves a little, you will be able to dodge." Muyu smiled and nodded. "In addition, the training will last for 6 minutes. My shadow clones will attack at any time within 6 minutes. Muyu stated the time limit. His training not only aims to enhance the burst of the two, but also to make them more durable. The essence of breathing method training is like this, to make the breathing more concentrated, and at the same time to enhance the duration of breathing method, so as to achieve a state of full concentration all day. It actually lasted for 6 minutes. Obito couldn't help but sigh, as if he saw a mountain of questions rushing towards him. "No matter what, I have to dodge successfully once, otherwise I will lose a lot," Obito thought silently in his heart. Obito is very experienced in this kind of thing. Don't think it's only 10%. If you accumulate 100 questions by then, you will have 10 more questions out of thin air. If you can't finish them, you will have 10 more questions out of thin air. Shisui didn't feel much. It's just doing questions. He always gets full marks in exams. Shadow clone technique. Muyu quickly formed a seal and created 2 shadow clones. You can enter the full concentration breathing state. The training will start in 5 seconds. 5, 4, flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito and Shisui entered the breathing state at the same time. Obito even opened his Sharingan directly. His eyes turned blood red and 2 black magatama rotated in his eyes. 2, 1, training begins. Muyu's 2 shadow clones rushed out quickly and attacked Obito and Shisui respectively. Obito could see through his Sharingan that Muyu's speed was indeed controlled and did not appear to be much faster. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. While running, he took out a large number of shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them at Muyu. He did not even aim, just hoping to slightly disturb Muyu. Although it was a shadow clone, Obito's little trick obviously could not disturb Muyu. He directly used wind escape to blow the shuriken back. On the contrary, Obito's movement speed temporarily decreased because of the shuriken that came back by dodging. Bang! Shadow Clone Muyu's finger hit Obito's forehead accurately. 2 questions left, Shadow Clone Muyu said with a smile. It was a mistake. I should have focused on running. Obito felt that he had made a wrong decision. Since I have the Sharingan, why don't I try to see if I can dodge it head-on? Obito decided to trust the power of the Sharingan. Obito concentrated his breathing and focused all his attention on Muyu's 2 hands. If I can see it, maybe it will work. Obito was secretly happy when he found that he could observe the trajectory of Muyu's attack. Snap! A crisp knocking sound rang out, and Muyu's finger hit Obito's head again, but on the side. Obito, who was dodging, was stunned. Damn it, I almost dodged it. Obito was a little unwilling to give up. Obito wanted to continue trying. Snap! 6 questions left, Shadow Clone Muyu said leisurely. Whoosh! Obito ran away directly, although he wanted to try again in his heart. One mistake would mean 2 questions, and Obito didn't want to bear this painful price. What a weird move. I can't feel the aura of the move at all. On the other side, Shisui was caught up because the trees were too dense and he couldn't sprint, and was also hit by Muyu. Although he was not opposed to doing questions, the fewer questions meant the better the training results. Shisui definitely wanted fewer questions, so Shisui also opened his Sharingan, and his eyes turned blood red. Bang! Shisui watched Muyu's finger hit his head at the limit. I can't dodge it at all. The attack speed just exceeds my dodge speed by a little bit. Shisui immediately concluded that it was impossible to dodge Muyu's attack under normal circumstances. It should be that teacher Muyu deliberately maintained this speed. Shisui guessed in his heart. There are not so many coincidences that it just happens to be a little faster, probably to put pressure on them to break through. After figuring this out, Shisui quickly dodged and distanced himself from Muyu. After the 6-minute training time was over, Muyu announced the training results. Obito was hit 25 times in total, dodged 0 times, plus the penalty for not dodging, a total of 55 questions. When Obito heard the number 55, his eyes went dark and he almost fell down. The short 6-minute training brought him an unknown amount of pain. Shisui was hit 21 times in total, dodged 0 times, and needed to do 46 questions. Muyu then said Shisui's results. Shisui also did not complete the breakthrough of the breathing method, but Shisui was more cautious, so he had to do a little less. I still didn't dodge the attack. Shisui exhaled a sigh of regret. Muyu smiled and said nothing. He even used the transparent world. As long as he didn't break through, he couldn't dodge successfully. In fact, he still let it go. He didn't attack much in the beginning, mainly because Shisui and Obito were not durable now. After 5 minutes, their condition dropped sharply, and most of the questions were generated in the last minute. Otherwise, if they didn't attack even though their speed had slowed down so much, it would be obvious that they were letting the opponent down. Training should not be like this. Take a break and do normal training. There will be another training like this the day after tomorrow. Keep training, Muyu said with a gentle smile. There will be another one the day after tomorrow. Obito felt the bad news coming, as if countless test questions had already weighed on his shoulders. Breathing method. Get stronger quickly. After his physical strength recovered a little, Obito quickly started training and prayed in his heart. On this day, Obito practiced the breathing of fire with all his heart and soul. He tried his best to keep his breathing in a state of full concentration. Even if he didn't have much physical strength, he had to keep using the breathing method until his physical strength was completely exhausted. Shisui was no less serious than Obito. He failed to dodge successfully once, which made Shisui very dissatisfied with himself. He was Muyu's first disciple and the strongest disciple. He was the undefeated first in the internal competition among Muyu's disciples. His progress should be ahead. At least I have to dodge successfully once, Shisui said silently in his heart. By the end of the training, Obito and Shisui were too tired to stand up. They maintained the breathing method again and again until they were exhausted, then rested and practiced again until they were exhausted. Obito, are you okay? Today is your birthday. Is it okay to practice so hard? Nohara saw Obito slumped beside a tree and asked with a worried look on his face. Oh, yes, today is my birthday. Obito remembered that it was his birthday today. He had been living in fear of the topic today and had forgotten about it. "It's okay, I just need to rest for a while." Obito said that it was not a big problem, as it was not the first day of regular training. At dinner time, Miyu and all the disciples gathered at Obito's house to celebrate Obito's birthday. 4K, and more to come. Chapter 227 Miyu's Gift. "It's rare that it's so lively today," Obito's grandmother said with a smile when she saw so many friends coming to help Obito celebrate his birthday. "Hello, my name is Hanyu Miyu, and I'm Obito's teacher." Miyu smiled and greeted Obito's grandmother. "Grandma, Teacher Miyu is very good to me. My grades can improve so quickly because of Teacher Miyu's good teaching," Obito said beside him. "Then I'm really troubling you, Teacher Miyu. I'll pour you a cup of tea." Obito's grandmother thanked Miyu and prepared to get up and pour tea for Miyu. "Grandma, just sit down, I'll do it." Obito quickly poured a cup of tea for everyone, even Kakashi. Obito must have caused a lot of trouble for Teacher Miyu. I watched Obito grow up. He sometimes does make mistakes, but he doesn't do it on purpose. Obito is very kind at heart. Grandma narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, it's okay. Obito works hard in all aspects and is really kind. He is a student I am proud of." Miyu praised with a smile, and then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Before he became a psychopath, Obito was indeed kind-hearted. "Grandma," Obito couldn't help but yell. What did she mean by "I'll fail to keep my promise"? He was obviously very reliable. I remember when Obito was 3 years old, he was still. "Grandma, did you leave your clothes hanging outside and forgot to collect them? Let's go collect them together, or it will be bad if it rains." Obito's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he spoke quickly. If he said this, he would automatically learn to burrow into the soil. "It seems that I forgot." Obito's grandmother thought about it and found that she seemed to have forgotten something. "I can go by myself. Obito, you stay and chat with the teacher and friends," Grandma said with a smile. Obito wanted to help, but his grandmother refused again and again, thinking that the clothes were in the yard. Obito sat down and continued to chat with everyone as his grandmother said. "What exactly is 3 years old?" Might Guy touched his chin and showed a strong curiosity. "Nothing, I just didn't learn to write when I was 3 years old," Obito responded casually. "I thought Obito and Grandma had a good relationship before, and their daily life must be very warm." Nohara smiled softly. Hee. "After all, it was Grandma who raised me." Obito scratched his head and said with a silly smile. Kakashi originally wanted to ask what he was doing at the age of 3. Because Obito's answer made him feel perfunctory, but thinking that today was Obito's birthday, he decided to give up asking for the time being and ask when necessary. Shisui was a little unable to fit in this topic, because he was not raised by his immediate family. After he began to remember, his grandparents, father and mother were all gone. "Obito, do you want to guess what gifts everyone has prepared for you?" Miyu noticed the silence of Shisui and Kakashi, so she smiled and said, "I don't know if the ninja world is too cruel or they are all unlucky. Among these people, 4 have lost both parents. Might Guy has a father but no mother, and only Nohara has both parents." "Okay, yours should be a tights." Obito first guessed the best guess. "Might Guy, as expected of you." "Obito, you actually guessed it right," Might Guy said with a look of shock, "because you always like to give this." Kakashi couldn't help but complain. Since he met Might Guy in school, he always saw Might Guy wearing that green tights. He changed to a bigger size when he grew taller. "Is that true?" Might Guy touched his head and fell into thought. Since Kakashi had said the point he wanted to complain about first, Obito guessed the next person. "For Rin, would it be flowers that she planted herself?" Obito asked uncertainly. "No." Nohara shook her head to indicate that Obito guessed wrong. "Could it be a handicraft made by herself?" Obito continued to guess. "This range is too large. This won't work." Nohara smiled and shook her head again. "Forget it. I can't guess it. I'll wait until you, Zealand, give it to me." Obito scratched his hair and decided to guess the next person. "Is your gift related to exercise?" "Shisui," Obito asked first. No connection, Shisui replied with a slight shake of his head. Could it be a note that records the training experience? Obito thought for a while and asked, after all, Shisui is a super genius. No, it's better to ask Miyu directly. Shisui continued to reject Obito's guess. He didn't guess it right again. Obito felt a headache and changed people again, asking Kakashi, Kakashi, you must have a gift related to training, right? It has nothing to do with training, Kakashi answered calmly. Obito felt itchy in his head. Why was it different from what he thought? Aren't Kakashi and Shisui pragmatic? Why did they guess wrong one after another? Don't you want to guess my gift? Miyu asked with a smile. No, it feels too hard to guess. Just keep it as a surprise. Obito gave up guessing the gift, but after this experience, he was more looking forward to the gifts of several people. Next is to prepare dinner. Although Grandma Obito said that Miyu didn't need to help in the kitchen, Miyu still successfully persuaded Grandma Obito to cook some dishes. Other disciples also helped as much as they could. Kakashi, who could cook, helped to prepare the ingredients, and those who couldn't do anything helped to wash the vegetables and dishes. I didn't expect that you have this skill, teacher. If Obito can learn 1/3 of your cooking skills, I won't have to worry about him not being able to find a wife in the future. Grandma was instantly amazed after tasting Miyu's cooking. She didn't know Miyu's ninja strength, but this cooking level was indeed the most exaggerated she had ever seen in her life. Grandma, this is delicious, eat more. Obito felt a headache when he heard it, and quickly picked up some of Miyu's dishes and put them in Grandma's bowl, hoping that Grandma could enjoy the food and let him spend his birthday safely. It would be great to have a partner like Teacher Miyu. I would be happy to eat every day. Nohara-rin tasted it and said with a happy smile, Teacher Miyu, I want to learn this. Obito shouted in his heart. Hearing what Nohara-rin said, Obito really wanted Miyu to add one more cooking to the training plan. After eating Miyu's cooking, I feel my youth is burning even more passionately. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Kakashi, who has some cooking skills, nodded. Miyu's cooking is so delicious that he suspects there is some special ninjutsu for cooking. Mr. Miyu's cooking allows people to personally feel the thought of the ingredients. Shisui commented, every time he eats Miyu's cooking, it is a kind of enjoyment for him, as long as everyone likes it, Miyu said with a warm smile. The chef's skills are much more helpful to him than some mastery-level skills. It is really a magical skill to increase favorability. After dinner, the table was cleaned up, the cake was placed on it, and the gift-giving session began. Special tights, specially made for you. Wearing this will definitely get twice the result with half the effort when training. Might Guy took out a green tights that was a little different from his and introduced it to Obito. Thank you, Kay. I feel your intention. I will treasure it well. Obito took the gift with a smile. He could see that Might Guy really wanted him to wear the tights for training, but the death green color of the tights made Obito hesitate. Here, happy birthday. Nohara-rin smiled and handed a piece of paper to Obito. It's a hand-drawn picture. Obito took it and looked at it carefully, and found that it was a scene of them playing together a few days ago. There was him and Kakashi competing for fishing, and there was also a competition of shuriken throwing. Alin, why didn't you draw yourself? Obito looked left and right, but didn't see Nohara-rin, only him and Kakashi, so he asked in confusion. There were only paintings of him and Kakashi, so it would be better if there was only him alone. Because you and Kakashi were only playing with you two that day, you forgot about me, so there was no me. Nohara-rin's face bulged slightly, and she seemed a little annoyed. Alin, don't be angry, it's actually because. Obito was dumbfounded. His hands gestured uncontrollably for a while, and then he didn't figure out how to explain it. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Then Obito found Nohara-rin smiling. Nohara-rin gently put her left hand in front of her mouth, took out a palm-sized sculpture with her right hand and handed it to Obito, saying with a smile, I'm not angry, I'm just joking. This is the real birthday gift. Obito, don't you want to become a Hokage? I believe you will succeed, so I made a rock statue for you in advance. Obito looked at Nohara-rin's palm. Although the sculpture was not big, it was lifelike and perfectly portrayed his smile. Obito's mood instantly changed from being at a loss to being overjoyed, as if the khaki sculpture in Nohara Rin's palm also turned a little pink. Lin, thank you so much, I will keep it well. Obito nodded heavily after taking the sculpture. Obito put the sculpture and the handwritten painting together properly. Although there was no Nohara Rin in the painting, it was drawn by Nohara Rin after all, so it had to be kept well. Obito, happy birthday. This is my gift. Shisui handed Obito a silver kunai. Isn't this the one I gave to Shisui before? You don't have to do this. Although this kunai has commemorative significance to me, it has a new meaning after giving it to you, Shisui. Obito waved his hand and said, he was indeed a little reluctant when he gave the kunai to Shisui before, because this kunai was the first time he won first place, and it was under the observation of Kakashi and Nohara Rin. But since it has been given as a gift, the kunai has become a proof of his friendship with Shisui, and it would be bad to keep it again. It's not yours. I won it when I won first place in the competition, Shisui explained. Isn't the junior ninjutsu competition held once a year? Obito was a little confused. There must be no problem for Shisui to participate in the competition at his age. Maybe it was better last time. Now it is twice a year. I remember that you seem to like this kunai very much, Obito. When I passed by and found it, I participated and won first place, Shisui replied with a relaxed smile on his face. Listening to Shisui's words, Obito felt that Shisui was not going to participate in the competition to win first place, but to the store to buy goods. Thoughtful, I really like it. Thank you very much. Obito thanked him and said, with Shisui's strength, there is nothing wrong with his words. If he participates in the junior ninjutsu competition now, he will just go to buy goods. He can easily crush the whole field with a fire escape. Now we both have the first prize kunai, which carries the bond between the two Uchiha geniuses. Obito waved his fist and laughed. Kakashi suppressed the desire to fight against Obito and gave his gift. Happy birthday, Kakashi said lightly, and then handed a camera to Obito. Obito's eyes lit up when he saw Kakashi's gift. He really wanted a camera to record the scenery encountered during the mission and his daily life. I didn't know what to give, so I bought one when I saw the camera on sale in the store. Kakashi explained as if he was afraid that Obito would have some misunderstanding. Obito didn't know whether Kakashi's words were true or false. He said he wanted a camera in the last mission, but Kakashi gave him a camera as a gift. If it was Nohara Rin, he would definitely think that she was embarrassed to say it, but if it was Kakashi, he couldn't say it. My gift is also a kunai, but I made it myself. With the experience from last time, the appearance is much better this time. Miyu smiled and took out her gift, a white kunai engraved with a dragon pattern. Obito took the kunai and felt Miyu's seriousness about this gift before he started to look at it carefully. The shape of the kunai is basically the same as the standard kunai, but the appearance of this kunai is much better than the ordinary standard kunai. There are complex and handsome flying dragon patterns on both sides of the blade, and they are very detailed. The expression of the dragon is very vivid. After taking a closer look, Obito found that the two words Obito were engraved on both sides of the kunai, and the Uchiha family emblem was engraved on the handle. Teacher Miyu, I really trouble you. You spend so much time every day to help us train and prepare gifts so carefully. Such a complex kunai must have taken a long time. Obito thanked Miyu solemnly. In fact, when Shisui received the gift, he thought it would be great if he also received a similar gift. Last time Miyu asked him what gift he wanted, he actually wanted to answer that he wanted a ninja tool forged by teacher Miyu himself. But when he thought of how much Miyu had given him, Obito couldn't say it. So he said that he liked everything Miyu gave him. It's okay, actually I used my shadow clone to make it. After all, there are indeed a lot of things to do, Miyu explained with a nonchalant smile. Miyu's explanation touched Obito even more. It's not like he doesn't know how to make a shadow clone, and he doesn't know what it is. Making a shadow clone is just as tiring as making the main body. In the end, the feeling of exhaustion will return to the main body. And because the main body is still doing other things, it is even more tiring. Then Miyu took out 4 more photos and handed them to Obito and smiled. Didn't you feel it was a pity that you didn't bring a camera during the previous mission, Obito? I found a way to get a few photos of there. You just need to record everything you want to record in the future. This photo was taken by Miyu after she returned to Konoha and bought a camera and asked the shadow clone to go to River Country. The location is still the same, but there is only scenery and no people. Mr. Miyu, thank you so much. I love your birthday gift so much. Obito couldn't help but hug Miyu and said, with a little mist in his eyes. He really didn't expect that Miyu was still thinking about the desert scenery. You know, he just said it casually. A gorgeous kunai forged by himself. 4 photos. Obito can deeply feel Miyu's care for him. 4.2K, a total of 8.2K today. I feel a little dizzy when writing the latter. If you see any mistakes, please leave a message. I will correct it tomorrow. Chapter 228 Six Paths Staff. You presented me with a beautiful kunai that I made myself. I am very grateful for the reward. I got a critical hit and obtained the reward. 6 Paths Staff. This time, the reward surprised Miyu. It was not a skill, but a physical reward. He had no experience in using long-handled weapons, but Miyu felt that as long as the weapon was hard enough and the strength was strong enough, there should be no problem with basic use. He felt that this weapon should not be too bad. After all, Obito's mood was already very high just now. If he had not experienced a peak before, it would be easy for him to get the perfect level reward today. Blow out the candles and make a wish. Miyu smiled and touched Obito's head and said, "Yeah." Obito nodded in response, quietly wiped the mist from his eyes, and walked to the cake. Obito clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and said silently in his heart, "If wishes can really come true, my wish is to realize my 10 wishes. The first wish is to let this happy life continue until the end of my life. The second is that grandma can live a long and healthy life. The third is to be able to become the person that Zealand longs for. And the fourth." Just when Obito was thinking about whether the 10th wish should be 10 more wishes or 100 wishes, he noticed that he had been making wishes for a long time. Then the 10th wish is that the previous wishes must be realized. Obito smiled and opened his eyes after reciting in his heart, "I have made a wish. Everyone, let's eat cake." Obito said happily after opening his eyes. "It seems that you are very serious about making a wish, Obito. You must have thought about it for a long time before deciding." No, Harlan smiled softly. Hee, it's okay." Obito smiled and scratched his head. He was not thinking all the time, but making wishes all the time. Obito really has a reliable teacher and a group of good friends. Obito's grandmother on the side looked at the friendly scene of several people and smiled from the bottom of her heart. Because Obito was raised by her alone, she has always been worried about his growth. She doesn't expect Obito to become an excellent or famous ninja. She just hopes that Obito can grow up happily. It would be even better if he could hold his great-grandson before she dies. Because of Obito's grandmother, the birthday party was disbanded early to avoid disturbing the old man's rest. After the disbandment, Miyu went to the forest alone to test the quality of the new weapon. Miyu's thoughts moved, and a black tin staff appeared in his hand. This kind of physical prop rewarded by the system can be used at any time in the system space. Miyu looked at the so-called six-path tin staff. The staff body is very monotonous, just a black stick, with different styles on both sides of the tin staff. One side is the moon and the other side is the sun. Miyu first tested the hardness of the six-path tin staff. He concentrated his breathing, and burst out the power of the rock breathing in the state of full concentration breathing to use the finger gun towards the six-path tin staff. Boom! The ground next to the six-path tin staff cracked directly, but the six-path tin staff itself did not have a single crack, and it was no different from when Miyu had just taken it out. Seeing that the six-path tin staff was intact, Miyu increased her strength and opened the third gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, and at the same time opened the pattern of rock breathing. In fact, Miyu's aura had become very terrifying, and the airflow caused by the aura made the leaves rustle. Armament color finger gun. Finally, Miyu used the armament color haki, and her whole body was covered with black armament color, and pointed at the six-path tin staff. Boom! Exclamation mark! The explosion sounded, and the ground dozens of meters around Miyu collapsed. A large amount of dust continued to rise, and the big tree near Miyu was also overwhelmed by the aftermath. After Miyu pointed a finger, He quickly cancelled the 8 gates of Dunjia and the pattern mode, and used the wind escape to blow away the gray-yellow dust. The dust dissipated, and the pure black six-path tin staff appeared in Muyu's eyes. It still did not show any damage. Muyu's attack just now did not even leave a white mark on it. Muyu was very satisfied with the hardness of the six-paths staff. Although the attack just now was not his limit, he also used a lot of strength. The aftermath of one finger could destroy the ground for dozens of meters, which shows how strong the finger just now was. However, such a strong force could not leave a trace on the six-paths staff. The hardness of the six-paths staff can be imagined. Muyu actually wanted to try whether the thunder-breathing mark and the armament haki that consumed 35,000 chakras could leave a mark on the six-paths staff, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He felt insecure if he used too much chakra, and it would make too much noise. Then Muyu tried to see how the chakra conductivity of the six-paths staff was. As a result, he injected lightning chakra into it. Although Muyu could feel the chakra inside, there was no lightning outside the six-paths staff. Then Muyu tried to inject fire chakra, but there was no flame. This is a strange phenomenon, but the lack of special effects does not mean that there is no enhancement. Muyu compared the changes of the six-paths staff without chakra injection and with chakra injection. The pits made by the six-paths staff after injecting chakra are much larger than those without chakra. The more chakra injected, the stronger the destructive power. Muyu can only be said to be another chakra burner. Muyu then proceeded to the next test. When he was testing just now, he accidentally discovered that the six-paths staff after injecting chakra had a very strong characteristic. In order to verify his idea, Muyu split a shadow clone and let the shadow clone cooperate with the test. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. The shadow clone concentrated the chakra in its throat and spit out an extremely concentrated lightning spear towards Muyu. Pseudo-darkness has two attack modes. One is to attack with a concentrated point, which is suitable for situations where you are sure to hit the target. The other is to let the lightning release conduct a large-scale sweep, which will reduce the power a lot, but the range is wider. The main body wants to test the strength of the weapon, and the shadow clone naturally chooses the more powerful concentrated lightning. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Muyu held the six-paths staff in his right hand, twirled it around, injected a large amount of chakra into it, and then quickly struck the incoming lightning. The originally powerful lightning instantly lost its power after hitting the six-paths staff, and was directly dissipated by the six-paths staff. Then the armament haki used by the shadow clone, which consumed most of its chakra, was directly broken by the six-paths staff after Muyu injected chakra into it. After being attacked, the shadow clone turned into white smoke and dissipated. Could this six-paths staff be transformed from the Seeking Truth Jade? Muyu showed a thoughtful expression. The biggest feature of the Seeking Truth Jade is that it can ignore ninjutsu, and the six-paths staff awarded by the system can also break ninjutsu, which is in line with this feature. But after thinking about it carefully, Muyu felt that there was something wrong. If it was the Seeking Truth Jade, the shadow clone should have disappeared directly after it was hit, instead of him having to inject chakra to have this effect. For this reason, Muyu deliberately released a shadow clone to try it out. He touched the shadow clone with the six-paths staff, but nothing happened. Without the injection of chakra, the staff was just a hard fire stick without any special abilities. Muyu soon stopped worrying about this issue. It didn't matter whether the Tao-seeking Jade had changed. The key point was that the six-paths staff was hard and strong, much stronger than the high-purity chakra sword. The high-purity chakra sword only had the effect of extending the blade. The six-paths staff rewarded by the system injected with chakra could directly dissipate the ninjutsu. Muyu thought that the only problem with the six-paths staff was its shape. The shape was too unique and not low-key enough. This thing was exactly the same as the weapon in the six-paths sage's portrait that had been handed down. If you really wanted to fight with this and show super strength, there might really be rumors of the reincarnation of the six-paths sage. Muyu put the six-paths staff back into the system space. This was indeed a very strong weapon, which could be expected in the future. but it was difficult to use it now. He is already quite strong now. He can deal with most of the ninjas without weapons. As for the rest, except for the tough guys like the Third Raikage who are good at lightning-style ninja taijutsu, his own output is enough. It is better to save some chakra to prevent accidents than to use it to strengthen weapons. After all, the ninja world is not a place for single combat. As long as you can kill the opponent, you can use any means. After the test, Miyu used Earth Escape to make the land flat, but there is really no way to deal with the fallen trees. He does not know Wood Escape yet. Fortunately, this forest is very large, and the trees he lost in practice are just a drop in the bucket. I am not in a good condition today. Probably not a lot. I haven't adjusted my work and rest schedule. I am very worried. Chapter 229 The Meaning of Learning. Happy times are always short. On the first morning after his birthday, Obito had this thought in his mind. Considering that it was your birthday yesterday, I didn't take out the training questions, but we will start doing the questions today. Miyu smiled and handed 2 test papers to Obito. Yesterday, he only asked Obito and Shisui to do the training, and did not give them the test papers after the training. Actually, I made a mistake when registering my birthday. Today is my birthday. Obito felt dizzy when he saw the white test paper and the clear black questions, and he didn't know what he was talking about. Bang! Miyu's finger hit Obito's forehead accurately and said, "Even if your birthday is for the next 365 days, you have to do these questions. You have to go back to school to take the exam in 10 days. You don't want to go back to the time when you were only in your teens." There are no classes this semester? Why do we have to take exams? Obito couldn't help but complain. Miyu's words reminded him that interns have to go back to school to take exams as usual. Maybe it's to test your internship results. Miyu smiled and replied, "When the school announces the exam results, the internship results of all interns will also be announced. Write down the number of tasks you have completed in the score column. Then Kai and I will definitely be the first." Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. According to the ninjas who registered in the mission hall, other intern teams can only accept D-level tasks, and there is no way that unexpected situations will cause the tasks to be upgraded in D-level tasks. So other people can't even have C-level tasks. But he and Might Guy have a record of 2 A-level tasks and 1 B-level task. In this comparison, they are directly ahead of the students of the same period by several versions. There is definitely no problem with the quality of the tasks getting first, but the quality of the tasks will not add points to the theory. Miyu nodded and said that Obito's resume would definitely be a crushing level for the interns. Hearing the word theory, Obito scratched his hair in worry. When others looked at his mission results, they found that he only got a dozen or 20 points in theory, which was really not good. You will be given 3 days to complete these questions. After you finish, come to me to explain the questions. Miyu stipulated the time for doing the questions. After talking to Obito, Miyu then handed over the questions for Shisui to Shisui. He prepared different questions for the 2 of them. Obito mainly asked questions related to the knowledge learned in the ninja school, while Shisui asked questions related to history and politics. It was not a historical question about what happened in a few years. It was either after reading the following materials, describe the changes in the ninja world and the reasons for the advent of the ninja village era, or combining the history of the Uchiha clan and the history of Konoha, describe the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. It was not realistic for him, an outsider, to solve the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha by himself. He needed the cooperation of the Uchiha clan. The best candidates were naturally his 2 disciples, Obito and Shisui. Miyu not only wanted to make them stronger than the original, but also to teach them more knowledge and broaden their thinking. The fundamental purpose of Miyu asking them to do questions was not to improve their theoretical test scores, nor to punish them, but to improve their knowledge level and their thinking ability. Shisui didn't care too much at first. It was just 2 test papers. He could just go back and let the shadow clone spend some time to finish them, until he accidentally saw the question above. Looking at the meaningful question, Shisui took a serious look at the questions on the 2 test papers. He felt that each question could make him think deeply, and it was very difficult to answer. Looking at the 2 test papers, Shisui's face was solemn. He felt that he had wronged Obito and the others. No wonder Obito and Might Guy were always afraid of doing question training. If there were hundreds of such questions at a time, he would not be able to handle it. Miyu gave Shisui the same time, 3 days to finish the questions and then find him to explain the questions. If you feel that you can't finish it, then apply for installments to do the questions, which can extend the time for doing the questions, but the number of questions must be increased a little. The two put the questions away, and then began to practice the breathing method, maintaining a state of full concentration and breathing during various basic exercises. Even if the sweat was pouring down his head, his clothes were already wet with sweat, and his eyes were blurred by the sweat. Obito persisted until he could no longer stand before stopping. Tomorrow there will be a practice session. I have to dodge it this time and take fewer questions. Otherwise I will have to do it in installments. This is exactly the source of motivation for Obito to work so hard. He can still finish 55 questions in 3 days if he grits his teeth. If there are 55 questions tomorrow, it will be different. Moreover, Obito, who is experienced, knows very well that once the questions start to be divided into installments, they will accumulate more and more. If Miyu hadn't stopped doing the practice, he would not have been able to finish them at all. This guy, in order not to be caught up by me, is he working so hard? Kakashi was surprised to see Obito working so hard during his break. Seeing Obito working so hard, Kakashi couldn't sit still and started practicing thunder breathing before he had a good rest. Tonight's practice time will be increased by 2.5 hours. Kakashi made up his mind secretly. No one on Miyu's side would choose to be lazy. Everyone practiced very seriously, so Kakashi, who wanted to overtake, decided to add extra practice time. Everyone's youth is very passionate today. Might Guy practiced more vigorously when he saw his friends practicing so passionately. Open the gate, open, shoe gate, open. Excited, Might Guy suddenly found that he had finally completed the training of the second gate, and successfully opened the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu under normal circumstances. Instead of relying on breathing techniques to force it open by stepping on his right foot with his left foot. Rock breathing, breathe with full concentration. Might Guy immediately adjusted his breathing to a highly concentrated state, continuously increasing the strength of his body. This is the power. Might Guy clenched his fists, his face showing excitement. After the mission was over, he wanted to improve the Noon Leopard, but found that he was still a little short of strength without opening the second gate. Noon Leopard, Might Guy ran at full speed, and the large amount of chakra generated by the 8 gates of ninjutsu was used to strengthen his physical ability. His speed was getting faster and faster. When his speed reached its peak, Might Guy kicked a huge rock suddenly, like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Boom! Exclamation mark with a loud bang. The huge rock was directly kicked apart by this powerful force. Stone powder filled the sky, and small gravel shot in all directions. After kicking, Might Guy felt extremely refreshed. The movement on Might Guy's side attracted everyone's attention. Can you use this move normally? Kakashi felt that Might Guy had become much stronger. Before, he had to force his body to be damaged and explode to have this kind of power, but now it's normal. What a fast speed! What a strong power! Might Guy's strength surprised Shisui. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar's first release of this novel. It was the first time he saw Might Guy use full concentration breathing and the second gate of the 8 gates at the same time, and he felt very strong. Isn't that the move he used in the last battle? If he is kicked, he will be seriously injured if not killed. Obito saw the power displayed by Might Guy, and thought of Might Guy's previous statement that he wanted to fight him, and his eyelids couldn't help twitching. After a day of training, Obito dragged his tired body home. On the way, he saw the dumpling shop where he had eaten with no Harurin before, and thought of buying some dumplings to replenish his energy. Obito, what's wrong with you? You look so tired. A familiar voice reached Obito's ears. Obito looked back and saw a man with a senbon in his mouth greeting him. There was also a man wearing sunglasses sitting next to him. Nothing, just a little tired from the training. Obito bought 3 skewers of dango and took the plate to sit at the table of Shire Anui Genma and the others. Although they were in different classes, They knew each other more or less in the same grade, and they became more familiar with each other after the summer special training. Who is your internship teacher? Is the training so fierce? Shiranui Genma asked curiously. It's teacher Muyu. It's not that he trains fiercely. I train myself. If you want to become stronger, you can't do without training. Obito put a string of dango into his mouth and explained. Wow, your internship teacher is teacher Muyu. You are so lucky. Shiranui Genma showed an envious expression. Anyone who has been taught by Muyu knows the gap between Muyu and ordinary teachers. They are not on the same level and it is difficult to compare. After being trained by teacher Muyu for so long, your strength must have increased a lot. Now you must be the first in actual combat. Kai should not be able to beat you. Shiranui Genma said with a smile. He thought Obito could open the champagne in advance. Well, Kai and I are in the same class, and he is also interning with teacher Muyu. Obito was silent for a while and then said, he really didn't know if he could beat Might Guy, because Muyu didn't let him open the Sharingan casually. If he couldn't use the Sharingan at that time, and Might Guy could use the 8 gates plus breathing method, he would definitely lose. Oh, so Kai is interning with you? Shiranui Genma showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. That's another fight between dragons and tigers. I'm really looking forward to your battle. It's okay. How do you feel about the internship? Obito ate another bunch of dumplings and then asked. It's just like that. It feels like some class time has turned into chores. Shiranui Genma complained. Yeah, I thought I could take on some missions, but it turned out to be catching cats and dogs or picking up garbage and doing farm work. It's better to sit in the classroom and take classes. Ebisu also complained. Obviously, they were not very satisfied with their internship life. Obito couldn't help but straighten his waist, slightly raised his head, and said, I think it's okay, not as boring as you said. Compared with the two of them, Obito instantly felt that his internship life was extremely exciting. He met the alternate Raikage with Muyu, and worked together with his companions to defeat the enemy village ninja. No wonder your strength can improve so quickly, Obito. Not only are you more serious in training than us, but you are also more ninja-like when facing missions. Shiranui Genma sighed. To be honest, he didn't want to do miscellaneous tasks. His idea was the same as Ebisu's. It's better to take theoretical classes. It's just okay. Not as awesome as you said. Hearing Shiranui Genma say that he has ninja style, Obito couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he was looking forward to Shiranui Genma and Ebisu asking him questions related to the mission, so that he could tell them about the 2 A-level missions he had completed. However, the two did not ask until he finished eating the dumplings, which made him feel a little regretful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 The Flame in the Heart. Damn it, I don't want to do the test, but if I don't do the test, it will be embarrassing if the score is too low. At night, Obito looked at the 2 test papers on the table and felt a headache. There were 55 questions in total. If he finished them in 3 days, he had to do at least 18 questions every day. Shadow clone technique. Finally, Obito made a seal and created 2 shadow clones and said, you guys play rock paper scissors, and the loser chooses a test paper. After that, Obito picked up a test paper and a pen and pretended to do the test. For Obito, it was very painful for the shadow clone to do the test and for himself to do the test. Doing it himself was a continuous pain, while the shadow clone experienced great pain in an instant. Obito chose the short-term pain, because he was worried that the shadow clone would not cooperate. Obito not only created another clone to compete, but also pretended to be doing the test himself. The shadow clone technique still has its merits, Obito thought to himself as he drew a Q version of Nohara Rin on the draft paper with a pen. Speaking of rock paper scissors, you can do the test yourself. I can't do it. One of Obito's shadow clones refused bluntly. While Obito was thinking about which step was wrong, another shadow clone said, do you think I don't know what you think? You know, I am also Uchiha Obito. Obito was a little speechless. These 2 clones were actually going to play bad together. Obito couldn't help but say, "Since you are also me, then help with the test paper quickly." But now I am a shadow clone, and it won't be me who will be embarrassed when the time comes, the shadow clone said indifferently. What made Obito even more unbearable happened. Not only did the two shadow clones not help him with the test, they also read the novels he bought and ate the snacks he bought, while he, the original body, was doing the test paper. Obito couldn't help but open the full concentration breathing and snatch the novels and snacks from the two people. "What are you doing?" "I'm reading it very excitingly." The shadow clone reading the novel shouted angrily. "Do you want to fight?" The shadow clone eating snacks rushed towards Obito with an unhappy look on his face. The shadow clones who were reading novels also rushed forward without thinking of trouble. Obito punched and kicked the two shadow clones and made them dissipate. Because they were used for test papers, he did not give them too much chakra, and the two shadow clones had no fighting ability. Although Obito enjoyed the fight, he remembered that the shadow clones had memory feedback after the fight. The memory of punching the face and kicking the chest with a whirlwind kick instantly flowed back to his mind. "Damn shadow clone technique, it doesn't work at all," Obito complained while lying on the bed. "I don't want to do the test paper." After twisting on the bed for a while, Obito finally got up and sat on the chair to start doing the questions. Playing and joking aside, Teacher Muyu's questions still need to be completed. The next day, Obito went to the South Forest to practice as usual. First, it was time to practice armament hockey. After practicing for 2.5 hours, he took a break, and then practiced the breathing method. "You should not have forgotten the rules." "It's still the same as last time?" Muyu asked with a smile. "I haven't forgotten." Obito nodded with a heavy face. He had to do 2 questions every time he was hit. What annoyed him the most was that he had to add another 10% if he failed to dodge once. Today's training can't be like last time, otherwise it's inevitable to split the test. Obito made up his mind secretly. He noticed that Shisui didn't dodge successfully either, but he had fewer questions than him, which meant that he still had a lot of room for improvement. If he was more cautious and successfully dodged once, he might only need to do about 30 questions. "Mr. Muyu, what if he didn't get hit once and dodged all the attacks?" Obito asked curiously. "Then cancel the questions that were not done according to the rules, or cancel the questions that were added later." Muyu thought for a while and answered. This was a pie in the sky, because it was difficult to achieve this effect in reality, because Muyu strengthened the intensity of training according to time. Unless his strength increased significantly in a short period of time, it would be impossible to dodge all the attacks. Hearing that he could cancel the questions, Obito's eyes lit up. If he could pass the level a few more times like this, it would be equivalent to a death-free gold medal for several question-solving trainings. "Begin." Muyu gave the order, and the 2 shadow clones began to move. Shisui and Obito also entered the state of full concentration breathing and began to run at a high speed. Because of the lesson from the last time, Obito did not try to compete with Muyu's shadow clones on the spot, but tried to maneuver. Only when there was no other way would he try to dodge the attack on the spot. Every time it's just a little bit short. "Damn it, can't it be faster?" Obito shouted in his heart. Although he had tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by Muyu just at the right time. Time soon came to the 55 minutes when it was easiest to be hit. After 5 minutes of highly concentrated breathing, although Obito's breathing method at this moment was also considered full concentration breathing, it was no longer as concentrated as at the beginning. Noticing that Muyu's figure was getting closer, Obito knew that another attack was coming. Obito's Sharingan could clearly see Muyu's fingers approaching him, and it seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid the fate of being hit. "Body, move for me," Obito roared in his heart. This blow could not cause any harm to his body, but it could deal a heavy blow to his spirit. How could I only be this good? Flame breathing, concentrate on breathing. Obito kept concentrating his breathing, instantly gaining stronger physical strength, and narrowly avoided Muyu's blow. Looking at the finger less than a centimeter away from his head, Obito showed a surprised smile. This was not just 2 questions that were dodged, but also 10% of the total questions. That's a small improvement. It seems that occasionally doing exercises is indeed the best solution, at least for Obito. Miyu was very satisfied with this. He thought he would have to wait until the fourth time before he could dodge, but Obito completed it in the second training. After the time was up, Miyu began to calculate the training results of the two. Shisui was hit a total of 19 times, dodged 0 times, and needed to do 42 questions. Obito was hit a total of 19 times, dodged once, and needed to do 36 questions. The joy on Obito's face could not be controlled. Although 36 questions were not a small number, it was a huge improvement compared to the first 55 questions. Sure enough, the difference between dodging and not dodging is huge. Obito thought to himself. He and Shisui were hit the same number of times, but because he dodged once, the difference between the two was 6 questions. Obito actually managed to dodge the attack. Shisui showed a surprised expression. After listening to the two's record, he saw through the essence of this training during the first training. If he didn't make a breakthrough, it would be impossible to dodge Miyu's attack. In other words, Obito made the breakthrough in just the second training. Shisui felt a wave of pressure coming. His Sharingan was higher than his level, and his flame breathing was stronger. Now he could beat Obito, which meant stronger ninjutsu and instant body jutsu. The questions this time are still 3 days, and the next training will be 3 days later. Miyu said, the special training rhythm every 2 days is a bit tight. No matter how talented you are, it is impossible to break through so quickly every time. Miyu will slowly extend the training time. The intensive training at the beginning is to give enough pressure. No one had a birthday this time, so Miyu directly sent out the questions. After saving the questions, Shisui began to practice with all his heart. This special training really made him feel a sense of crisis. If we compare the results, he has already lost to Obito this time. I have to be stronger. As the first disciple of teacher Miyu, how can I lose to others? The belief in Shisui's heart supported him to complete one training after another using full concentration breathing. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. He has his own pride in his heart. Although he is the youngest disciple, his strength has always been the first in Miyu's class. He is also very fast in various trainings. The speed of learning fire escape is much faster than Obito. Now he is surpassed by someone he could easily defeat, and Shisui is naturally unwilling. After the training, Shisui went home, ate and rested for a while, and then started training again. He kept cycling until 11:30 p.m. before washing and going to bed. In the next few days, Shisui kept this high-intensity training. He wanted to dodge Miyu's attack and become stronger. On the morning before the third training, Shisui's training made progress, but it was not the breathing method, but the armed color domineering. Shisui imagined that there was an invisible armor attached to himself, and then he threw a punch. The part of the tree that was hit by him instantly exploded, and a lot of wood chips flew everywhere. Is this the power of armament haki? Shisui looked at his white little fist. The power of the punch just now was not right. If he used a lot of chakra to strengthen his fist, he could have this effect, but he didn't just now. Yes, you just trapped the power of armament haki around your fist. Miyu nodded and said. He used the appraisal to check Shisui's armament haki proficiency, which had reached 20 points of proficiency. Shisui threw another punch, but found that it returned to normal. When Shisui threw the third punch, he used it again, and the tree collapsed. You are still too unskilled now. Grasp this feeling and practice it for a while, and you can use it initially, Miyu explained. Listening to Miyu's words, Shisui closed his eyes and carefully felt the feeling of using armament haki just now. However, this feeling is obviously not easy to find. Shisui still can't use armament haki stably after punching continuously. Obito and Kakashi, who were training nearby, looked at each other. They also joined the training of armament haki one after another, but compared to Shisui, who was almost able to use it, they still had no idea about armament haki. Miyu could only say that this was normal. Not to mention Shisui's strong talent in Yin Tun. Kakashi, who was the second to start training armament haki, started training armament haki half a month after Shisui had practiced. Because Shisui had made a breakthrough in armament haki, Miyu stopped Shisui's breathing method today and let Shisui practice armament haki all day to find the feeling. Although there are not many opportunities to use armament haki in battle with the current amount of chakra of the disciples, it is a very powerful secret technique after all. It is a good thing to learn it early, and the chakra will gradually increase. Shisui did not practice breathing method during the day, but practiced breathing method by himself at night. Anyway, he was the only one at home, and the training would not disturb his family's sleep. As for the neighbors, his training noise was not that big. Why is Obito's progress in breathing method so much faster than mine? Shisui reflected during his break. Practicing at the same time and with the same teacher, his progress in breathing techniques always lags behind Obito. Although Shisui cannot directly see the proficiency through appraisal like Muyu, Shisui is also practicing the breathing of fire after all, and he can clearly feel that the gap between him and Obito in the breathing of fire is getting bigger and bigger. Since he successfully got started, Shisui feels that he has not made much progress in the breathing technique. If he were to fight again using only the breathing technique, Shisui is sure that he would lose to Obito. Breathing of fire, flame. Shisui thought of the step of realizing the breathing technique, and it was at that step that Obito's breathing of fire began to progress rapidly. Obito has the fire of enthusiasm to help others in his heart. And what kind of fire do I have in my heart? Shisui asked himself. Of course, the breathing technique cannot improve by doing good deeds. After all, it is the breathing of fire and not the breathing technique of merit. It is just that Obito's enthusiasm for helping others is very high, which stimulates the progress of the breathing technique. Shisui seemed to know the reason why his progress in the breathing technique was lagging behind, but for a moment he didn't know what kind of fire he had in his heart, or whether he had any fire. After arriving at 11:30, Shisui still couldn't figure it out. He quickly washed up and went to bed for tomorrow's training. However, perhaps because of his chaotic mind, he didn't fall asleep quickly. He fell asleep in a daze after 2 o'clock. In the morning, he woke up by his biological clock and went to the forest to practice as usual. Today, Muyu didn't disrupt his training plan specifically for him. As usual, he started with 2.5 hours of armed color domineering training and then started breathing training. Training begins. Seeing that Shisui and Obito were ready, Muyu announced the start of the special training. The two Muyu shadow clones rushed towards Shisui and Obito respectively. In order not to interfere with each other, Shisui and Obito ran in two directions. Shisui ran in the southern forest that he was already very familiar with, and he still had doubts about his fire breathing. I don't know if it was because he didn't sleep well yesterday or his mentality was wrong, but Shisui's special training results today were worse than the second time. Shisui 46, Obito 34. Hearing the results, Shisui sighed. He knew his body best. He felt it during the special training. Obito's eyes gleamed. Although the number was not much, it was still progress. Obito, you start training. Shisui, come here, Muyu said. He had a lot of experience in this kind of thing. Generally, there was something wrong with the mind and they needed to talk. 4K. More later. Chapter 231. The possibility of breathing method. I'm sorry, Mr. Muyu. I'm not in a good state today, Shisui said with an apologetic look. He felt that he was a little sorry for Muyu's careful teaching. Muyu smiled and said, it doesn't matter, everyone has bad times. But I see that you seem to have something on your mind. Can you tell me? Muyu looked into Shisui's eyes. Looking into Muyu's eyes, Shisui could deeply feel Muyu's concern for him. Since I mastered the breathing method, I haven't made much progress. But Obito doesn't seem to have this worry, so I thought carefully about the step of feeling the flame at the beginning, and it seems that I don't have the same passion as Obito. Facing Muyu, Shisui did not hide his thoughts and told her what he thought yesterday. Maybe I'm not suitable for the breath of fire. Muyu put his hand on Shisui's head, rubbed Shisui's hair, and then said with a smile, I'm very sure that you are suitable for practicing the breath of fire. Obito is so suitable for the breath of fire, but before he got started, he was not much ahead of Shisui. At most, he was ahead of Shisui by more than 10 points of proficiency, which is enough to show that Shisui's compatibility with the breath of fire is not low. The reason why Obito is now nearly 90 points ahead of him in proficiency is due to many reasons. On the one hand, Obito's compatibility is indeed full, and on the other hand, Obito can follow him to do missions and engage in real battles, and his progress will be faster. It's not that Muyu belittles Obito. At the beginning, the efficiency of Shisui and Obito's training was really the difference between a genius and a slacker. Obito might need 10 days or even more to learn the results of Shisui's 1 day of ninjutsu. In fact, when he was first accepted as a disciple, Shisui was not particularly strong. After all, he was only 6 years old and had just started training for a short time. But when he practiced with Muyu, the gap between Shisui and Might Guy and Obito became larger and larger, and this situation lasted for quite a long time. Under this premise, it is easy to understand Shisui's mood. His speed of practicing important forbidden techniques is not as fast as the last one he surpassed easily before, and his strength is also being slowly caught up. Shisui is indeed relatively precocious, calmer and stronger than his peers, but he is still a 6-year-old child. In Muyu's previous life, he was generally just starting the first grade at this age. It is normal to doubt himself in this situation, and the breathing method must not doubt itself. Once you doubt yourself and deny yourself, the power of breathing will weaken. This is why Muyu feels that the breathing method has a little bit of yin done. This thing is really a bit idealistic and spiritual. This is also why Obito and Might Guy can always break through the breathing method in battle, because they all have strong confidence in themselves and their beliefs will not waver. Fortunately, Muyu discovered it early enough. Otherwise, with Obito's rapid progress, Shisui would definitely have more distrust in his breathing method. Obito's enthusiasm is indeed strong enough, but there may not be no fire burning in your heart, Muyu said earnestly. Shisui, don't you have anything you want to do? Don't you have a dream? Recall your dream. Dream. Muyu's words made Shisui fall into memories. Although he is an orphan, Shisui's life has never been associated with poverty, because his father is an excellent jonin of the Uchiha clan, and his grandfather Uchiha Kagami almost became a high-ranking official of Konoha. He is a very famous elite jonin of Konoha. If Shisui wants to eat and wait for death, he can live a life of worry-free food and clothing with the inheritance. Obviously, Shisui did not choose to eat and wait for death. He chose to become a genius ninja. Shisui has heard many people talk about his grandfather, saying that his grandfather is a genius ninja, and at a young age he has the strength that the second-generation Hokage values. Some people say that his grandfather is the inheritor of the will of fire and has dedicated his life to Konoha. Some people say that his grandfather is a great Uchiha. If it weren't for an accident, the situation of Uchiha would have changed a lot. The reason why he wants to become a ninja has something to do with his grandfather. After learning the history of the Uchiha clan and feeling the rejection of the Uchiha clan by the villagers of Konoha, Shisui decided to become a ninja like his grandfather and complete his unfinished business. We are all people with 2 eyes and 1 nose. Why should we reject the Uchiha clan? Shisui wanted to change this situation. I want to change the current situation of the Uchiha clan. We are all people of Konoha and can live in harmony together. Shisui raised his head and looked directly into Muyu's eyes and said, "Isn't this great? Just work towards this goal. I can feel the fire burning in your heart." Muyu pointed her finger at Shisui's chest and smiled. "Shisui, you are a very kind and upright person. Remember your mood at this moment and don't question your dream." Muyu didn't dare to say what the original Shisui was like, but the Shisui here is currently very upright and kind, but these 2 characteristics are a bit restrained, not as straightforward as Obito showed. "Do you think you can't fulfill your dream?" "No," Shisui answered firmly. In the past, he might have hesitated. Can he really accomplish what everyone praised his grandfather for? But now Shisui will only give a positive answer, because he has the help of teacher Muyu. Enter full concentration breathing. "I'm going to attack," Muyu suddenly said, and then put 2 fingers together and hit Shisui. Shisui immediately concentrated his breathing and dodged, and didn't even have time to open the Sharingan. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. Success. Shisui looked at the finger less than a centimeter away from him, showing a surprised expression. Not long ago, he opened his Sharingan but couldn't dodge Muyu's attack. "Yes, you successfully dodged my attack, but this is not special training time," Dodging it won't reduce the number of questions. Miyu took back his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay." Shisui's voice was still surprised. The breathing method finally made a breakthrough. Even if he was asked to do 100 more questions, he would be happy. Shisui thought about it. 100 seemed a bit too much. Those questions were not easy. He would be happy to add 20 more questions. The breathing method is not something that cannot be changed. If one day you have a better idea, you can change the breathing method. The one that suits you is the best, but you still have to be firm in your dreams and beliefs, Miyu said with a serious expression. Shisui does have the compatibility with the breath of fire, but it is hard to say whether it is the most suitable. The breathing method has a great possibility and can be changed according to one's own ability. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Miyu. I will be firm in my belief. Shisui engraved Miyu's words firmly in his mind and thanked Miyu. Go practice, Miyu said with a smile. The effect of practice is generally very good after the speech therapy. Shisui nodded with full motivation and quickly devoted himself to practice. When it was February 20th, because 4 of the 5 disciples were still students in the ninja school and needed to take exams, Miyu simply gave them all a holiday, including Kakashi. Miyu also went to the ninja school that he had not set foot in for a long time. Since he took the interns, his original body has not been to school. Chapter 232 Shocking Facts. The first day back to school was the exam for the theory class. Before the exam, the students who had not gone on internships in the class were curious about the internship experiences of the interns. Obito, what do interns usually do? Is it the same as official ninjas? A classmate asked Obito with curiosity. It should be similar. I just do commission tasks. When I'm not doing tasks, I practice with my teacher, Obito recalled and answered. Although they are all commission tasks, each mission is different. I will go to different countries to see different scenery. Obito still likes to go on missions. Although they encountered danger last time, they also successfully overcame the difficulties through their own efforts. The feeling of success after hard work is really a kind of pleasure from the feet to the head. They actually went abroad. The surrounding students showed shocked and envious expressions. Not to mention going abroad, they have never even left Konoha. They have been staying in Konoha since they were young. Interns can go abroad, but it's a pity that I wasn't selected. We're almost there. We'll be official ninjas after passing the graduation exam in 2 months. The students around started discussing. Some began to yearn for the ninja life after graduation because of what Obito said, and some were curious about what other countries were like. Which countries did you go to? What's the difference between foreign countries and the land of fire? A student couldn't help but continue to ask. Before Obito could answer, Akayatsuo, who heard the discussion here, expressed his doubts. Aren't internships only D-level tasks? D-level tasks are village tasks, and there are no tasks outside the village. How can you go abroad? He also participated in the internship, but the tasks he did were all miscellaneous tasks, such as catching cats and picking up garbage. Hearing that Obito also went to different countries to see the scenery, he seriously suspected that Obito was bragging, because the registered ninjas in the mission hall said that the intern team could only accept D-level tasks. Yes, I also participated in the internship. We intern ninjas can only do miscellaneous tasks such as picking up garbage and doing farm work. Another student who participated in the internship stood up to confirm what Akayatsuo said. The total number of interns in the 4th grade is 30, and each class has 3 to 4 students selected. The number of interns in the 2nd class of the 4th grade is 4. Seeing that the 2 interns in the class said the opposite of Obito, the other students looked at Obito with confusion, and some of them even looked suspicious. Although Obito's performance this school year is very talented, due to his performance in the previous 3 years, they think that there is indeed a possibility of bragging. Generally, the intern team can only do D-level tasks. Obito did not get angry because of his classmates' suspicion, but nodded to agree with this statement. Seeing that Obito seemed to admit that he was bragging, Akayatsuo nodded secretly in his heart. Obito was not too confused, because he was not the only one in the class who participated in the internship. Then why did you say that you were going abroad to perform tasks? Obito. Some students who believed in Obito asked in confusion. They originally wanted to see Obito's explanation, but Obito's words made them unable to understand. Was he admitting that he was a liar? But we are not an ordinary trainee team. The third Hokage saw that our team is very strong and allowed us to take sea-level missions. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. This is a special permission from the Hokage, and it is their exclusive privilege. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be unhappy if he was misunderstood, but this time Obito thought it was normal, because that's the fact. The trainee team is indeed not allowed to do missions above D level. The registered ninjas also told them so at the beginning. They can do C-level missions because they performed so well that the Hokage thought they had the ability to do higher level missions. Obito thought this was reasonable. Their teacher is Miyu, who is many times stronger than other teachers. He and Might Guy Kakashi are also much stronger than their peers. Hokage-sama has given special permission. The students in the classroom were shocked by Obito's words. This is the Hokage that everyone in Konoha aspires to be. Akayatsuyo was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Obito to be so cruel. The Hokage's special permission came out. This sounded even more fake than the trainee ninja going abroad to perform missions. Although he didn't agree with either of them, Akaya Tetsuko had to admit that the combination of the two actually sounded a bit true. How many sea-level missions have you completed, Obito? How many countries have you been to? The students who believed in Obito asked curiously. We've been to 2 countries, 1 to the land of fields and 2 to the land of rivers. But if we really want to talk about how many sea-level missions we've completed, we haven't completed a single sea-level mission, Obito answered honestly. Although they took on 3 sea-level missions, the number of sea-level missions they completed in their resumes was 0. And all of them were upgraded after they were completed. It's impossible that all the missions failed, right? Obito's words confused the students around him again. It's impossible that all 3 missions failed. It didn't fail, but every time there was an accident, which led to the upgrade of the mission. So it was C-level when I took it, but it was upgraded to B-level and A-level missions when I handed it over, Obito said lightly. Although most students didn't know what A-level and B-level missions meant, they felt very powerful when they heard that the mission was upgraded, and they all shouted 6. Akaya Tetsuka and another intern who knew a little more didn't believe it. If Obito didn't mention the A-level and B-level missions, they might believe it a little bit. After all, Obito is indeed capable. But the A-level mission is a high-level mission that even Chunin can rarely participate in. Forget it. I'm too lazy to expose him. I'll know after graduation. Akaya Tetsuka opened his mouth, but finally chose not to point out the unreasonableness of Obito's words, and chose to return to his position to prepare for the exam. It would take a lot of effort to expose it, and maybe some people would not believe it and think he was jealous. It can be said that it is a thankless task. They were deceived only because they were not good enough. If they had the ability and participated in the internship, they would not be deceived by such an outrageous lie. The scenery of the river country is very different from that of our fire country. There is a large desert that stretches as far as the eye can see. It is all sand and there are no green trees. Then Obito talked endlessly about the scenery he encountered during the mission, feeling the envious and shocked eyes of others. Obito felt very happy. After the invigilator entered the classroom, Obito stopped and reluctantly walked to his seat to prepare for the exam. When the test papers were handed out, Obito was no longer as brave and fearless as he had just been telling stories. He felt overwhelmed when he saw the black words on the white paper. After doing the questions for a while, Obito couldn't help looking around, and then he saw the figure of Might Guy writing furiously. Oh no, wasn't Kai reading a book just now? Obito remembered that his teammates seemed to have been silent. Thinking of this, Obito also started to do the questions attentively. After the results are announced, their mission resumes will definitely shock everyone's eyes. At that time, whoever has the lowest level of education between him and Might Guy will be embarrassed. At noon, many interns gathered together to discuss their internship life. Obito saw it and went over with Might Guy to join in the fun. The life of a ninja is not easy. It feels much more tiring than when I was in school. It's either miscellaneous tasks or training. Shire Anui Genma sighed. Indeed, I heard that the newly graduated genin can only do miscellaneous tasks. I don't know how long they will take. The intern next to him agreed. It's okay. I feel that the internship life is pretty good, Obito said with a smile. Of course you feel pretty good. Your instructor is Miyu. Shiranui Genma couldn't help but touch Obito's body with his fist and scolded with a smile. It turns out that Miyu is also responsible for guiding the interns. Obito, you are so lucky. The interns looked at Obito with envy. Except for Hyuga Kuriman, all other interns have participated in Miyu's summer special training. They know how comfortable it is to be taught by Miyu. It is completely different from other teachers. Because Obito is the first in the grade, Ebisu felt that this was not luck. Obito was a Uchiha family and the first in the grade. He must be taught by the best teacher. That's right, so it makes sense for Kai to intern with you. Shiranui Genma nodded in agreement. Since the final exam of the first semester of the 4th grade, it has basically been Might Guy and Obito competing for the first place. By the way, who is your other teammate? Hyuga Kuriman, Shiranui Genma asked curiously. Hyuga Kuriman was not here. In terms of strength, he thought that Hyuga Kamen was the most qualified to be the third person. Hyuga Kamen not only won the first place in the first practical test in the 4th grade, but also maintained the first place for a long time in the 2nd and 3rd grades. Obito and Might Guy both shook their heads. Hey, it's not Hyuga Kamen. Who is it? Shiranui Genma became even more curious. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. The students next to them also looked at Obito and the others curiously, wondering in their hearts which one was lucky enough to enter this internship class with full gold content. Might Guy gave a name that none of them had expected. It's Kakashi, Might Guy answered truthfully. How could it be Kakashi? Didn't he graduate a long time ago? It seems that he became a chunin when we were in the 2nd grade. Shiranui Genma never expected Kakashi to pop out of Might Guy's mouth. He thought that Obito's teammates would be outstanding students like Hyuga Kamen, Akaya Tyuo, and Shizu, but it turned out that they were not students of the ninja school at all. Yes, aren't we doing internships? Why are you teaming up with official ninjas? The students next to them were also very surprised. They were not unfamiliar with the name Kakashi, because Kakashi was once in the same grade as them. Even if they had never spoken to Kakashi, they had heard of his genius. I don't know, maybe this is the bond between my best friend and me. Might Guy smiled and gave a thumbs up with shining white teeth. Shiranui Genma. Then Shiranui Genma looked at Obito, and Obito nodded in affirmation, although he didn't know what was going on. Kakashi, who was already a chunin, had indeed become their internship teammate. Then your configuration is too good. Teacher Miyu is a special jonin, and Kakashi is a chunin. You are the first in the grade. I feel that doing odd jobs is unfair to you, a student exclaimed. You really guessed it right. Lord Hokage saw that we were too strong and allowed us to do sea-level tasks, Obito said with a smile. When Obito said this, the students next to him were even more envious, and no one questioned Obito's words. If it seems a bit fake that a chunin teacher is allowed by the Hokage to bring a few ordinary interns, but Obito's class configuration is too luxurious. The teacher is a special jonin, the teammates are genius chunins, and Might Guy and Obito have also defeated the official genin in the summer special training to prove their strength. Your treatment makes me feel like I'm doing a fake internship. Shiranui Genma thought about his life in the past 2 months and couldn't help but sigh. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Tell us quickly about the sea-level mission and what kind of enemies you encountered. Sea-level missions are just like that. Either you escort the client, or you subdue wild beasts and bandits. Obito tried to suppress the corners of his mouth that were rising and pretended to be indifferent. Facing Kakashi, he is a newbie. But facing the interns in the school, he is a senior mission person. As for the enemy, it depends on luck. If you are unlucky, you may encounter a ninja enemy. Generally, if there is a jonin, it will be changed to an A-level mission. If there is only a chunin, it is usually a B-level mission. It seems that our luck is not very good. We have encountered 2 jonin enemies. What? You also encountered a jonin in the mission? Twice. The students around showed extremely surprised expressions, and some even looked at Obito with a hint of doubt. Even if they are students, they know the value of jonin. This is easy to know, because ninja schools almost see jonin. Although Miyu has a lot of contact with them, Muyu is not a jonin, but a special jonin, which is one level lower. If you are a ninja family or a member of a ninja clan, you can understand the value of jonin even more. Even those powerful ninja clans generally don't have many jonin. You can still survive after encountering a jonin enemy. No, you can successfully complete the mission and come back. Teacher Muyu is just a special jonin. An intern looked at Obito with suspicion and asked. It's not that he doesn't trust Obito's character, but Obito's words are too exaggerated. The jonin is indeed very strong, but that strength is not impossible to surpass. If you fight hard, you can still defeat him. Might Guy smiled with his big white teeth. The memory of the three people defeating the jonin together is still deeply engraved in his mind. At that time, Might Guy really felt like he was facing death. Even with the two gates and full concentration breathing, he was not his opponent. He had to work together with Obito, who opened the Sharingan. The ninja level does not represent strength. I haven't graduated yet. It's different from defeating those formal ninjas. Although Muyu teacher is a special jonin, ordinary jonins are not his opponents at all. Obito refuted seriously. Mr. Muyu's words may work. Shire Anui Genma chose to believe that Muyu had the strength to defeat the jonin. It's different. The real jonin is very strong. Although I like Mr. Muyu, it's really hard to believe. The person who just questioned explained. His parents are both ninjas, and both are chunin, so he knows how difficult it is to become a jonin. You must be strong and have no shortcomings. And you must also have achievements. Obito wanted to explain in detail, but the bell rang, so he said, you will know whether it is true or not when you look at the results in a few days. Kai and I will both have 2 A-level mission completion records, both of which were encountered by jonin. After that, Obito and Might Guy quickly rushed back to the classroom. Seeing how confident Obito was, the questioning student began to waver. He also knew that the number of missions completed by interns would be announced when the exam results were announced, because the instructor used this to motivate them to do more missions. It's impossible. If Mr. Muyu is so strong, he shouldn't be teaching in the ninja school. After making some reasonable speculations, he felt relieved again, thinking that he would not be slapped in the face. He believed that Muyu was good at teaching and educating people, not fighting. Otherwise he would not have become a special jonin in the ninja school. Chapter 233, Attempt to seal the 8 diagrams. On the second day of the practical exam, Muyu's real body went to the exam site of the first grade class to check the situation. Although his real body has not been in school this semester, he has been promoted again and has an additional position as the deputy monitor of the teacher class. Now the only people with higher positions than him in the ninja school are Sarutobi Hiruzen, the principal and Hokage, and Shimano Hisanobu, the monitor of the teacher class and the dean of teaching. His real body led the students to do the task, but he did not give up the first grade class directly, leaving a shadow clone to teach the first grade class. Although the shadow clone does not have the blessing of teaching skills, the knowledge in his mind also exists. The effect will be worse than the real body but much better than other teachers. Considering that the first graders learn things more simply, it will not be much different. The shadow clone is indeed a very convenient ninjutsu, but the fatigue will come back with it, which is very troublesome. So Muyu releases it regularly to avoid being too strong all at once. Everyone looks very energetic. How did you do in the exam yesterday? Muyu greeted the students with a smile. Good morning, Teacher Muyu. I feel pretty good. Hongdu was the first to greet with a smile. Gang Ziti replied, it's just so-so. I feel like I did a little bit worse on the test. This was the answer from Kamatsuki Izumo. Almost, that's it. Shisui replied calmly. Compared with Muyu's questions, the questions in the ninja school were too easy. Looking at this picture that was almost the same as before, Muyu smiled. He had become much stronger in 2 months, but these students had not changed much. The invigilators who happened to arrive also greeted Muyu with a smile. Muyu left after watching the first round of battles in Class 1, Grade 1. The progress was indeed a little lower than last semester, but it was still in a considerable state. He did not go to Obito's class to watch the battle between Obito and Might Guy, but left a shadow clone to check the situation. The main body returned to his home in the main city of Konoha to practice the sealing technique. because the battle between Might Guy and Obito could be watched tomorrow. After returning home, Muyu began to study the Four Symbols Seal. Although his self-study speed was not as fast as learning from Kushina, it was still within an acceptable range, because the scroll of sealing technique given to him by Kushina also had Kushina's annotations. It was good to have a good teacher, but Kushina's identity prevented him from going there too often, even if he really just wanted to learn the sealing technique. Although Kushina and Minato were not married yet, they were already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. If he looked for her too often, he might be misunderstood. Muyu felt that Minato would believe him, but he could not guarantee whether Danzo would make trouble. What if Danzo saw that they were so close and suddenly asked him to dig into Minato's corner to win over the Jinchuriki? This would be very embarrassing, although it would not be a big deal even if he ignored Danzo. After all, he was now considered a member of the third Hokage, but Muyu wanted to be safe and did not want to see this happen. Muyu taught his disciples during the day, and usually studied the sealing technique and developed the breathing method at night. Now his Four Symbols Seal has reached the entry-level proficiency level of 150 points. Because he knew that Minato could stack the Four Symbols Seal twice to become the 8 Trigram Seal, Muyu tried to develop the 8 Trigram Seal, but the difficulty was beyond his imagination. Sealing techniques are not like bread. If you put one piece on the ground, you can easily put another piece on it without affecting each other. In fact, if the same sealing technique is performed twice on a person at the same time, it is not that the sealing technique becomes stronger, but the second seal covers the first seal. If it is a different sealing technique with similar effects, it cannot enhance the sealing effect, and may even affect each other, causing the effect to become worse. Minato must have made major improvements to the Four Symbols Seal. Otherwise it would be impossible to achieve the effect of the 8 Trigrams Seal. Muyu guessed after trying it. It was that improvement that gave the second Four Symbols Seal the ability to convert chakra. Muyu wanted to develop the 8 Trigrams Seal a little bit. It was too powerful to be able to convert the chakra leaked from the tailed beast into his own chakra. He doesn't have a tailed beast on him now, but who can say what will happen in the future? If there is a chance, he doesn't mind putting a power bank in his body. The system helped him increase his chakra by nearly 40,000 in 10 months, but Muyu felt that this was still too little, and it was definitely not comparable to those real chakra monsters. For example, the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails chakra was so exaggerated that Muyu dared not imagine how many digits it was. During the Fourth Ninja World War, Naruto distributed the Nine Tails chakra to all the Ninja Coalition forces, and all the Ninja Coalition forces were instantly strengthened. Hinata could barely hit a split body of the Ten Tails, but after receiving the Nine Tails chakra, she could hit the Ten Tails main body with the 8 diagrams empty palm. This is obviously because she directly obtained chakra that was twice her own chakra to suddenly become so much stronger. Naruto did not strengthen 1 or 2 people, but directly strengthened all the Ninja Coalition forces present. This is very scary, because the unit of the Ninja Coalition forces is 10,000. Even if only 10 points of chakra are given to 10,000 people, it would still require 100,000 points of chakra, so Muyu would not be too surprised even if the Nine Tails identified tens of millions or hundreds of millions of chakra. The Nine Tails is okay. After all, it was created by splitting the 10 tails, so it is normal to have more chakra. What Muyu couldn't understand the most was Hashirama. Naruto and the complete Nine Tails only had about the same chakra as Hashirama, so how much chakra would that require? Thinking of this, Muyu felt that his 40,000 chakras were pitifully few. He couldn't even give 5 points of chakra to 10,000 people. We still need to work harder, Muyu thought secretly in his heart. It was very promising for his disciples to develop to 100,000 chakras. The fourfold effect of the fourth trust level was 400,000 chakras per person. It was not as good as those tailed beasts and cheaters, but it was much better than ordinary people. After learning the sealing technique until the evening, Muyu made dinner and then studied the sealing technique for a while. After 8 o'clock, it was time to develop the water breathing technique. He had a strong talent for the sealing technique, and he also needed to develop a sealing technique that could enhance his endurance, so Muyu would spend more time on the sealing technique. On the morning of the third day of the exam, The grade practical battle began, and Muyu went to the 4th grade examination room to see the battle situation. At the age of 9, Obito's 2 Magatama Sharingan was still too dazzling, so Muyu prohibited Obito from using the Sharingan casually, just like Shisui, and could only use it during training or missions. In order to balance the combat power of the two and to make the disciples more low-key, Muyu banned Obito's Sharingan and also banned Might Guy from using the 2nd gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu in the practical examination of the ninja school. To be honest, Muyu opened the 2nd gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu and concentrated on breathing with the rock breathing, which could scare the Chunin teachers who were invigilating the exam. Might Guy's noon leopard could easily kick a Chunin teacher to death. It doesn't matter if he showed such strength in the Chunin exam, but it would be too much to show such strength in the ninja school exam. The 16 people who participated in the grade practical battle are all students who have become trainee ninjas. Yes, the selection criteria seem to be mainly based on strength. The first battle has not yet begun, and the students have already started discussing the contestants. The first exam is about to begin. Student number 1 Shiranui Genma and student number 2 Ebisa should be ready. The invigilator began to read the student list. Although we are friends, I will not show mercy. Shiranui Genma smiled and patted Ebisu. The same words are returned to you, Ebisa said unceremoniously, and walked towards the examination space with Shiranui Genma. It is the developer of the confuse enemy technique, someone among the students said. Ebisu's face suddenly darkened, and he looked back but could not find who it was. After the battle began, both sides used all their skills to attack each other. Although they have a good relationship, they will not give in the battle. The error-free version is read at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ published this novel for the first time. However, compared with Shiranui Genma, Ebisu's strength is still a little worse, and he was eventually defeated by Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma wins, the invigilator announced. It feels that their strength is indeed stronger. It seems that internship is really useful, an acquaintance said after watching the performance of the two. In fact, this is a very normal thing in Muyu's view, because although the other teachers are far from Muyu, they are also excellent teachers carefully selected, much stronger than ordinary Chunin teachers. Moreover, if they are taught as ninjas instead of students, there are more things to teach. In addition, they have more time to practice, so it is normal for them to become stronger faster than in normal classes at the ninja school. The second exam, number 3 Uchiha Obito vs. number 4 Hyuga Kamen. The invigilator quickly announced the next battle. It would be great if Might Guy and Obito met in advance. I came to the grade exam just to see their battle. Someone sighed. No one around refuted. Hyuga Kamen had indeed been in the limelight for quite a long time, but no one would think that he was an opponent of Obito or Might Guy. Meeting one of these two people would mean elimination. Hyuga Kamen was not in a good mood when he heard those discussions. Although he also knew that there was a high probability that he would not be able to win, it was very hurtful to say it directly. The battle begins. Seeing the examinee make the seal of opposition, the invigilator shouted. Hyuga Kamen immediately opened his Byakugan and the meridians around his eyes bulged to prepare for the battle. He wanted to defeat Uchiha Obito and then slap those people in the face. Flame breathing. Concentrate on breathing. Obito concentrated his breathing to absorb a large amount of oxygen to strengthen himself. The opponent was a student from a ninja school. Although he was once the top student in his grade, Obito and his teammates had defeated a Jonin before, so Obito didn't pay much attention to Hyuga Kamen and was ready to end the battle in one go. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Obito spit out a 3-meter-high flaming fireball at Hyuga Kamen. Hyuga Kamen naturally couldn't handle this level of fire style, and burst out chakra to dodge. Obito ran directly to where Hyuga Kamen was dodging. Hyuga Kamen's Byakugan could clearly see that Obito was running towards him. Whoosh! Obito used the shaving to accelerate and appeared next to Hyuga Kamen, then poured power into his right arm, and used the breathing method to drive the chakra to throw a heavy punch. Hyuga Kamen could clearly see that the fist was constantly approaching him. He tried hard to dodge, but his body's speed could not keep up with his insight. nor could it keep up with Obito's punching speed. Bang! Hyuga Kamen was directly knocked away by a punch, and then Obito threw a kunai at the side of Hyuga Kamen, who fell, and the meaning he wanted to express was very clear: Akaya Obito wins. The invigilator announced Obito's victory directly. If this was a real battle, Hyuga Kamen would have been killed by Obito. It feels like Obito has improved a lot. He killed Hyuga Kamen in 1 second with taijutsu. Shiranui Genma was overwhelmed when he saw Obito easily kill Hyuga Kamen. According to the rules, his next opponent is Obito. He didn't even have the confidence to beat Hyuga Kamen, let alone Obito, who could kill Hyuga Kamen in 1 second. The other students were a little surprised that Hyuga Kamen was killed by Obito with taijutsu. They thought that Hyuga Kamen would lose quickly, but they didn't expect that Obito would eliminate Hyuga Kamen with 1 kick without using much ninjutsu. With this kind of taijutsu, it feels like Obito has a greater chance of winning this time. The onlookers sighed. Might Guy only knows taijutsu, while Obito's taijutsu has become stronger and he has mastered excellent fire escape, so he thinks Obito will have a greater chance of winning. There were only 16 students participating in the grade competition, and the pace was much faster than the class competition. Miyu soon saw the battle between Obito and Might Guy. Due to the sequence number, they did not meet in the finals this time, but met in the top 4. The entrance of the 2 heavyweight candidates made the students and teachers watching show serious expressions. Chapter 234, Unmatched Fire Style. You can leave after watching this battle. The winner will definitely be the first. I heard that both of them went to practice with teacher Miyu. Obito's physical skills have obviously improved. Although Might Guy has not shown it, he should have improved as well. I just don't know if his improvement is as great as Obito's. The students watching the battle were looking forward to the battle between the two, because Might Guy and Obito often win and lose in battles, and their strength is far superior to other students. It is very interesting to watch. Okay, you haven't forgotten the restrictions, right? Don't get excited and open the second gate directly. Before the battle began, Obito reminded him, he can ensure that he will not open the Sharingan, and he is worried that Might Guy will forget the restrictions and open the second gate because he is too excited. Don't underestimate me in this regard. I have kept it in mind as a self-discipline. Might Guy smiled and gave himself a thumbs up. After a brief exchange, the two made the seal of opposition and were ready to start fighting at any time. The invigilator saw that the two had already taken their positions, and about 20 seconds later he shouted, "The battle begins." As soon as the invigilator finished speaking, Obito and Might Guy quickly changed their breathing and entered the state of breathing, flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito directly entered the state of concentrated breathing, which was very physically demanding. After a period of constant practice, Obito felt that his endurance in breathing should be stronger. Bang, bang. The two figures kept flashing, punching and kicking very quickly. Although they were old opponents who had fought countless times, not only often fought in the school's practical exams, but also often arranged various combat training by Miyu, but they all tacitly carried out a wave of tentative attacks first, because they all knew that the other party's strength had increased a lot. Although Obito could not open the Sharingan, the increased chakra in his body could be used, and the progress of breathing and yin escape was also real. Although Might Guy could not use the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, his breathing method had also improved, and his physique had become stronger. After some probing, both sides had a little confidence. The first gate of the 8 gates, open, open. Might Guy directly opened the 8 gates, further increasing his physical strength. After the test, Obito quickly dodged and distanced himself. Because it was a flat open space and the range was not large, he had to leave enough distance to allow himself time to release his ninjutsu, so as not to be directly knocked down by Might Guy's full-strength kick. The venue was at a disadvantage, so he had to be fully prepared. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito gathered chakra in his throat and quickly changed its nature, creating a huge fireball burning with blazing flames. Looking at the incoming great fireball, Might Guy remained calm, knowing that this ninjutsu was just a feint and he had to be careful behind. Whoosh! Might Guy burst out his leg chakra, and his already fast speed increased again. dodging the huge fireball rushing towards him at a very fast speed. What a fast speed! It feels like he appeared in another place in the blink of an eye. The students watching were amazed at the terrifying physique of Might Guy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Exclamation mark! Obito kept throwing shurikens with his right hand to interfere with Might Guy's actions. But Might Guy dodged at a very fast speed and kept approaching Obito. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Suddenly, Obito opened his mouth and spit out small fireballs at Might Guy at a high speed. Might Guy was slightly surprised. He knew this ninjutsu? And it was not a no-mark ninjutsu. But when he saw Obito's left hand hidden behind his back, he immediately understood everything. In the past, Obito liked to use a kunai to seal the phoenix flower chloride with one hand. This time he chose not to combine ninja tools and changed his habit to catch Might Guy off guard. Might Guy understood it, but the students watching below were immediately shocked by Obito's methods. What's going on? I didn't see Obito seal the fire style. How can he release fire style? Don't ninjutsu require seals? The students watching said with surprise. Yes, I saw he was still throwing shurikens. How could he suddenly spit out fireballs? Shiranui Genma showed a thoughtful expression. Not to mention the students' surprise and confusion. The teachers were all confused, not knowing what was going on. How could Uchiha Obito be able to release the fire-style ninjutsu without seals? A teacher asked in confusion. Teacher Ikutani, he is a student in your class. Did you know that? The teacher next to Ikutani Yong asked Ikutani Yong, well, he can have his current strength mainly because of his own efforts. Maybe it's the Uchiha's advanced application skills of fire style. Ikutani Yong thought about it for a while and then answered. If someone else asked him, he couldn't understand it, so he could only make up a decent one. It's indeed possible. After all, the Uchiha clan is very good at fire style. The teacher who asked the question felt that what Ikutani Yong said made sense. It can be said that it is the application skills of fire style, but this is not a ninjutsu without seals, but a single-handed seal. You can recall whether Obito only used one hand to throw the shuriken just now. Muyu stepped forward to popularize science. The essence of hand seals is to guide chakra. If you have a sufficient understanding of ninjutsu, you can make hand seals with one hand, but it may affect the power of ninjutsu. This is a little-known fact in the ninja world, but it is not too outrageous. The advantage of hand seals with one hand is mainly the concealment of ninjutsu. Real masters can make hand seals very quickly, and their physical skills are very strong. There are rarely times when they cannot use ninjutsu. The stronger ones can even simplify hand seals or not make hand seals without affecting the power. Obito is actually taking advantage of this. He has the blessing of the breath of fire. Mr. Muyu, you are still observing carefully. Ikutani Yong thought about it and felt that what Muyu said made sense. By the way, isn't Uchiha Obito the intern you are leading, Director Muyu? Could this skill? The Chunin teacher next to him looked at Muyu with surprise. It's not a great skill. If you practice more, everyone will have the opportunity to learn it. Muyu smiled and replied. Today is different from the past. He has to gradually strengthen his apparent strength. If he has the opportunity, he can stand up and explain some battles to show his ninja knowledge. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing, at close range, facing the small fireballs that were attacking him. Might Guy could only concentrate his breathing to increase his physical strength. At this time, except for the second gate of the 8 gates, he had already burst out all his strength. Once full concentration breathing was used, Might Guy's aura immediately became stronger. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book _ released this novel for the first time. The power increased by full concentration breathing is not static. It will become stronger as the breathing method improves. Now Might Guy's breathing method is much stronger than when he first started. Might Guy concentrated his chakra on his feet, kicked the first 2 fireballs that arrived, and then burst out at high speed to dodge the next fireballs, and hit the ones that he couldn't dodge. Rock breathing can greatly strengthen the body, not only in terms of strength and speed, but also in all aspects of the body. So the body's defense ability will also increase. In game terms, it can not only increase attack power, but also increase life defense. Thanks to the chakra amplification and the improvement of rock breathing, Might Guy looked very embarrassed on the surface, but in fact he did not suffer any damage that could affect the battle. Akai's body is so strong, he kicked away several fireballs and still ran so fast. Wasn't he burned by the fire escape? Obito's one-handed fire escape seal surprised everyone, and Might Guy's resistance to the fire escape also shocked the students watching. Just when everyone thought the situation was about to change, Obito retreated while quickly forming seals. Magic tree binding kill. Obito immediately used this illusion he had just learned on Might Guy. At present, everything was still under his control. The huge fireball forced him to move, and the sudden attack of the Phoenix Fire forced Might Guy to use his full strength and get injured. Next is a good time to use illusions. Might Guy only felt that a big tree suddenly drilled out of the ground and tied him up tightly, making him unable to move. Haha, this is something I deliberately saved for the actual combat in the grade, just to get the first place in the grade. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. When he fought against Might Guy in the class yesterday, he deliberately kept this trick for use in the grade practical battle. Obito walked towards Might Guy with a kunai in his hand. The tree did not exist in the eyes of other people. In the eyes of the spectators, Might Guy just stopped moving while running. When he put the kunai on Might Guy's neck, the invigilator would announce his victory. What's going on? Why did Akai suddenly stop moving? Shire Anui Genma felt that the fight between the two had become weird. It should be a genjutsu. It seems that Obito is going to win, Ebisu guessed. Although his actual combat ability is average, he has learned the theory very well. He immediately thought that Might Guy was under a genjutsu. Genjutsu middle dot resolve. Just when Obito was about to open the champagne in his heart, Might Guy, who had originally looked absent-minded, suddenly regained clarity in his eyes. Konoha Greeki tornado. Might Guy's chakra burst out and kicked out a whirlwind kick at high speed. After suffering from the genjutsu, he specifically looked for Muyu to learn how to deal with genjutsu-type ninjas and remove genjutsu. Might Guy's sudden outburst caught Obito, who thought he had succeeded, off guard. He could only put his hands on his chest to block Might Guy's attack. Bang! Under Might Guy's powerful kick, Obito flew backwards, and Might Guy took advantage of the situation and jumped up to give Obito an aerial elbow, causing Obito to fall rapidly. Boom! Obito slammed to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. The battle between Obito, who fell to the ground, and Might Guy, who was standing next to Obito, had already been decided. Might Guy wins. The invigilator announced Might Guy's victory. It seems that Obito's combat proficiency still needs to be strengthened. Muyu thought to himself. Although the terrain was favorable to Might Guy, Obito gained the advantage through a surprise move in the middle, and his chances of winning were great, but he lost in the last wave. There is another 3K later. Chapter 235 Mastery Level Physical Technique. Akai really can't be underestimated at all. Although his offensive means are only physical skills, this physical skill is too strong. Shire Anui Genma sighed. At first, he was more optimistic about Obito, because Obito's own ninjutsu is very powerful, and this time he showed strong physical skills, and he has no shortcomings. Could it be that Might Guy's father is a powerful physical ninja, so strong? Ebisu fell into deep thought. There was constant discussion on the scene. The performance of Might Guy and Obito in the battle just now was too extraordinary for ordinary students. I didn't expect that you also have a trick up your sleeve, Akai, Obito said weakly. After enduring Might Guy's full-strength kick and elbow strike with full concentration breathing, Obito felt that if he didn't have the breath of fire, he would have fainted now. Haha, I didn't have the chance to use it before, Might Guy said with a big laugh, showing 2 rows of white teeth. He didn't hide it on purpose. This was the first illusion he encountered after learning to remove illusions. Might Guy reached out his hand to Obito, and Obito grabbed it. Then Might Guy helped Obito out of the battlefield. There was another 4-2 battle to be carried out later. Obito, are you okay? Nohara Rin asked softly with concern. Hearing Nohara Rin's words, Obito seemed to be healed all of a sudden. He didn't need Might Guy's support anymore. He walked a few steps in front of Nohara Rin with his chest and head held high and said, "It's okay, what can happen to me? I was just hit twice." "Really?" Nohara Rin looked at Obito with a suspicious face, and poked Obito's waist with her finger. Hiss! Obito felt a sharp pain in an instant. His eyes widened and he took a breath of cold air. You said you were okay, but your face turned pale because of the pain. Nohara-rin stared at Obito's eyes and said with a stern face, I have been watching you and Kai fighting. When you were knocked down, it seemed as if the ground was about to be smashed open. How could you be fine? Obito remained silent. He wanted to be a strong man in Nohara-rin's eyes. How could a strong man say that he was in pain? Let me help you heal. Nohara-rin showed a helpless expression and prepared to pull Obito to the side for treatment. K, come here too. You should have been injured by the fire escape. It would be bad if it affects the next battle. Might Guy nodded. He was not at the level of being able to resist ninjutsu without getting hurt. He was still a little injured when resisting the Phoenix Fire, but he could endure it with perseverance. Miyu watched this scene and did not treat him himself. He would not compete with Nohara-rin for this little job. The three of them avoided the crowd and began to treat him next to the quiet tree. Nohara-rin's hand emitted a green chakra light, and then placed it on Obito's stomach. She has been learning medical ninjutsu for more than 5 months and can use medical ninjutsu for treatment. Thank you, Zealand. I'm really sorry to bother you. Obito scratched his head and thanked Nohara-rin. Although his pretended strength was exposed and his mood was a little subtle, Obito was still very grateful to Nohara-rin. Might Guy also thanked her and gave Nohara-rin a thumbs up and said, I'm back to my peak in an instant. Thank you so much. I don't have powerful fire escape or fast physical skills like you, but you can leave the treatment to me. Nohara-rin smiled. Especially Obito. Don't be stubborn. You must tell me when you need treatment. Or do you not believe in my ability? Nohara-rin asked Obito with her hands on her hips and her cheeks slightly puffed up. Of course not. Obito denied it immediately. Although he was not particularly good at pleasing girls, he knew that he must not say yes at this time. It's just that sometimes I really feel that there is no problem. Obito couldn't think of a good answer, so he chose to be stubborn. I'm really worried, Nohara-rin said helplessly with her hand on her forehead. She was really worried about what would happen to Obito after graduation. When Miyu and she were not around, his teammates might not be as reliable as Kakashi and Might Guy. What would he do if he got hurt during the mission? Obito couldn't help laughing when listening to Nohara-rin's words. Although it sounded like a reproach, it just showed that Nohara-rin cared about him. After the treatment, they returned to the examination venue. Not long after, the last 4-2 match was over, and the final battle of the practical exam began. However, half of the students who watched the match had already left because they felt that there was no need to watch it, and the winner would definitely be Might Guy. The remaining half who didn't leave also thought that the winner would definitely be Might Guy, but some of them thought that since they had already seen the 4-2 match, they might as well just watch it and leave. Might Guy wins. The fact was just as they thought. Might Guy won, and he won very cleanly. The opponent was not Obito. Might Guy didn't even open the 8 gates of a ninjutsu. He was defeated in seconds as soon as he opened the breathing method. The invigilator shouted when as soon as he shouted start. Today's youth is burning very hot. Might Guy, who won the first place in the grade, gave himself a thumbs up. Once again, he is on the road to his dream. Okay. Congratulations on winning the first place in the grade. You performed very well today. Miyu smiled and sent blessings to his disciple in time, and gave him a calligraphy written by Might Guy himself. Where there is a will, there is a way. Looking at the words above, Might Guy seemed to feel Miyu's expectations of him. Teacher Miyu, don't worry. I will definitely try my best to practice, realize my dream, and live up to your teachings. Might Guy cried with tears and clenched his fists. I believe in you. You will succeed and become the strongest in physical skills. Miyu said with a warm smile. You gave your disciple a handwritten calligraphy, and the disciple is very grateful for the reward of a big critical hit, and got the reward splitting tiles, mastery. When seeing this reward, Miyu didn't react for a while, thinking what the mastery level of splitting tiles is. Is it extremely proficient in splitting tiles? When the system skill practice memory was in Miyu's mind, he remembered which world this skill came from. The tile split is a fighting skill in the Pokemon world. It is performed by using a hand knife to split downwards. It is quite powerful and can destroy light walls or reflective walls. After the system was localized, the tile split became a physical skill. It is still performed by using a hand knife to attack, but there are two ways of attack. One is a close combat tile split, which uses chakra to wrap the hand to enhance the penetrating ability of the hand and then splits the hand knife. The second is a long-range attack, which consumes more chakra and is less powerful than the close combat tile split, but the advantage is that it can be used to split enemies at a distance, which is a bit similar to the 8 diagrams palm. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. After sorting out the cultivation memory a little, Miyu was very satisfied with this reward, because this physical skill not only has two ways of attack, but also has good power. Although it is just a hand knife, it is obviously not a random hand knife that can be compared with the system's tile split. For example, Tsunade's strange power punch, which looks ordinary and swings a punch, but in fact, it contains very technical chakra operation skills. Although the tile splitting skill is not as easy to operate as the strange power, it is not something that can be used casually. The key is to compress the chakra to make the chakra density higher and stronger. Why not change the name to Konoha hand blade? The tile splitting skill sounds weird. Miyu felt that she could change the name since she was teaching her disciples. In addition to giving gifts and congratulations to the victorious disciples, Miyu did not forget to comfort the defeated Obito. After the training in the South Forest, she had a chat. Although she knew that she could no longer trigger the reward, she also gave Obito a calligraphy she wrote. The ninja school exams were over, and Miyu's disciples' vacations were over, and they resumed their previous training rhythm. On the first day after the exams, in order to allow the disciples to recover as soon as possible, Miyu directly increased the intensity. Shisui and Obito conducted special training on questions, and Kakashi and Miyu's shadow clones used thunder breathing to fight. This time, we will try to keep the number of questions within 30. Obito was full of fighting spirit, and the number of questions he had in almost every special training session was decreasing. Just dodge like before. Shisui was also extremely confident in himself, because he had successfully dodged Miyu's attack, and that was without opening the Sharingan. The training began, and the two of them still ran separately, and then were chased by the shadow clones. Shisui directly opened the Sharingan to observe the actions of Miyu's shadow clones. Although he had dodged once, Shisui still did not stand still and waited for Miyu to attack, because he knew that such a good state was not available at all times. If he wanted to be hit less, he had to reduce the number of times he was attacked by Miyu. When he had to dodge, Shisui stopped and stared at Miyu's fingers with bloodshot eyes. I want to complete what my grandfather did not complete. I want the Uchiha clan to no longer be prejudiced. I am the first disciple of teacher Miyu. I can dodge this attack. Shisui's expression became more and more relaxed, but his eyes became more and more determined. Flame breathing. Breathe with full concentration. As he continued to concentrate his breathing, Shisui seemed to really feel that there was a flame burning in his body, which provided him with a constant source of power through burning. In the end, Miyu's fingers brushed against Shisui's hair, and he succeeded. Shisui's mouth corners slightly raised, and he immediately used the instant body technique to distance himself and continued to dodge Miyu's pursuit. Obito was hit 17 times and dodged twice, so he had to do 30 questions in total. Shisui was hit 15 times and dodged twice, so he had to do 26 questions in total. After the special training, Miyu announced the results. Only 26 questions. Obito looked at Shisui with envy. Although he still made progress, it was a little less than Shisui's huge progress. Only 4 questions left. Shisui smiled and comforted Obito. He was very satisfied with his results this time. That's a full 4 questions. Obito felt that people's joys and sorrows were not the same. How could 4 questions be described as just 1 question? Bang! Miyu's finger hit Obito's head. Obito subconsciously dodged with all his strength, but Miyu's finger finally landed accurately on Obito's forehead and said, "If you think it's too much and can't finish it, you can do it in installments." No, I still want to try hard. Obito wanted to get rid of the bad habit of doing it in installments. The day after the exam, Obito did not go directly to the South Forest after getting up in the morning, but went to the ninja school, because today is the day when the ninja school releases its results. Miyu says that they can go and see the results first before going to the South Forest to practice. Obito is looking forward to the expressions of those people when they see his mission history on his results. Chapter 236 Exam Results. How many points can I get this time? With a good mood, Hongdu and her two good brothers squeezed into the score column surrounded by the crowd. Hongdu's big eyes quickly scanned the score column and successfully found the scores of their first-year class, and then looked for her own score from it. Hey, only 81 points. Hongdu looked at her score and scratched her head, not very satisfied. This time she really reviewed for 2 days. She did not go out to play on Saturday and Sunday, but reviewed instead, and the result was still about the same as before. Then Hongdu looked at the score of Gang Ziti, who said that he had done average before, and saw a big 97 on it. Hongdu couldn't help but clench her fist. Then Hongdu looked for Shinryu Izumo, who claimed that he did a little bit poorly, and found that he had 98 points, 1 point more than Gang Ziti, and couldn't help but clench her fist a little more. As for Shizui's score, Hongdu had already seen it when looking for their scores, 100 points. Okay, 97 is average, and 98 is poor, right? Hongdu immediately wanted to give her two good brothers a little shock of being the second in the grade. Shizui said it was just like that, but he got 100 points in the exam. Why don't you go and make trouble for him? Seeing that the situation was not good, Izumo Kamatsuki wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, because he always gets 100 points in the exam, even if he says it is still the same. It does make sense, Anko said, rubbing her hands. Of course, the main reason is that she is not so close to Shizui, and then she can't beat him. We always get the same score, Gang Ziti said, unconvinced. But you are too pretentious. Anko was ready to hit hard. Wow, look, Might Guy and Uchiha Obito actually completed a B-level mission, and even 2 A-level missions. I remember the teacher seemed to say that D-level and C-level are the tasks of Genin, and Chunin do C-level and B-level. Even Chunin can't do A-level tasks. How did they get A-level tasks? The student, who was also an intern, was very puzzled by this. The score column was instantly full of discussions about the amazing mission resumes of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. Among the D-level mission records of interns, Might Guy's 2 A-level and 1 B-level are really eye-catching. In fact, not only the students who were looking at the results were surprised, but also the teachers who saw the resumes of the two were shocked when they posted the results, because they had only done some B-level missions and had never done A-level missions. Red Bean, who loves to join in the fun, temporarily let go of the two good brothers and squeezed over with them to watch Obito's results. Uchiha Tsuo was not used to looking at the results, but because of the big talk Obito said in class before, he curiously came to the results column to watch the show, wanting to see how Obito would end up, and as a result, he heard the shocked words of the students. How is it possible? Uchiha Tsuo frowned. This is not a ninja at all. Seeing is believing, hearing is false. Uchiha Tsuo squeezed in with his hard power, looking for Obito's results. I really completed A-level and B-level missions, and even 2 A-level missions and 1 B-level mission. Uchiha Tsuo instantly showed an extremely shocked expression. He didn't expect that Obito's words that sounded so fake were actually true. How is it possible? How did an intern take on a mission that even a regular genin couldn't take? Uchiha Tsuo racked his brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that he changed it early because he was worried that his lie would be exposed? Uchiha Tsuo thought to himself. He would rather believe that it was fake than believe that it was the truth, because it really went against his common sense. Not only Uchiha Tsuo, but many people came specifically for Obito's grades. There were classmates from Obito's class, and there were also interns who thought Obito was bragging before. When they saw the results on the results column, they were shocked for a moment, and then they had a phantom pain of being slapped in the face by the void. How could there really be 2 A-level missions? Could it be that Teacher Miyu is not only powerful in teaching, but also has strength that exceeds that of ordinary jonin? The intern who questioned Obito at the beginning felt his face burning. It's really the same as Obito said. I really envy Obito and Kai. This internship is too exciting. They actually fought with Jonin in the mission. Shire Anui Genma looked at Obito's 2 dazzling A-level tasks and showed an envious expression. The Jonin should be dealt with by Muyu teacher, and Obito and his team will mainly deal with enemies below the Jonin of the enemy, or assist Muyu teacher in the battle with the Jonin. Ebisu analyzed rationally. He felt that no matter how strong Obito and Might Guy were, they were not strong enough to fight against the Jonin, which were the high-level combat forces of the 5 major ninja villages. Anyway, this is too amazing. Everyone is obviously an inter-ninja. When we were doing the grocery mission, Obito and his team were already fighting with the ninjas of the enemy village. Shire Anui Genma sighed. He felt that he and Obito and his team were not in the same world. Ebisu nodded. This resume was indeed explosive, beating all the interns of the same period. The facts were in front of them. Even those interns who didn't believe in Obito before had to admit that they underestimated Obito. At this time, Obito and Might Guy appeared, and they were accompanied by Nohara Rin and Kakashi. At this time, the onlookers were still discussing how Obito and Might Guy completed the A-level mission. Hey, K, they seem to be discussing us. Obito smiled as he listened to the students' discussion. The reason why Kakashi appeared here was because he deliberately pulled him here, wanting to show off in front of Kakashi. Before, Kakashi had been showing off one-sidedly, and he had long wanted Kakashi to experience his feelings. But it is true that we are too outstanding. Not everyone has the privilege of doing higher-level tasks in advance. Without waiting for Might Guy to speak, Obito said another sentence. I think this has a lot to do with Teacher Muyu. Kakashi, who was not used to it, said lightly. Indeed, in the end, the Hokage asked Teacher Muyu before giving us the privilege. Might Guy touched his chin and nodded. He acknowledged his excellence and felt that Muyu played a big role in it. Because there were too many students watching and it was messy, not many people noticed the arrival of Obito and his friends. Even if they saw it, they would chat with their friends at most, and would not suddenly shout, "Look, Uchiha Obito is here." When a few people squeezed in, they were gradually seen by more people. Obito, K, Zealand, hello, Kakashi, you are here too. Long time no see. Shire Anui Genma looked at Kakashi as if he saw something strange. He was not as close to Kakashi as Obito and Nohara Rin, so he hadn't seen Kakashi for more than 3 years. Yeah, long time no see. Kakashi nodded calmly in response. I knew that what you said must be true. Obito, you are so strong. Shire Anui Genma patted Obito on the shoulder and said with a smile, of course I won't brag. In fact, it's just okay. Hearing Shire Anui Genma's direct praise, Obito was very happy, trying to control the corners of his mouth from floating too much, and said modestly, how about it, Kakashi? This is something you couldn't do before. Obito raised the corners of his mouth and pointed to the number of tasks completed on his grades. When I graduated, there was no system of trainee ninjas. Of course there was no system, Kakashi said calmly. Although he thought it would be difficult to replicate such a resume even if he became an intern ninja, Kakashi had no intention of flattering Obito standing in front of him. He just wanted to hit him hard. You said it as if you could do it as an intern. Didn't you say that there would be no accidents in sea-level missions? Obito said with a curled lip. Obito's words made Kakashi silent. This was something he had not figured out until now. Although accidents were more likely to happen during wartime, it was a bit exaggerated that all 3 of their missions had accidents. They even encountered elite Jonin candidate Trikage. It was because of the wartime, plus bad luck. It wouldn't be like this normally. Kakashi gave what he thought was the most reasonable explanation. Then Kakashi looked at the score column and found a point to attack Obito. You have one thing that I really can't do. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Oh, Kakashi, you finally admitted it. Obito's smile became brighter, but before Obito finished laughing, Kakashi continued, I can get 40 points in the theory exam. I really can't do that. After all, it's such a simple test. Even if I just do it casually, the total score should be more than 60. The smile on Obito's face froze, and he thought to himself that it was bad. He only thought about getting a slap in the face today, and forgot that there was also his poor theory score on it. He has been training with Muyu this semester. He was able to get 40 points because the last semester's exam was based on what he had taught before, and he also did the questions Muyu gave him. So what if you are a little worse in theory? Even if you are good at doing questions, you can't beat your opponent. You still lost to me in actual combat. Seeing that Kakashi was targeting his weaknesses, Obito also talked about the last time he defeated Kakashi, not to mention Kakashi's feelings. The students who were looking at the results next to him were shocked by Obito's words that contained a huge amount of information. Obito defeated Kakashi in actual combat? Shiranui Genma was stunned by surprise. Anyone who is a student of the same class as Kakashi knows how strong Kakashi is. He is not just ordinary strong, but extremely strong. He gives people a feeling that no matter how hard you try, you can never surpass him. When others have not yet mastered the clone technique, Kakashi can already use shadow clones. When others are still trying to get the shuriken and kunai on the target, Kakashi can already casually throw out a hand of shurikens and hit them all. When others are still in the Jonin school, Kakashi quickly graduated early. He became a genin at the age of 5 and a chunin at the age of 6. His promotion speed left behind a lot of seniors who have already become genin. So Shiranui Genma was so surprised when he heard Obito say that he had defeated Kakashi in actual combat. One victory does not mean victory every time. I will win back sooner or later. Kakashi admitted his failure. The conversation between the two made the surrounding fourth-year students fall into silence, and they all showed an expression of worldview collapse, especially those interns who knew that Kakashi was Obito's teammate. They thought that Obito was carried away by Kakashi, but now Obito's strength is actually stronger than Kakashi. My dear friend, keep working hard. I've been waiting for your challenge. Might Guy showed his big white teeth and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. That day won't be too far away, Kakashi said seriously. He has almost mastered the full concentration breathing of thunder breathing. When the time comes, he will complete the training of Qingzong and learn to use the nature change to strengthen the reaction nerves. His strength will undergo a qualitative change. The conversation between Might Guy and Kakashi shocked the people around him again. Kakashi's battle with Might Guy was actually in the posture of a challenger, so he also lost to Might Guy. But thinking that Obito, who defeated Kakashi a few days ago, also lost to Might Guy, everything made sense. I'm really getting further and further away from them. Shiranui Genma sighed in his heart. Before the summer special training, he still had the idea of catching up with Might Guy and Obito, but now he has completely lost it because the gap is too big and he can't even think of catching up. He defeated a chunin before graduation, and it was a genius ninja like Kakashi. No wonder I always feel that Kai and the others are so strong every time I see them fighting. It turns out that their strength has reached this level. Shiranui Genma seemed to understand everything. Kakashi noticed that someone was looking at him with strange eyes, as if he saw the celebrity he once followed had collapsed. But Kakashi ignored it. The only useful thing he learned after that incident was to ignore the eyes and words of irrelevant people. After reading the results, accompanied by the back-and-forth communication between Kakashi and Obito, several people returned to the forest to start training. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to practice and achieved perfect results in the academic assessment, and received rewards. Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to practice and achieved good results in the academic assessment, and received rewards. Chakra plus 170. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to practice and achieved good results in the academic assessment, and received rewards. Chakra plus 230. After the results were released, Muyu also received the settlement of the exam rewards, with a total chakra gain of 700 points and a useful ninjutsu proficiency scroll. Although the actual combat results were almost the same as before, the theoretical results dropped a little because he had not studied for a while, but Muyu did not care, because during that time, he earned much more chakra by taking Obito and others to complete tasks than the points he earned in the exam. He trained with his disciples for 3 days as usual. On the 6th day after the exam, Muyu took his disciples to the Hokage building to do a task. In addition, it was Obito's birthday and the exam. This time they stayed in Konoha for more than half a month, so they could do some tasks to stretch their muscles. Are there any sea-level tasks? Any country and type are fine, Miyu asked. This time he did not have a strong purpose and was ready to go with the flow. It's already 10 o'clock, and I was worried that someone might be waiting anxiously, so I just posted it directly. I didn't mean to interrupt it maliciously. In addition, I felt a little uncomfortable today and had diarrhea. I was ready to go to the bathroom when I was typing this paragraph. There will be more later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 War Mission, Sea-Level Missions. Let me see. The registered ninja lowered his head and looked through it for a while. There are sea-level missions, but the rest are some war missions. The recent ordinary sea-level missions have been completed. The registered ninja looked up and said, there are still a few D-level missions. How about Miyu? You take some D-level missions first, and wait until tomorrow to see if there are any new sea-level commissioned missions, the registered ninja recommended. What a coincidence. Miyu didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. He originally wanted to see how much reward he could get for a normal sea-level mission, but he didn't expect that the mission was actually completed. After thinking about it, Miyu decided to take the students back to practice. There was no need to do D-level missions. The reward of chakra was too low. It would be better to let the disciples train for a day. Then uncle, just let us do B-level missions. You see, we have completed 2 A-level missions. There will be no problem doing B-level missions, Obito said with a smile. He didn't want to do D-level missions. After doing C-level missions, he didn't want to go back to do those miscellaneous missions, unless he was really short of money and had no other missions to do. When you become a chunin, I can give you a B-level mission. The registered ninja said that resumes were useless to him, and he only looked at the ninja level. Look, in our team, Miyu teacher is a special jonin, Kakashi is a chunin, and we two haven't graduated yet, so we don't count. This definitely meets the requirements for taking B-level missions. Obito tried to get away with it. No, you have a trainee ninja certificate, so you count as trainee ninjas, the registered ninja said with a face full of mercy. Then let us take sea-level war missions. Anyway, they are all sea-level missions, so there shouldn't be much difference. Obito still didn't give up. Very different. The registered ninja's expression suddenly became serious. War missions are related to war after all, and the battlefield is not something a child like you can set foot on. Wait until you become a chunin before you have this idea. What's wrong, Sawada? You have a stern face even when talking to a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen happened to walk down and asked with a smile. If he has finished his official duties, he will also sit in the mission hall for a while, so that the client can feel the importance of Konoha to the commissioned mission, and the Konoha ninja who comes to take the mission can also feel the care of the Hokage. Sandame-sama, the thing is, Miyu Jonin came to take the sea-level mission, but now the sea-level mission is only the war mission, and this child named Obito. Sawada Kazuya greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with a respectful face, and explained the whole story clearly. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, put the pipe in his mouth, and showed a thoughtful expression. In terms of strength, he thinks that Miyu's team will definitely have no problem carrying out B-level missions. The overall strength of Miyu's class is not weak. Miyu, an ninja from the root, is not as strong as a special jonin. Kakashi is an experienced chunin, and Obito and Might Guy are also good. The ninjas encountered in B-level missions are generally genin. If the ninja level is higher, you have to pay more money and increase the mission level. Miyu's class will definitely not fail when fighting genin with this configuration. However, after all, there are 2 interns in Miyu's team. He has already given them the privilege of sea-level missions. It is not good to give them higher privileges. Uncle Hokage, you know the strength of our team. Sea-level war missions are also sea-level missions. We will definitely have no problem. Obito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with expectant eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out smoke for a while, thought for a while and said to Sawada Kazuya, Show me the sea-level war mission. Taking the mission scroll handed over by Sawada Kazuya, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at it carefully and found an escort mission to escort food to the battlefield of the Land of Grass. Sea-level war missions will not involve ninja battles, and basically they are all about logistics. Originally, this kind of mission to escort food and grass should not be sea level, because there is a high probability that there will be attacks by ninjas from enemy villages, but the current situation is that Konoha and Iwagakure are fighting in the Land of Grass, and each occupies half of the land, so it is difficult for Iwagakure to go around to the Land of Fire to attack. Team ninjas can bring their own dry food or hunt on the spot, but this large-scale and long-term war is not possible, and food must be transported from the rear. Generally, there are two situations. One is that the front line has no food due to various accidents and the rear is urgently required to transport it at a high speed. The other is that the rear regularly transports food to the front line. This sea-level task belongs to the latter. Your team has indeed performed well. I will make another exception for your excellence and let you do a war mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and handed the task of escorting food to Muyu. Muyu, what do you think of this task? Muyu took the task scroll with both hands, carefully read the content of the task, and then nodded and said, "We will definitely not disappoint your expectations, the third generation, and we will definitely complete this task perfectly." Muyu was quite satisfied with this task. Although it was a war mission, it was a war mission that would not encounter danger. He thought it was good to have a community leader in the team. If it weren't for Obito, they wouldn't be able to do the mission today and would have to go back to training. Muyu could be as thick-skinned as Obito, but his status was not suitable. Obito was an intern and didn't know much, but he was already a jonin and a teacher at the ninja school. It was obviously not okay to force a higher-level mission, which didn't fit his personality. "Great, thank you, Uncle Hokage." Obito smiled instantly and thanked Sarutobi Hiruzen. "You are all the future of the village, so you should pay attention to safety." Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and said with a kind smile, "Teacher Muyu, let me see what the mission is." When Muyu and others walked out of the Hokage building, Obito couldn't wait to take a look at the content of the mission. Maybe this is what people are like. The more they don't want him to do something, the more curious he is and he wants to do it. Obito was very curious about what was so special about the war mission that interns were forbidden to do. "You can take a look too." Muyu directly handed the mission information to the disciples for circulation. After receiving it, Obito couldn't wait to check the content, and then he showed a disappointed look. "What, isn't this the same as an ordinary C-rank mission? Isn't it just changing from people to food?" Obito couldn't help but complain. He thought this war mission was special, but he was disappointed. "This is different. We are going to a battlefield, and it is a battlefield between two of the 5 major ninja villages. It is the most dangerous place in the ninja world." Kakashi corrected him with a serious expression. "It doesn't matter at other times." Kakashi will never allow Obito to underestimate the battlefield, because this is a place where even the shadows may encounter accidents. Although there is a high probability that there will be no battle, you must remain vigilant. Although it is a war mission, it is only a C-rank mission. Kakashi believes that there should be no battle. After all, they encountered accidents in the first 3 C-rank missions, and it is impossible to encounter them this time. "Kakashi, since you said so, it is most likely that we will encounter a battle with ninjas," Obito said with a look of joy. Kakashi looked at Obito with a puzzled look, curious about how he extracted the opposite information from his words. "Kakashi, you said the same thing in the first 3 missions, but a battle happened every time. It must be the same this time," Obito analyzed seriously. Kakashi, he was speechless. How could he be so unlucky? It was all just a coincidence. It's just that we were unlucky in the first few times. Most of the mission route is in the country and it's very safe. The part to the Land of Grass will also be guarded by our Konoha ninjas," Kakashi said lightly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar is the first to publish this novel. Don't discuss this. Let's carry out the mission quickly. The war mission can't be delayed, Muyu said with a smile. The first few missions had a component of luck, and it was also Muyu's credit. He specifically chose a more dangerous place, so of course the probability of encountering an accident would be higher. Then Muyu took his disciples to the location of the grain transport team. Master Ninja, we are ready here and can set off at any time. A middle-aged man stepped forward and confirmed that it was Muyu who took the mission and said, "There is no problem on our side. Let's go." Muyu nodded and gave the order. This mission is different from the previous ones. In the past, there were clients for the missions, but the client for this war mission is Konoha itself, so the Captain Muyu has absolute command power, followed by Muyu's disciples, and finally the ordinary people who transport grain. Under Muyu's command, carriages full of grain drove towards the land of grass, and Muyu also took 3 disciples to sit on a carriage without grain. Teacher Muyu, isn't there a technique that can seal things into a scroll? Why don't you just put all the grain in it? In this way, you don't need so many carriages and so many people. We can just escort it, Obito asked curiously. If there are only 4 of them escorting, the concealment will be greatly improved. That's not how much you want to put in. Muyu smiled and explained to Obito the principle of putting items into the scroll for storage. The scroll that can hold items is itself a kind of ninja tool. How much can be put in and how much can be taken out depends on the ability of the ninja. Not just any ninja can put in as much as they want and take as much as they want. Ninjas are generally very good eaters, and they will eat even more when there are extremely fierce battles in war. To satisfy these thousands of food lovers, a huge amount of food is needed. It is impossible to arrange powerful ninjas to deliver food, as they have more important tasks, so in the end, it is still a ninja team plus ordinary people. Obito nodded, as if he understood, as if he had gained some rare knowledge. What will the battlefield look like? Teacher Muyu, have you been there? Obito no longer thought about food but about the battlefield. Muyu shook his head. He had never been to the battlefield in his previous life or this life. What about you, Kakashi? Obito asked Kakashi. Might Guy was a student like him, so he must have never been there. I have done a few war missions, but I haven't fought on the battlefield. Kakashi recalled and answered. He is experienced in ordinary missions, but he is only an 8-year-old child, and there is no such thing as battlefield experience. Then you looked like you knew a lot before, Obito complained. Kakashi's serious face almost scared him before. I haven't fought on the battlefield, but I have listened to some of the teachings of my predecessors. Kakashi replied with a serious expression. War should indeed be taken seriously. The title of the Naruto book recommended by a friend, Naruto, Be My Son Introduction. After the end of the war on the top, Edward Newgate, who was once known as one of the 4 emperors of the New World and the strongest man in the world, thought that he would be buried in the headquarters of the Navy today, until he opened his eyes and found that he had come to a place called Ninja World and met a child named Naruto. Gulala, little boy, do you have parents? Looking at the giant-like white beard, the 5-year-old Naruto trembled. No, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am an orphan. Naruto, be my son, eh? Question mark. This book is also known as At This Moment, Let the Ninja World Welcome the New Whitebeard Pirates, Orphans of the Ninja World, Be My Son, and Ninja Father. Chapter 238, War Breaks Out. The Land of Grass is a small country located in the northwest of the Land of Fire. Unlike the Land of Fields and the Land of Rivers that Muyu had visited before, the Land of Grass not only has its own ninja village, the Grass Ninja Village, but is also considered to be relatively strong among the small countries in the ninja world. However, the awkward position of the Land of Grass means that its little strength has nowhere to be displayed. The Land of Grass borders a total of 4 countries, 2 small countries and 2 large countries. The 2 small countries bordering it are the Land of Taki and the Land of Rain. The Land of Taki is in the northeast of the Land of Grass. Due to its special terrain, the Land of Grass has no way to start and has no way to develop towards the Land of Taki. The Land of Rain is easier to start with. Half of the Land of Grass borders the Land of Rain, but the Land of Rain is the strongest ninja village under the 5 major ninja villages, and its strength is too strong to be beaten. The 2 large countries bordering it are the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, not to mention that they can't afford to provoke them at all and can only lick their faces as little brothers. During the Second Ninja World War, The Rain Village had already proved to the ninja world how powerful the 5 major ninja villages were. Even if the top combat power had a chance to compete, the small ninja villages at other levels would only be crushed by the 5 major ninja villages and eventually lead to defeat. As a small country, the way of survival of the grass country is to help whoever wins, so Konoha, which has always won, has become its solid ally. Of course, the grass country cannot completely turn to Konoha. While being Konoha's younger brother, it will also show goodwill to the rock village to avoid being easily cleaned up during the war. Although the grass country has tried very hard to deal with it, it still cannot avoid becoming a battlefield for the confrontation between the big countries because its geographical location is too good. Now the best battlefield for the rock village and Konoha to fight is the grass country, no one else. In fact, the location of the rain country is better, but because of the better location, it is more troublesome. If the rock village attacks the fire country through the rain country, it will not only face the powerful rain village, but also cause the fear of the wind country, because the rain country is also adjacent to the wind country. Iwagakure has no idea about the kingdom of wind, so although the kingdom of rain is better located, the kingdom of grass is the best route for it to invade Konoha, maybe because the situation on the front line is good. This escort mission went exceptionally smoothly. They did not encounter any attacks on the way, and they did not even encounter robbers. Miyu thought about it, and it was true. When ordinary robbers saw such a large convoy, they would know that they would definitely ask ninjas to escort them. Of course, it may also be because of the war period, and the robbers did not dare to wander around, in case they were affected by the battle between ninjas. Hey! There have been no enemies for so long. Could it be that Kakashi is right this time? Obito sat on the top of the carriage and looked around but did not see any trace of the enemy. He said with some disappointment. I said, I was unlucky before. It is impossible for accidents to happen 4 times in a row. Kakashi said calmly. He thought this was normal. This is what a sea-level mission looks like. The previous few times were really accidents among accidents. The first and third times were not a problem at all to say that they were S-level missions. Once, 2 Jonin appeared, and another time, a candidate for Raikage appeared. It was so exaggerated that Kakashi doubted whether he would really bring bad luck. How about a race full of youth and passion? Might Guy invited with a passionate face. Excuse me. Kakashi refused immediately. During the mission, he didn't want to do such meaningless physical consumption. Forget it. Obito also rejected Might Guy's proposal because he felt that he couldn't win at all. Obito didn't want to participate in this kind of game that didn't have much meaning and was bound to lose. If Kakashi wanted to compete with him, Obito would be happy to agree. That's a pity, Might Guy said with regret, then jumped off the carriage and ran at the same speed as the carriage. Miyu didn't stop Might Guy. This amount of exercise was nothing to Might Guy. It could only be said to be a warm-up. And after leaving Konoha, Miyu would launch a perception ninjutsu from time to time to ensure that there were no enemies around. If you can keep the Byakugan open for a long time, it won't be so troublesome, but it consumes too much chakra and has a low cost effectiveness. Since there were no enemies, Obito was bored and went around chatting with people in the grain transport team. He talked about everything, including work, life and family. How much do you get for completing a commission? Obito asked curiously. Commission? The worker was a little confused at first, but then he thought that Obito might be asking about wages. When there is a lot of work, it may be 7,000 taels a month, and usually it is around 5,000 taels. The worker thought for a while and answered, do you work very few hours a month? Why only 5,000 taels a month? Obito scratched his head and asked in confusion. The minimum commission for a D-level task is 5,000 taels, and this lowest commission for a D-level task does not need to be taxed. Miyu still divides the commission equally. Obito can earn 5,000 taels by completing 4 D-level tasks, which usually takes only an afternoon. Obito's words made the worker silent, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Working very little time? Of course not. Basically, I work every day, but sometimes I work day and night when I get a little more money. Of course, we ordinary people can't compare with you ninja masters. The worker finally said, "This is the disparity of the world. The cost of purchasing ninja tools every month by ninjas may be the cost that ordinary families can hardly reach in a year." Obito didn't understand the difference. Why is there such a big gap? He couldn't figure it out. When the convoy arrived at the border of the land of fire and was about to enter the land of grass, Muyu asked all the disciples to return to the carriage and warn them, "Next we will enter the land of grass. The land of grass is very dangerous now. You need to be vigilant at all times." Muyu reminded with a serious face, "There are thousands of ninjas fighting in this country now. Any situation may happen." Then Muyu spent half an hour preaching and explained the cruelty of war to several disciples. Muyu is capable of protecting himself and his 3 disciples in the war, but he doesn't want Obito and others to underestimate the war. Any war is cruel, and many people will be sacrificed and many beautiful things will be destroyed. Even the most jumpy Obito showed a cautious expression at this time and did not say anything questioning. After entering the land of grass, it seemed that the air had a more solemn atmosphere, and the environment on the road began to change. Muyu and his team began to gradually encounter ninjas, but they were Konoha ninjas from their own side, or ninjas from the land of grass, which were considered allies. Based on the atmosphere of the ninjas, Muyu guessed that the situation was not bad, otherwise the expressions of those ninjas would have been more serious. Is it finally time for the first normal sea-level mission? Muyu thought to himself. After completing 3 sea-level missions, there was no sea-level completion record on their resume. This team is really unique. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. As they got closer and closer to the destination of the mission, Muyu sensed more and more ninjas through perception ninjutsu. So Muyu switched to Byakugan, because perception ninjutsu can only sense chakra, while Byakugan can directly see who it is. Every hour, Muyu would open his Byakugan to look around, and all ninjas within a radius of 1.5 kilometers could not escape Muyu's Byakugan. In the end, the grain transport team led by Muyu arrived at Konoha's camp in the land of grass battlefield without being attacked once. "Muyu, why are you here on the battlefield?" Minato asked in surprise when he saw a familiar figure. In Minato's understanding, Muyu could not be here, because Muyu was a teacher, and now was still the period of studying at the ninja school. Unless Konoha was at a critical moment, it would not let an excellent ninja school teacher like Muyu go to the battlefield. "I'm an intern teacher, actually similar to the instructor of the class. This time I'm leading the students to carry out a sea-level war mission," Muyu explained with a smile. "I see, to carry out a logistics mission." Minato looked at the grain transport convoy over there and roughly guessed what mission Muyu had taken. "Muyu, try to keep your students in the camp and don't move around. Iwagakure has been silent for 2 weeks and may be planning a major attack." Minato reminded that this camp was considered to be behind the front line and was very safe. He knew that there were 2 students from the ninja school in Muyu's team, so he was a little worried. "We won't run around." Obito felt underestimated. "That's the best. Only by following your teacher's orders can you become an excellent ninja." Minato didn't care about what Obito said, but responded with a kind smile. "When this guy laughs, he really looks like Muyu teacher." Obito couldn't help but complain in his heart, and the guess that Muyu and Minato were long-lost brothers couldn't help but float in his mind. "It seems that there will be no accidents in this mission." Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. "It's considered that the mission has been completed here. Next, we just need to wait for the food to be unloaded and take a short rest before returning to Konoha." Crack! Suddenly, a burst of explosions sounded, and a firework rose and bloomed in the distance. Rumble! Exclamation mark! Then there was a violent explosion, and the fire was so fierce that it could be seen clearly even from a long distance. "Oh no! Iwagakure launched a large-scale raid." Minato showed a serious look. The signal just now was Konoha's highest level of alert signal on the battlefield. All Konoha ninjas who saw it must prepare to join the battle. Kakashi looked at the signal in the sky with a look of surprise. Even students in the ninja school would know what this signal means. Will I really bring bad luck? Kakashi was a little unsure of himself, and he sent out the highest level warning signal as soon as he arrived at the battlefield. Muyu was also a little surprised, and he also knew the meaning of the signal. Who will the enemy be? The third Tsuchikage. It shouldn't be that, could it be? Miyu's eyes flickered, guessing the main force of the Iwagakura's attack this time. I'm not feeling well today, so there is only one chapter, and I will update more tomorrow depending on my condition. Chapter 239 Tujin Churiki. Miyu, I'm sorry, I have to leave. Minato said goodbye to Miyu with an apologetic look. He originally wanted to chat with Miyu for a while, but the current emergency situation forced him to act. Before Miyu could respond, Minato disappeared in front of Miyu with a flying thunder god. What happened? He disappeared just now. I can't see where he went. Obito looked left and right but didn't see Minato's figure. He said with a puzzled look. Generally, even if the speed is so fast that you can't see it, you can still detect the movement through the extremely fast speed. But Obito felt that Minato disappeared out of thin air. It should be a time-space ninjutsu. Miyu explained to Obito. You can just think of it as a very powerful instant body technique. Although Flying Thunder God has other uses besides fast movement, Miyu simplified it for Obito to understand better. It feels like he will be a very strong person. He is worthy of being a strong person recognized by you, Teacher Miyu. Although Obito didn't quite understand Miyu's words, he felt that Minato was powerful. He remembered that when he first met Minato, Miyu said that Minato's strength was very strong. Obito felt that Miyu, whose strength was above that of the candidate Trikage, said that Minato was very powerful, so Minato must be very powerful, and maybe as powerful as Miyu. So fast. Kakashi was also surprised when he saw Minato disappear. Teacher Miyu, what should we do now? Might Guy looked at Miyu and asked. Normally, they also need to join the war when they see the signal, and the specific actions still depend on Miyu's arrangement. Help the village companions defeat the enemy while protecting themselves. Miyu thought for a while and replied, the highest level warning signal has been sent up. Although they are only here to complete the sea-level mission, they must join the battle at this moment. Although it is an accident, it is also a rare opportunity to show off. Miyu planned his next move in his mind. Miyu has the idea of showing his strength step by step, because in this ninja world, fists speak. And the stronger your strength is known to the public, the more convenient it is to act. If it weren't for the super ability in education to be promoted to a special jonin, it would be impossible to achieve what the special training class interns are. An ordinary teacher is not qualified to propose these, and it will not be taken seriously if he proposes them. Of course, showing strong strength for no reason will only lead to suspicion and danger unless you're strong enough to ignore everything. In order to make his strength more reasonable, Miyu has been making all kinds of preparations, such as showing a strong talent for sealing techniques with Minato and Kushina. When teaching Asuma, Miyu not only showed his proficiency in water escape and fire escape, but also created a personality with strong learning ability. From not knowing wind escape at the beginning to being able to skillfully use powerful B-level wind escape ninjutsu, his birth in the root adds greater rationality to Miyu's strength. After all, it is a root that is darker than the Anbu. Under normal circumstances, due to the special reasons of the root organization, Danzo must have a sufficient understanding of the strength of his subordinates, because the root mission is directly issued by Danzo, instead of accepting commissions like ordinary ninjas. And if you don't understand the abilities of your subordinates, you can't reasonably assign tasks. So Danzo made a rule that root members must undergo an ability test every year so that he can have a better understanding of his subordinates. But members who are illegally trained like Miyu can't be brought to the surface after all. For the sake of concealment, members who are not in the establishment like Miyu are tested every 2 years. Now Miyu has been taken out of the root by Sarutobi Hiruzen for half a year, which means that the information about Miyu from Danzo is from 2.5 years ago. As long as Miyu is not too strong, Danzo will only be a little surprised if he knows it, because from Danzo's perspective, Miyu is in the golden period of strength growth. 2.5 years is enough for Miyu to grow a lot, and even after leaving the root, he may be trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks he is the elite of the root and a genius ninja who is not well known. Danzo also has enough blank period. It can be said that Miyu has considered all the influences of the black and white sides of Konoha. Sure enough, Contrary to what Kakashi said, we still have to fight this time. Obito moved his body and was ready to fight at any time. Kakashi couldn't say anything to refute Obito's words. 4 accidents happened in a row, and this time a war with the highest alert level broke out. He himself was a little unconfident. Go, protect our companions and defeat our enemies. Muyu silently opened his Byakugan and led his disciples to support the battlefield in the distance. Even though Muyu was no longer a rookie who had just traveled through time, he had witnessed the deaths of more than 10 people and had killed ninjas himself, but the cruelty of war still surprised Muyu a little. The ground was dirty and messy, with all kinds of broken limbs and broken stones and wood. The red blood dyed the soil red. Ninjas that were rarely seen were scattered on the ground, some from Konoha and some from Iwagakure. Whether they were teenagers, young people or middle-aged people, everyone was fighting together. They might not have known each other before this battle, but on this battlefield, because of the different forehead protectors they wore, everyone fought together as if they had a blood feud. This is war. Obito looked at the tragic scene in front of him stupidly, and the kunai that was originally tightly grasped loosened a little. The cruelty of war exceeded Obito's imagination. In Obito's mind, war is fighting, but there will be more people. The large number of corpses on the battlefield, the various human body parts all over the ground, and the bloody traces everywhere, all of which stimulated Obito's nerves. This was the first time Obito saw so many dead people. Just when Obito was distracted, he noticed that a Konoha ninja not far from him was about to be pierced by a kunai. Little Obito subconsciously warned, but he didn't notice that several shurikens were stabbing at him at high speed. When he found out, the shurikens were already very close. Dang dang! Muyu took out his kunai and quickly shot down all the shurikens that attacked him. He said to his disciples, "In this kind of war, you must pay close attention to your surroundings and don't let yourself get hurt. You have to show your strength and improve your reputation, but you can't pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons." The most important thing to him is the disciples. The 3 disciples nodded cautiously. There was no need to say more at this moment. Just looking at the tragic scene, you can understand the danger of war. Because of the transmission signal, Konoha ninjas continued to join the battle. Because of his Byakugan, Muyu could see the overall situation and see the direction of the war clearly. He could see the battles between low and medium-level ninjas, and the battles of the strong ones could not escape his observation as long as they were not too far away. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6=9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. 2 Jinchuriki actually attacked together. No wonder they sent the highest level warning signal. Seeing Jiraiya's face as if he was facing a great enemy, and then looking at the 2 Iwagakure who were not far away from him and exuding terrifying chakra, Muyu knew the top combat power of both sides in this battle. Of course, Jiraiya had no intention of fighting 2 Jinchuriki alone, and he was accompanied by several elite jonin including Minato. The Jinchuriki on the Iwagakure side did not act alone, and was also accompanied by elite Iwagakure. The distance was too far. Muyu could only see but not hear what the 2 sides were saying, but it was certain that the Iwagakure side was very arrogant, and Jiraiya was consciously separating the battlefield of their top combat power from the battlefield of ordinary ninjas. "Are you worried about the tailed beast ball?" Muyu could guess Jiraiya's thoughts. Even if Jiraiya could activate the Sage mode, his Sage technique was not strong enough to offset the tailed beast ball, and the aftermath of the tailed beast ball could kill a bunch of middle-level ninjas. The 360-degree Byakugan allowed Muyu to clearly see all the situations around him. He temporarily ignored the top battlefield and focused on dealing with the Iwagakure ninjas around him. Reputation is discussed. He has so many Konoha ninjas and Iwagakure ninjas here. As long as he shows his strength, he will be able to hear his name in other countries in the future. All kinds of thoughts were only in a moment. From Obito's perspective, Muyu blocked the incoming shuriken for him, and then dodged to save a Konoha Chunin who was in danger. "Thank you." The rescued Konoha Chunin only had time to say 2 words before he immediately joined the battle. There were too many Iwagakure ninjas at the scene. Muyu maintained the state of rock breathing, holding a standard kunai and quickly harvesting the lives of every Iwagakure around him. Although breathing methods have their own uses, Whether it is the enhanced flame of the flame breathing or the lightning and explosion of the thunder breathing, they are very practical, but Muyu's favorite daily use is rock breathing. Rock breathing does not have the gorgeous special effects of other breathing methods, but it has the strongest increase in physical ability and the strongest effect on physical training. Even Muyu, who didn't practice physical skills much, gradually developed the physique of a physical skills ninja through the training of rock breathing. Even if he didn't use any other abilities and just maintained the state of rock breathing to use physical skills, Muyu still had the strength to surpass ordinary jonin. The Iwagakure killed by Muyu was nothing to the entire war, but the Konoha ninjas around Muyu noticed Muyu's companion who looked unusual, such a fast speed and strength. Is this the newly promoted jonin? Why do I feel like I've never seen him before? The Konoha ninjas who were rescued by Muyu and the Konoha ninjas who were relieved of their pressure by Muyu's killing of the enemy all discovered that Muyu's strength was unusual. He could kill a group of Iwagakure just by using physical skills. Is there any jonin? There is a difficult enemy here. Muyu heard the voice asking for help. He looked with his white eyes and saw an Iwagakure ninja with his arms exposed, who quickly and severely injured several Konoha ninjas wearing chunin vests. Muyu gave the Iwagakure ninja an appraisal and found that he was a qualified ninja with more than 5,000 chakra skills and a maximum proficiency level of 2,500 points. He immediately rushed up. 3K. Let's try the daily 10,000 today. Chapter 240. Strong enemies on the battlefield. Go to hell. The Iwagakure jonin swung the sword in his hand, trying to kill the Konoha ninja in front of him. Just when the injured Konoha ninja thought he was going to die in the battle, he subconsciously closed his eyes, but the long-term training made him open his eyes quickly. He did not feel any pain in his body. He saw a blonde ninja appeared in front of him at some point and blocked the Iwagakure's slash for him. Clang! The sound of metal collision rang out, and the Iwagakure jonin found that the Konoha ninja who suddenly appeared was surprisingly strong. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not make the sword blade go down a bit. Muyu focused his breathing a little more, burst out with greater strength, instantly pushed the Iwagakure jonin's blade away, and kicked the Iwagakure jonin in the chest. Bang! Under the powerful force, the Iwagakure jonin fell backwards at a high speed. Are you okay? Muyu turned around and smiled at the injured Konoha ninja and asked with concern. Looking at Muyu's warm smile, the injured Konoha ninja had a strong sense of déjà vu, but he didn't have time to think too much and quickly said, "My lord, I can still move on my own. You don't have to worry about me. That Iwagakure is coming again. Don't worry, I will deal with him." Muyu raised his glasses with his left hand and showed a confident smile. He didn't want to show his strength too much, otherwise he could kill the Iwagakure jonin in an instant when Muyu rushed over. It would be too easy to kill a qualified jonin with his current strength. Earth escape middle. Rock pillar spear. The Iwagakure jonin formed a seal while running at a fast speed. Muyu, who had a perfect vision with his Byakugan, had a strong observation ability. When the Iwagakure jonin formed a seal, he instantly noticed that the ground began to move. Muyu grabbed the injured Konoha ninja and threw him to a deserted place, while he quickly dodged. Boom boom. The next moment, 3 thick and sharp rock spikes appeared where Muyu had just stood. Taking advantage of Muyu's dodge, the Iwagakure jonin immediately swung his sword towards Muyu's eyes. Clang! Muyu's kunai blocked the incoming sword steadily. Damn! His reaction ability is so fast. Iwagakure jonin couldn't help cursing in his heart. Originally, he thought that Muyu would be caught off guard because of saving people, but in fact, Muyu handled it very easily. Dang dang dang. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Muyu used his kunai to fight against the long sword of the Iwagakure jonin, relying on the powerful observation ability of the Byakugan and the physical ability provided by the breathing method to leave one bloody scratch after another on the body of the Iwagakure jonin. While he himself was unscathed, he is a master of using short blades. With more and more wounds on his body, the Iwagakure jonin decided to change the battle plan and use ninjutsu to deal with Muyu. But just when the Iwagakure jonin slightly pulled away, Muyu used ninjutsu, fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique, Muyu only made a tiger seal, and 3 huge fire dragons several meters high spewed out of Muyu's mouth and bit towards the Iwagakure Jonin at a very fast speed. Looking at the 3 huge fire dragons approaching quickly, feeling the heat of the fire dragons, the Iwagakure Jonin showed a look of shock. He didn't even see Muyu's seal clearly, but he actually used this level of terrifying fire style. This is not a master of short blades, but a fire style master. Muyu used the ninjutsu too quickly, and the timing was too good. The range covered by the fire style was also large. The Iwagakure Jonin had no power to dodge, and could only stimulate the chakra of the whole body in the hope of surviving this disaster. The change in the nature of the earth chakra can make the body harder, although it can't be as offensive and defensive as the earth spear, and has a strong defense and a good power. An excellent Iwagakure ninja can still use earth style to harden his body. If the Iwagakure Jonin had met an ordinary Konoha Jonin, he might have escaped, but unfortunately he met Muyu, who was planning to use some Jonin to establish his prestige. No matter how much the Iwagakure Jonin struggled, it was useless. Muyu used ninjutsu according to the standard that he could kill the Iwagakure Jonin even if he exploded. Even if the Iwagakure Jonin exploded like Obito, he still couldn't withstand his fire escape, unless the Iwagakure Jonin transformed into a warrior of light or a card to fight. The fire escape that Muyu just used was indeed a bit difficult to burn. As soon as the fire dragon touched the body of the Iwagakure Jonin, he immediately felt the hot flames burning on his body, and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. His earth escape hardening couldn't withstand Muyu's flames. But the attack was far more than that. The power of the Hail Long Fire was one of the most destructive among all the fire escapes. Soon, the 3 fire dragons completely engulfed the Iwagakure Jonin. The dazzling orange-red flames bloomed in the war, and the Iwagakure Jonin no longer made a sound, leaving only ashes on the ground. Such a dazzling fire escape technique is rare on this battlefield, attracting the attention of many Iwagakure ninjas and Konoha ninjas. What a powerful fire escape technique! One Iwagakure ninja looked at the figure that turned into a charred black in the flames, and his eyelids twitched. The Iwagakure ninja who knew the Iwagakure Jonin was even more surprised. That was a Jonin who mastered hardening, but he was burned to black ash by a ninjutsu. This sir is so strong that he killed a Jonin so quickly. The Konoha ninja who was injured by the Iwagakure Jonin exclaimed. Just now, several of their chunins joined forces and were quickly injured, but Muyu killed him in just a few moves. First, they rescued people and fought a simple fight, then used kunai to suppress the opponent's long sword in close combat, and finally killed him directly with a powerful fire escape technique, which may have taken less than 3 minutes. Why do I feel that this sir is similar to Lord Minato? Gradually, Watson discovered the blind spot. I haven't heard that Lord Minato has a powerful brother. Some people have begun to think that Muyu and Minato are brothers. After all, it was still a war. After everyone found out, they just complained in their hearts and discussed such things after the battle. Muyu breathed a sigh of relief after killing a Jonin with fire escape. Fighting this kind of battle was also a challenge for him. He had to use the right strength to disguise himself. He couldn't use too much force, and he couldn't use too little force. The Iwagakure were not stupid. They noticed that there was a Konoha ninja who was difficult to deal with, and they all joined forces to attack Muyu. But Muyu had developed to this point, and it can be said that he had almost no other shortcomings except chakra. Even in chakra, he was much stronger than these chunins or ordinary jonins, so no one could hurt Muyu. Muyu could always dodge every attack just right. The other Konoha ninjas present were not dead men. When the strong men on their side were besieged, they would come to help and relieve Muyu's pressure. In this case, more and more Iwagakure died at Muyu's hands. Some were stabbed to death by his kunai, and some were burned to death by his fire escape or beaten to death by wind escape. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Muyu was so powerful that the situation of the Konoha ninjas on his side quickly improved. More and more Konoha ninjas noticed this powerful companion with dazzling golden hair. On the same battlefield, What the Konoha ninjas could see could also be seen by the Iwagakure ninjas. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded. Instead of looking at the Konoha Jonin who was blown to pieces by him, Shao focused his attention on the golden-haired Konoha ninja who easily killed the Iwagakure ninja with a kunai. Shao appeared not far from Miyu with a flash body technique and blew up a Konoha ninja with one punch. Looking at Miyu, he said lightly, "It seems that you are the strongest Konoha ninja in this area. If you are eliminated, we can quickly kill all the other Konoha ninjas here. If you can do it, you can try it," Miyu said with a faint smile. There are people in the ninja world who are qualified to say this to him, but the Iwagakure in front of him is not one of them. Although the Byakugan can see through the chakra in the human body, out of caution, Miyu still gave the Iwagakure ninja in front of him an appraisal. Name: Shao. Chakra: 31,000. Skills: Explosion. Mastery: 515,000. Earth Attribute Chakra Property Change. Mastery: 1,515,000. Earth Escape. Earth Lung Spear. As Miyu expected, Shao is a very powerful Jonin, and both the amount of chakra and the proficiency of skills are far superior to ordinary Jonin. But it is a pity that he met Miyu, who not only has more than 10,000 chakras than him, but also has more skills. Shao does not have the Byakugan that can see through chakra, nor does he have the identification technique that can read information. But he is very confident in his own strength. He is a member of the Iwagakure Demolition Team. The Iwagakure Demolition Team has a very special status in the Iwagakure village. It is the strongest special force in Iwagakure. Everyone who can join the Iwagakure Demolition Team is a carefully selected powerful genius, and must have the bloodline limit explosion escape. This time, Shao was going to join the war to become famous in the ninja world. During the Second Ninja World War, he was still young and had not been practicing for long, so his strength was not strong. But this time was different. He practiced earth escape and blood limit explosion escape to be extremely proficient. In his mind, he could be ranked in the top 20 even among the powerful Iwagakure. "Sir, be careful. This man is Shao from the Iwagakure blasting team. He is very powerful. Don't engage in close combat with him." A Konoha ninja saw Miyu and Shao confronted, and hurriedly warned. Konoha and Iwagakure have been at war for some time. Both sides are aware of the rising power of the other side. For example, Minato on the Konoha side has a great reputation in Iwagakure. In contrast, Shao, who has the blood limit explosion escape and is powerful, is also remembered by many Konoha ninjas. For ninjas, information is strength. In order to let Miyu know Shao's information, some Konoha ninjas are trying to pass information to Miyu loudly even when they are still under attack. His technique can make things explode when it hits. Don't let him get close to you. Hearing the voices of the Konoha ninjas, Shao showed a disdainful smile. What's the use of knowing the information? It's easy to say that you don't want to get close to him, but it's difficult to fight him. Thank you for the information. I will deal with this enemy, Miyu said with a warm smile. There will be more later. Chapter 241, Terrifyingly Powerful Combination Ninjutsu. Whoosh! Shao concentrated his chakra on his feet and rushed towards Miyu at a very fast speed. Now he ignored all other ninjas and only had Miyu in his eyes. Even if they have the same bloodline limit, they will be developed in different directions according to different people. For example, they are all magnetic escape. But the third generation Kazekage likes to control the iron sand and the fourth generation Kazekage likes to control the gold sand. Both of them are more inclined to attack, while Troy of Kumagakure has developed magnetic escape into a control ability. Shao does not look burly, he does not have big muscles, is not tall or strong, but his strength and speed are actually greater than those of ordinary people. He can't be called a natural supernatural power, but he can be said to be a natural strong force. So in the end, Shao integrated the explosive escape into his most proficient physical skills. Whether it is punching or kicking, he can create a powerful explosion. Originally, this combination of explosive escape and physical skills is very dangerous, because ninjutsu will not be immune to damage just because it is released by oneself, and the power of the explosion will also affect Shao himself. But Shao also has excellent earth escape talent. He has practiced the hardening technique of earth escape very well. Even when using explosive escape, he can use the hardening of earth escape to protect his body from being hurt by explosive escape. Swish, swish, swish. Muyu took out a large number of shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them at Shao. Facing the sharp shurikens with a cold light, Shao just dodged slightly and let the shurikens hit him. Dang dang, the shurikens hit Shao, and it didn't seem like they hit a person, but like they hit extremely hard rocks or steel, and they were bounced off one after another. Muyu was not surprised. His appraisal had already seen through all of Shao's skills. Muyu knew all of Shao's abilities. After all, not everyone has a dense skill column like Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he really couldn't remember them all at once. The reason for doing this useless work is to make his battle with Shao look evenly matched, and both sides have their own strengths. Remember, the one who killed you is the explosion style of Iwagakure. Shao gathered his chakra on his fist, leaped up and smashed towards Muyu. Whoosh, boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded, and the ground was blown apart by the terrifying explosion force. The dirt and gravel flew around at a high speed. The earth exploded and caused yellow dust to rise into the sky. For a while, the yellow fog was filled, making it difficult to see the scene inside. "Is that sir okay?" A Konoha ninja couldn't help but look at him worriedly. With such a big commotion on the battlefield on their side, there was only the battle between Muyu and Shao. The yellow dust soon dissipated with the wind, revealing Shao, who was covered in dust, and Muyu's unharmed figure not far away. "The speed is not bad. I hope you can dodge my attack every time." Shao shook his fist, and his eyes became more serious when he looked at Muyu. Muyu smiled without saying anything. This was just a short time, and it was not fast for him. After all, he didn't even use the fastest thunder breathing. He just used rock breathing and shave. In fact, Muyu can defeat Shao in close combat. Although Shao's explosive escape technique is very powerful, Muyu's Yanhugia 8 gates can crush Shao with numerical values. But Muyu doesn't want to expose too strong physical skills in this battle, because he has not laid the groundwork for physical skills, and showing too strong physical skills will appear very abrupt. Muyu is preparing to create a persona of a ninjutsu genius for himself. He will use ninjutsu more in the war to prove his strength. Fire escape technique, great fireball technique. Muyu quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball about 5 meters high towards Shao. Muyu can make the great fireball bigger, but this ninjutsu usually can't hit people, so there is no need. Earth escape technique, earth flow wall. Shao did not choose to dodge, but also formed a seal, and then slapped the ground fiercely, using the earth escape chakra to control the ground to raise a thick earth wall to block the great fireball, and at the same time, Muyu temporarily lost Shao's vision. The next moment, Shao's figure appeared on the earth flow wall. He took advantage of the height of the earth flow wall and rushed towards Muyu at a very fast speed. Water style, water array wall. Muyu quickly formed a seal and then opened his mouth to spit out a large amount of water to form a water wall to block Shao. At this moment, a hand quietly stretched out from where Muyu was standing and quickly grabbed Muyu's calf. But Muyu seemed to have noticed something and immediately dodged away, leaving the sudden attacking hand empty. What a sharp perception! Shao quickly drilled out from the ground, frowning slightly, feeling a little tricky. With a fast burst speed and sharp perception, Muyu seemed to be able to restrain him. You really can't underestimate these ninjas. They look reckless on the surface, but in fact, they are more sinister than each other. Muyu sighed in his heart after dodging Shao's attack. After Shao used the earth flow wall, he immediately used the rock clone. The clone jumped onto the earth flow wall to attack and attract his attention, while the main body used the earth style to launch a surprise attack on him. This trick of Shao might work for other people, but Muyu's black-framed glasses are covered with Byakugan, and all of Shao's actions are clear to Muyu. If that's all, then I will be the winner of this battle. While dodging, Muyu quickly split a shadow clone. Then the main body formed a seal to use fire escape, while the shadow clone formed a seal to use wind escape. Fire escape, great dragon fire technique. Muyu concentrated a large amount of chakra in his throat, and then quickly changed its nature, creating a large amount of flames that continued to spew out. The strong flames burned fiercely, forming 3 hideous and huge fire dragons. 3 huge fire dragons appeared, and the dazzling flames illuminated the surroundings. The orange red flames seemed to burn everything they touched. After the 3 huge fire dragons appeared, they rushed towards Shao at a very fast speed, and at this time the wind escape of the shadow clone was also completed. Wind style, great breakthrough. The shadow clone opened his mouth and blew out a huge gust of wind. The wind helped the fire, and immediately the 3 terrifying fire dragons turned into a sea of orange flames, pressing towards Shao. In fact, Muyu's wind style is very ordinary, which is not good even among the Jonin. Apart from suppressing harm, he has basically nothing to show for it. But Muyu's fire style is strong, and he also has a skilled combination ninjutsu, so he has good experience in this. Facing such a powerful fire style attack, Shao was a little distracted. The last time he saw such an exaggerated fire style was on Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. The difference was that Jiraiya didn't need him to deal with it, but now Muyu is his opponent. Shao wanted to retreat and dodge. It would be too unwise to resist this level of fire style. But when Shao felt a burst of moisture, his expression suddenly changed. Behind him was a water formation wall that had not yet dissipated. Shao looked around very quickly, and he suddenly found that there were not many Iwagakure around him, but there were many Konoha ninjas. Oops, I've chased too far. Shao thought to himself that it was not good. He had fallen into Muyu's trap. Muyu had been dodging the attack just now, not because he had no chance to attack, but because he had been deep in the enemy's formation. Now he had a water formation wall behind him, and there were many Konoha ninjas on his left and right. In front of him was a sea of fire that kept pouring towards him. He had only one choice, to block the sea of fire. Earth style, earth flowing wall. Read the correct version as 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Shao made a prompt decision and quickly formed a seal to use the earth flowing wall. The earth flowing wall only needed 3 seals to be cast, and it was very fast to use, and he had no other choice. Boom. Thick earth walls rose in front of Shao and on the side, protecting Shao in them. Boom! Exclamation mark. The next moment the earth wall rose, the sea of fire descended, a huge explosion sounded, and fierce flames rushed to the sky. The thousands of ninjas on this battlefield could carefully see the powerful power of the sea of fire. The surrounding Iwagakure ninjas and Konoha ninjas all distanced themselves to prevent being affected by the terrifying sea of fire. I didn't expect that Muyu Jonin to have such a strong strength. The power of this combination of ninjutsu is really too strong. A Konoha Jonin who knew Muyu couldn't help but sigh. Although Muyu's presence in Konoha was relatively low, she had attended several Jonin meetings after all, and Minato was the matchmaker. Although he was not very familiar with Muyu, he still had some impression of her. Since Muyu was a special Jonin in the ninja school, his first impression of Muyu was that her strength would be average. It was not that he looked down on her, because Muyu was a teacher in the ninja school and a special Jonin. These two identities combined together were very embarrassing. No one believed that you were strong. If you were strong, why would you be a special Jonin and teach in the ninja school? Damn, Lord Carry, wouldn't you? And Iwagakure looked at the place covered by the sea of fire with a worried look on his face. The overall strength of Konoha and Iwagakure was equal on the field, but in order to prevent Shao from being killed, the Iwagakure pushed the Konoha ninja back with their lives. Muyu didn't care about this. His chakra was low only in top-level battles. He could use the combination ninjutsu he just used 3 more times without any problem. When the flames dissipated, a piece of black and gray scorched earth was exposed. The thick earth flow wall was melted under the high temperature of the sea of fire. The water formation wall that Muyu had used before was evaporated by the powerful flames, and Shao himself fell to the ground with a serious injury. Even the rock clone could not be maintained and automatically dissipated. Shao struggled hard to get up, proving that he still had a breath left, but he was so seriously injured that he couldn't even support the ground with his arms. At this moment, Shao was glad that he had chosen the path of physical technique explosion escape, which allowed him to practice a powerful hardening technique and make his body particularly hard. Otherwise, he would definitely die directly in this extremely powerful and terrifying fire escape. After this battle, I'm afraid he won't dare to face the fire escape again. Although the power of the ordinary ninja's fire escape is not as strong as his explosive impact, although there is still a lot of chakra in his body, Muyu also made a panting look, with sweat dripping from his forehead, as if he had exerted a lot of strength. After all, this kind of powerful ninjutsu is too strong for a senior ninja. If he is like nothing happened, there will be a problem. Muyu wants to give everyone an impression that he is stronger than Shao, but the strength is limited. He wins by strategic operation, not by crushing Shao with hard power. Seeing that Muyu seems to be in a bad state, many Konoha ninjas spontaneously approach Muyu to prevent Iwagakure from attacking Muyu and causing Muyu to be injured. A Konoha ninja used ninjutsu on Shao, who was lying on the ground, trying to finish him off. Although Shao looked seriously injured and looked like he was about to die, the vitality of a ninja is tenacious, especially for a strong ninja. It is very meaningful to be able to completely kill an elite ninja from a hostile ninja village. The Iwagakure ninjas would naturally not watch the strong men of their ninja village being killed, and many Iwagakure ninjas formed hand seals and used earth flow walls to resist attacks for the immobile carry. Just when the two sides were about to start a new round of war with carries attack and defense, suddenly a violent explosion sounded, followed by an earthquake. Boom! Everyone heard this huge explosion, and the explosion light that was more than 100 times brighter than Muyu's previous fire escape bloomed in the distance from them. Tailed beast ball. Muyu's eyes flickered, trying to sense the situation on the top battlefield. The distance was too far, and the Byakugan could no longer see the battle between Jiraiya and others, and the range of sensing ninjutsu was farther than the Byakugan. I wrote a total of 9,400 words. It's too late, I'm so sleepy, and I can't write anymore. I will continue to work hard tomorrow. Also, I would like to ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 242 Supporting the Top Battlefield. After Muyu rescued the injured Konoha ninja, the disciples also took action to rescue the Konoha ninja and fight against the Iwagakure ninja. They did not have the strength of Muyu, so the three of them acted together and did not move too far away from Muyu. At first, the three of them seemed a little confused, because the scene was too chaotic. Even Kakashi, who had the most experience before them, had never experienced such a big scene, a melee of thousands of ninjas. However, they had just experienced a difficult life and death fight not long ago. Although they were a little confused for a while, their combat effectiveness was still online. One of the Iwagakure saw that the three of them were short and looked like newcomers to the battlefield, so he directly picked up a kunai and attacked the three of them. Might Guy immediately entered the state of rock breathing and opened the 8 gates. 8 gates. Open the door. Open. Using the breathing method and the 8 gates at the same time greatly improved Might Guy's physical ability. Whoosh! Konoha's great whirlwind, Might Guy's chakra burst out, and he disappeared in front of the Iwagakure ninja with a flash of body, and then he kicked out a whirlwind kick at high speed, kicking the Iwagakure ninja away. Fire style. Phoenix Chloride. Obito used the breath of fire to enhance his fire style ability, and quickly threw 3 flaming kunai at the Iwagakure ninja who was knocked away. Boom! When the flaming kunai hit the Iwagakure ninja, it immediately exploded, and the strong flames enveloped his body. The high temperature and explosion of the fire style, the powerful piercing power of the kunai, the attacking Iwagakure ninja turned into a charred corpse and fell from the air under the combo of Obito and Might Guy. Just fight like before. After successfully dealing with an enemy, the confusion in Obito's eyes disappeared. You shouldn't have used ninjutsu just now, just throw the shuriken and kunai directly. Kakashi shook his head and said he was originally going to attack with shuriken, but he put it down after seeing Obito use ninjutsu. After all, ordinary ninjas would definitely not be able to withstand the bombardment of fire escape. Why? It seems that you can't kill them in one breath with just ninjutsu. Obito asked in confusion. He believed that if he could defeat the enemy, he should beat the enemy completely to lose his fighting ability in one breath to prevent accidents in the battle. If it is a normal sparring, there is no problem. If there are only a few enemies, there is no problem. But look at how many enemies there are here, and you should save your chakra as much as possible. Kakashi expressed his opinion. Although he has not experienced a large-scale melee with thousands of ninjas, Kakashi thinks that you should save your physical strength on the battlefield and use the least physical strength and chakra to achieve the greatest results. For example, Obito just now, even if he didn't use fire escape, he and Obito used ninjutsu together, and the enemy would be seriously injured if he didn't die for a while. Suffering this degree of injury on the battlefield is almost the same as death. Okay, you two, don't consume too much physical strength. Kakashi then said to Might Guy, full concentration breathing and 8 gates of ninjutsu are both good skills to enhance strength, but they also consume physical strength. Obito glanced at the battlefield where he didn't know how many enemies were left, and had to admit that what Kakashi said was indeed very reasonable. War was completely different from their previous battles. He was sure that consuming too much chakra and physical strength here was definitely not a good thing. Might Guy also nodded, agreeing with Kakashi's point of view, and decided that if he didn't encounter a very strong enemy, he would never use full concentration breathing and the second gate. In fact, Kakashi didn't say another sentence. If the enemy's strength was strong enough and his status was high enough, it would still be meaningful to consume more physical strength to kill him, but this was not something they should think about at their current strength. Kakashi pulled out the white fang short blade behind him. Compared with using ninjutsu, it was obviously more labor-saving to use a knife to finish off the enemy. He had already banned the 2 high-consumption ninjutsu, Purple Lightning and Pseudo Darkness, in his mind. Although these 2 ninjutsu were both very powerful, he would have no chakra after using them twice. Obito took out another ordinary standard kunai from the ninja tool bag, ready to save chakra to use ninjutsu at a critical moment. In fact, he also brought the birthday kunai that Miyu gave him, but Obito was worried that it would be damaged in the battle, so he didn't take it out. Even if they didn't use ninjutsu, the 3 of them had good physical skills, and with tacit cooperation, even if they were dealing with the same number of Iwagakure Chunin, Kakashi and his team could still defeat the enemy steadily. However, compared to them, Miyu's efficiency was obviously faster. How Long Huo easily eliminated the Iwagakure Jonin, and then he quickly killed several Iwagakure ninjas with a standard kunai like cutting melons and vegetables. Mr. Miyu is still amazing, but why didn't Mr. Miyu use the previous super wide fire escape? Is he worried about hurting his companions? Obito sighed at Miyu's rapid killing of the enemy, and at the same time he was a little confused in his heart. Mr. Miyu must have his own considerations in his mind, so you should worry more about yourself. It seems that we are being targeted. Kakashi quickly reminded. Kakashi paid more attention to their surroundings, and he suddenly found that several Iwagakure were approaching them intentionally or unintentionally. Not long after Kakashi finished speaking, 5 Iwagakure rushed towards them. 1 Iwagakure was stopped by a Konoha ninja on the road, but 4 Iwagakure continued to rush towards them. They are so strong at such a young age. They must be Konoha's geniuses. Destroy them first, shouted the Iwagakure who rushed to the front. Miyu, who always pays attention to his disciples, saw this scene and used the appraisal to measure the strength of the 4 Iwagakure. After finding that there was only 1 5,000 chakra jonin with no proficiency and 3 3,000 chakra chunins, he continued his actions. The leading Iwagakure jonin approached Might Guy and quickly stretched out his fist, condensed a large amount of chakra in his right hand, and then changed its nature. Earth style, rock fist. The right fist of the Iwagakure jonin was covered with khaki rocks, and its hardness and power were greatly improved. But Might Guy was prepared. He condensed his chakra on his feet and burst out at a very fast speed to flash several meters. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Exclamation mark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Obito and Kakashi quickly threw out shurikens. Dang dang! The rock fist of the Iwagakure jonin was very hard, and he swung his rock fist with great force to knock away all the shurikens that attacked him. At this moment, the other 3 chunins also reached an effective attack distance, and they spit out sharp stones that flew at very fast speeds at the 3 people. Earth style, earth flow wall. Bang bang bang! Kakashi quickly formed a seal to control the ground to raise a thick wall with a dog head, blocking all the flying stones that attacked. Although he was the first to propose saving chakra, it was obviously not the time to save chakra in this situation. What's the point of bullying a few children? A Konoha ninja saw the young ninjas in his village being besieged, and wanted to help Kakashi and the other two deal with Iwagakure, but he obviously overestimated his strength and started a close battle with the Iwagakure Jonin. As a result, he was punched by the Iwagakure Jonin and vomited blood and flew backwards. The Iwagakure Chunin continued to spit out flying stones to make up for it. The second gate of the 8 gates, the Shu Gate, open. Seeing that the Konoha ninja who wanted to help them was injured, Might Guy directly opened the second gate of the 8 gates, and concentrated his breathing, bursting out at a very fast speed to catch the injured Konoha ninja. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Obito quickly formed a seal, concentrated his chakra on his throat and spit out a large number of small fireballs that just bypassed Might Guy's body and blew up the flying rocks. Might Guy fell behind the earth flow wall and put down the injured Konoha Chunin. "I'm sorry, I was a little reckless. I didn't expect the enemy to be so strong," the injured Konoha Chunin said to the 3 people with an apologetic look. He really did more harm than good. Not only did he fail to relieve the pressure of the 3 people, but he also caused them to use ninjutsu to rescue them. "Senior, you have done your best. Leave it to us next." Might Guy gave a thumbs up to the Konoha Chunin and smiled brightly. "Don't say he is a rock fist, even an iron fist will burn him." Obito has sufficient confidence in his fire-style ninjutsu. Kakashi gave Might Guy and Obito a look, and both nodded. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito suddenly jumped out and spit out a 3-meter-high flaming fireball. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing. Then Might Guy concentrated his breathing to the limit, allowing his own physique to reach the limit of what could be strengthened, and rushed out with the cover of the great fireball. Kakashi created a shadow clone and also rushed out of the earth flow wall. His main body used earth style to slowly approach the Iwagakure Jonin underground. While Obito and the others were saving people, 3 Iwagakure Chunins came behind the Iwagakure Jonin. They worked together to use earth-style ninjutsu to block Obito's great fireball, but they were unable to successfully react to Might Guy's surprise attack. Ultimate, Konoha Gritty Whirlwind. Might Guy appeared next to the 4 Iwagakure ninjas, poured all his strength into his legs, and kicked out as hard as he could. Bang bang bang, the 3 Iwagakure were kicked and vomited blood and flew backwards. Only the Iwagakure Jonin blocked the attack, but a crack appeared on his rock fist. How is it possible? He is so fast. What a strong force. Is he actually a short middle-aged ninja? The severely injured Iwagakure Chunin was full of doubts. Might Guy must not be more than 10 years old, but his physique is abnormally strong. They think that even if he has been training since he was born, it is impossible to train his body to be like this. Pure physical skills can actually have such power. We must kill him. The Iwagakure Jonin was also very surprised, because he found that if he only used physical skills, he might be beaten by the child who was less than 10 years old in front of him. He is a Jonin. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. The Iwagakure Jonin had a hunch that if Might Guy did not die in the war, he would definitely become a famous physical skills master in the ninja world in the future. In order to wipe out this future strongman, the Iwagakure Jonin burst out his strongest power and launched an extremely heavy attack on Might Guy. But Obito and Kakashi were not dead men, and they would not watch the Iwagakure Jonin attack Might Guy. Flame breathing, concentrate on breathing. Obito also concentrated his breathing to the limit of his concentration to obtain the strongest power. He threw out 2 shurikens with flames at a very fast speed. If the Iwagakure Jonin wanted to attack Might Guy, he would have to take his 2 high-temperature shurikens. There were actually some shurikens in the ninja tool bag, but Obito was worried that throwing too many would affect Might Guy. But what Obito didn't expect was that the Iwagakure Jonin really chose to resist his shuriken and use rock fists to attack Might Guy, who had just launched a powerful attack and couldn't leave immediately. As long as I kill this person, it's worth it even if I get hurt, the Iwagakure Jonin thought to himself. Without a chance to dodge, Might Guy burst out his chakra and concentrated all his strength on his fists, meeting the Iwagakure Jonin's huge rock fist. Boom! Exclamation mark. The sound of the explosion was heard, and the powerful force caused the ground where the two stood to shake violently, and the gray-yellow dust rose. Might Guy's right fist became bloody, and the rock fist of the Iwagakure Jonin was also covered with cracks. At the same time, Obito's flame shuriken also pierced the body of the Iwagakure Jonin. Although the Iwagakure Jonin also mastered the hardening technique, his hardening technique was obviously not as proficient as that of the hunter. The shuriken carrying high-temperature flames successfully pierced into the abdomen of the Iwagakure Jonin, and the blood that burst out splashed on Might Guy. The pain of the high-temperature weapon piercing the body and the pain of the flame burning the body. Even the Iwagakure Jonin, who naturally had a rock-like will, couldn't help but have a distorted face, but he knew that now was the most critical moment. He endured the pain and concentrated his mind to control the chakra to repair the rock fist of his arm, and wanted to swing another rock fist at Might Guy. But Kakashi would not let him do what he wanted, and stabbed the Iwagakure Jonin's head with a kunai. The Iwagakure Jonin had to distract himself to deal with the attack of Kakashi. Might Guy did not take the opportunity to leave, but concentrated his strength again and attacked with his uninjured arm. The Iwagakure Jonin blocked the attacks of the two men to the limit, but suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the ground, and the whole person was pulled into the ground. Fire style, Phoenix Chloride. Obito threw a kunai burning with flames at the exposed head of the Iwagakure Jonin. Boom! Exclamation mark. There was an explosion, and the head of the Iwagakure Jonin disappeared from the ground. What a wonderful cooperation! The injured Konoha ninja wanted to help, but just saw the scene of the three people solving the opponent cleanly, and couldn't help but praise it out loud. The three people had a clear division of labor throughout the whole process. Might Guy was responsible for close combat and cleaning up the weaker Iwagakure Chunin, while Obito was responsible for fire-style cover and finishing off, and Kakashi was secretly waiting for the opportunity to kill with one blow. He had to sigh that the gap between people was too big. He, an adult ninja, wanted to help but was almost killed instantly, but it was the three children who he thought were in danger who saved him and eliminated the enemy. After destroying a powerful enemy, Kakashi felt relieved. Then he noticed a familiar figure in danger, who seemed to be his former teammate. Thunder breathing, concentrate on breathing, flash. Kakashi immediately exerted the power of the breathing method to the maximum, bursting out with a very fast sword. Long Xian only felt a yellow lightning passing through, and then the enemy in front of him was split into two. He was about to thank this powerful ninja, but suddenly felt that the back of the person in front of him was very familiar. When Kakashi turned around, his former teammate couldn't help but show an extremely shocked expression. "Kakashi, why is it you? Why not me?" Kakashi looked around vigilantly and said lightly, "You are not." Long Xian finally did not tell Kakashi about the past, but said thank you to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded slightly, and then immediately ran to Might Guy to ask about his condition. "Haha. It's just a minor injury, it won't affect my battle." Might Guy quickly bandaged his injured hand and said with a big laugh, "He has really changed, completely different from before." Looking at the way Kakashi got along with Might Guy and Obito, Ruken couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he had noticed a little when he met Kakashi on the road twice before, but he didn't expect Kakashi to change so much. "Be careful next time, and focus on rescuing your companions," Kakashi suggested. When Kakashi finished speaking, there was a sudden earthquake, and an extremely dazzling explosion came from a distance. "Is it a ninjutsu? But what ninjutsu would be so powerful?" Kakashi looked into the distance with a puzzled look. Taking advantage of this big commotion, many Iwagakure ninjas rushed out suddenly, trying to save the dying Carry. The Konoha ninjas used various ninjutsu to attack the Iwagakure without hesitation, and took the opportunity to kill many of the Iwagakure. Carry, who had already suffered heavy injuries, was directly dead or alive. Muyu also followed the crowd and threw out a fire escape with ordinary power, and then began to recover chakra. His basic purpose of coming to the battlefield has been achieved. When he returns to Konoha, his identity will change from a special Jonin who is very good at teaching to a powerful Jonin who is very good at teaching and very strong. Next, Miyu wants to see the battles in the top battlefield and see how Jiraiya actually fights with the Jinchuriki. He wants to know how many tens of thousands of chakras can be raised when the Jinchuriki fights, and wants to see what level Jiraiya is at when he fights with all his strength now. After recovering for a while, Miyu took out a kunai and quickly killed every Iwagakure he saw. A Jonin of Iwagakure led 8 Jonins to try to deal with Miyu by numbers, but they were all burned to death by Miyu's fire escape. Iwagakure had already lost the powerful fighting force of Kari, and in order to rescue the seriously injured Kari, they also lost some ninjas. No one could stop Miyu, and the original balance was broken and became a disadvantage. Retreat. The Iwagakure commander had no choice but to issue a retreat order and fired a retreat signal flare. Although the top fighting force had not yet decided the winner, if they did not retreat, they would not even have a chance to leave. The Iwagakure began to fight and retreat. Miyu nodded in his heart. It was better to retreat. Only by retreating could he legitimately go to another battlefield. The Konoha ninjas stopped chasing after a while, fearing that they would be ambushed if they chased too far. You go back to the camp and have a good rest. I'm going to support Master Jiraiya and the others, Miyu said to his 3 disciples. He left a shadow clone to protect his disciples, and then followed the other Konoha Jonin to support Jiraiya. 5K. So it's a little late. Readers with ideas can help think of a nickname for the protagonist. Chapter 243, The Terrifying Chakra Mount of the Tailed Beasts. Miyu, you just used such a powerful combination of ninjutsu? Is it okay? A Konoha Jonin asked when they were about to set out for support. The enemy on Jiraiya's side is very strong. It will be very dangerous if you are not in good condition. Miyu smiled and thanked him, saying, "It's okay. I have taken the opportunity to recover some chakra, which will not affect the battle." Miyu said so, and the Konoha Jonin nodded and said nothing. He rushed to the explosion site with Miyu and others. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is powerful, handsome, humble, and cherishes his companions. If he wasn't so low-key, he would have been famous in Konoha long ago. Although he had no contact with Miyu before, he is now very happy to be friends with Miyu. If he can survive the war, since several people are Jonin, they move very quickly and soon rushed to the battlefield between Jiraiya and Jinchuriki. When Miyu and others arrived, the two sides seemed to have just had a fierce battle. Everyone looked dusty and there were several bodies of Iwagakure ninjas and Konoha ninjas on the field. Master Jiraiya, we have repelled the attacking Iwagakure troops and won a great victory. We have come to support them. The Konoha Jonin quickly reported to Jiraiya. Haha, well done. Jiraiya laughed loudly. Although he had expected it when he saw the signal from Iwagakure before, he was even happier when he heard that it was a great victory. Minato was a little surprised to see Miyu coming over, but he didn't go over to ask since he was facing a powerful enemy. Did you hear that? You have already lost, Jiraiya said to the two Jinchuriki with a smile on his face. Iwagakure has not been defeated while we are still standing here, Old Z said with a cold face. He didn't take those Konoha ninjas seriously at all. In his eyes, it was just a matter of using one more tailed beast ball, kill you all, then break through the defense line, and we will be the winners of Iwagakure, Han said lightly. He didn't think Jiraiya could defeat him and Old Z together. It was just a tentative attack just now, and they haven't shown their true strength yet. You are so arrogant. Let me show you the strength of Jiraiya. The three ninjas. Jiraiya's mouth corners rose, and he was very confident in his own strength. You will know who is the arrogant one soon. Lao Zi laughed when he heard Jiraiya's words, and then directly exploded the tailed beast chakra in his body. Boom boom. The extremely powerful momentum suddenly rose, and the ground could not withstand this powerful force just by releasing the chakra, and cracks appeared. Almost substantial red chakra appeared around Lao Zi, and finally turned into a huge ape head. Seeing Lao Zi show his true ability, Han next to him also used all his strength to explode the tailed beast chakra in his body, forming a huge white beast head. The moment the two exploded their chakra, a strong wind was caused, blowing Jiraiya's hair to the back, and at the same time blowing up the dust on the ground. making the atmosphere solemn and murderous. Is this the Jinchuriki? What a terrifying chakra! A Konoha ninja saw the terrifying power of Laozi and Han, and couldn't help sweating on his forehead. The chakra of the two is so strong that it can be detected without any perception ninjutsu. Muyu calmly evaluated the two. Name, Laozi. Chakra, 3,250,000. Skill, Lava Release, Mastery, 115,000. Name, Han. Chakra, 3,650,000. Skill, Boiling Release, Unparalleled Power, Mastery, 2,500. Muyu couldn't say whether the two's panels were strong or not. If they were strong, the proficiency of the skills of the stronger Jonins was much higher than theirs. If they were not strong, the chakra of the two was exaggerated. It can be said that the chakra of all the people on the Konoha side combined was far less than half of that of one of them. The chakra amount of the tailed beast is indeed terrifying. Muyu sighed in his heart. His evaluation could see that the chakra of the two was still rising wildly. If there were no tailed beasts, Laozi would be fine, and Han would be a qualified upper ninja at best. Because Laozi's lava release was his own, Muyu could see his master-level lava release skill, but Han's boiling release was the ability of the five tails, so Muyu could only see the application of boiling release and the boiling release skill itself. When the chakra of the two people increased to more than 5 million, it stopped increasing. Muyu didn't know whether this was their limit or the limit of the four tails and the five tails, but this was already a very scary number for Muyu. This shows the importance of skills. Even with a huge amount of chakra, the Jinchuriki were finally captured by Akatsuki. If so much chakra was given to Muyu, who had a bunch of powerful and highly proficient skills, could single-handedly defeat the Akatsuki organization. If you want to fight us, go and bring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki here. You are not qualified yet. Laozi shouted with a big laugh, and then began to condense the tailed beast ball. The monkey head opened its mouth, and the terrifying chakra began to condense, and finally formed a small black ball. The black ball became larger as Laozi continued to inject chakra. On the other side, the five-tails Jinchuriki Han also silently rubbed the tailed beast ball, and the two black balls continued to grow larger. It's different from last time. It seems that this time they are really going all out. Minato, we need to retreat, Jiraiya said with a serious expression. Laozi had used the tailed beast ball once before, but it was much quieter than this time, and this time even Han used it together. Everyone, come closer to me. Minato sensed the terrifying power in the tailed beast ball and his face suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted hurriedly. He could feel that the power of the black ball was enough to destroy the entire Konoha in an instant, with such a terrifying attack. Although he believed in Jiraiya's strength, he didn't think Jiraiya could block this terrifying tailed beast ball. Using Flying Thunder God to dodge was the best strategy. Muyu went to Minato's side as soon as possible. Although he could run out of the attack range, that would expose his true strength, so it was better to take a ride. Minato's two teammates knew Minato's ability, so they quickly approached Minato. Several Konoha Jonin were the last to arrive, but they also successfully came to Minato's side before the tailed beast ball landed. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato quickly covered the people around him with chakra and took them away. Whoosh, boom, boom. The fierce explosion light rushed straight into the sky. The moment the tailed beast ball hit the ground began to crack rapidly, forming an extremely huge pit. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book _bar published this novel for the first time. The tailed beast ball of the two people made such a big noise that even if Minato and others used Flying Thunder God to leave, they could still see the terrifying white light of the explosion and feel the slight tremor of the ground. Huh, have we come to the other world? A dark-skinned and slightly fat ninja couldn't help but complain. Obviously not, but if Minato hadn't learned Flying Thunder God, we would probably really go to the other world. The black-haired ninja sighed. Only by feeling the tailed beast ball head-on can you understand the importance of the Jinchuriki. He felt that if this was used on the ninja camp of Konoha, No barrier defense ninjutsu would be able to stop it. Minato exhaled lightly. It was also the first time he felt the full power of the tailed beast ball of the Jinchuriki. The power was really terrifying. If his ninjutsu had failed just now, everyone would have died under the tailed beast ball. The power of the tailed beast is so terrifying. There is also such a monster living in her body. Because of Lao Zi's last words, Minato couldn't help but think of Kushina, who was far away in Konoha. Konoha wanted Kushina to exert the power of the Nine Tails so that Kushina could undergo special training. Thank you, Minato. Miyu smiled and thanked Minato. Miyu's words pulled Minato out of his thoughts. Minato smiled gently and replied, "It is natural to help your companions in battle. I know you have a good relationship, but now is not the time to reminisce. The rest of you go back to guard the camp. Minato, you teleport us back." Jiraiya thought about the tactics for a while, and then spoke. After the Jinchuriki completely exerted their full strength, ordinary Jonin could not play a role in the battle. Minato had to waste extra chakra to use Flying Thunder God to protect them. He was ready to take the class he taught personally to fight against the two Jinchuriki. "Jiraiya-sama, I think I can help a little by staying." Miyu took the initiative to stay. He didn't run over just to take a look at the power of the tailed beast ball and leave. "Miyu is much stronger than us. We won this battle thanks to Miyu. He severely damaged the burst-style hunter of Iwagakure and killed many Iwagakure ninjas." In case Miyu's good intentions were not understood, the Konoha Jonin who was on the same battlefield with Miyu briefly talked about Miyu's record this time. "That hunter was actually defeated by you." Jiraiya was a little surprised after hearing this. In Jiraiya's impression, Miyu was just an ordinary special Jonin who cooked delicious food and had a good talent for sealing techniques. But that burst-style hunter was not an easy character to deal with. Among the Konoha troops on the front line of the grass country, only Minato had the ability to single-handedly defeat the burst-style hunter. "He underestimated me. In fact, I am only a little stronger than him," Miyu said modestly. "I didn't expect you to have such strength." Jiraiya smiled heartily and patted Miyu on the shoulder. "Then let's do it together. Let those two Jinchuriki know the power of Konoha ninjas." Minato was more surprised than Jiraiya after hearing about Miyu's record. When he was fighting with the Jinchuriki just now, he occasionally worried about Miyu who was in another battlefield. He didn't expect Miyu to be so strong that he defeated the Bukitan hunter. "Miyu, this is my Flying Thunder God kunai, you take it first." Minato handed a Flying Thunder God kunai to Miyu. Miyu was not hypocritical, and thanked Minato after taking it. "Everyone get ready, we are going back," Minato reminded, and then used Flying Thunder God 10 seconds later. Whoosh! The scene in front of him changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Miyu and the others returned to the battlefield and stood on the edge of the pit, while the two Jinchuriki were still at the place where they had just released the tailed beast ball. "Only 8K today. The state is not very good. I hope I can write more tomorrow. And I also ask for monthly tickets." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Battle with Jinchuriki. "I thought you had just run away. It seems you still don't know your own strength." Old Purple crossed his arms and said in surprise. After seeing the power of their tailed beast Jade, they dared to come back and continue fighting with them. "I'll let you know the true strength of the Toad Sage soon." Jiraiya laughed loudly, and two small toads wearing cloaks appeared on his body. "Two sages, please." The enemy this time is not simple. The opponents were two Jinchuriki who could use the tailed beast Jade. Jiraiya did not dare to be arrogant. After Minato used the Flying Thunder God to leave, he immediately prepared for the Sage Mode and summoned two sages from Maibaku Mountain before returning. His Sage Mode was not perfect, and he needed the assistance of two sages. However, because there were two sages to assist, it was more durable than a normal person using the Sage Mode. "Isn't this a tailed beast? There are actually two of them. It is indeed a very difficult enemy," Fukasaku sage said in surprise when he sensed the powerful tailed beast chakra on Old Purple and Han. He has lived for 800 years, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation and faced two tailed beasts at the same time. Little Jiraiya, you summoned me at a really bad time. I was thinking about what to cook tonight, Shima Sage said with some dissatisfaction. Now is not the time to care about such things. You should pay attention to the enemy. These are two Choriki. I can feel the terrifying chakra in their bodies, Fukasaku Sage said with a serious face. What do you mean by such a thing, Dad? Do you think it's easy to be a housewife? Shima Sage felt underestimated. After the battle, I will introduce you to a cooking master, but now let's focus on the battle. Two toads were standing next to his ears and arguing. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a headache. They were really standing next to his ears. Mystifying. Lao Zi's chakra burst out, and he used ninjutsu with both hands. Lava style, burning river rock technique. A large number of lava balls burning with flames spewed out of Lao Zi's mouth. The lava balls were not big, just slightly taller than an adult, but there were so many of them, like a group of meteorites falling. It's time to use the celestial technique. Celestial technique Goemon. Jiraiya laughed loudly and used the celestial technique to fight against Lao Zi without dodging. He gathered the chakra in his throat and transformed it into chakra oil, and spit it towards the lava ball. At the moment when Jiraiya spit out the chakra oil, Shima Sage spit out the celestial flame, which made the chakra oil spit out by Jiraiya hot. At this time, Fukasaku Sage spit out the celestial wind escape, and the wind helped the fire to make it more vigorous, and also expanded the range of the boiling hot oil. Boom! Exclamation mark. The extremely hot oil hit the lava and bursts of explosions sounded instantly. The boiling hot oil was blown up and the lava fell one by one. Finally, all the lava fell. The hot oil and the flame were damaged, but they continued to rush towards Lao Zi and Han. Muyu showed a thoughtful expression. The increase in the celestial mode was naturally considerable, but Jiraiya alone could not achieve such power by using the celestial fire escape. It must be said that having a good summoned beast can increase a lot of combat power. Muyu feels that if Jiraiya cannot summon the Maibaku mountain toad, his overall strength will drop by 1/3. Muyu is willing to train Kuro and try to get Kuro out of the status of a means of transportation and make him useful in battle, but after trying a few times, he found that it was not very useful. Summoned beasts seem to rely more on innate talent than humans. Whoosh! Lao Zi and Han burst out chakra and retreated. What kind of ninjutsu is it? It's more powerful than my lava escape. Lao Zi looked very surprised. He didn't expect Jiraiya's strength to suddenly become so much stronger. You know, he used the lava escape of the tailed beast's chakra. Swish, swish, swish. Minato quickly took out 4 flying thunder god kunai from the ninja tool bag and threw 2 at Lao Zi and Han, but they were easily blocked. Haha, next I will let you experience more fairy methods. Jiraiya rushed towards Lao Zi at a very fast speed. With the blessing of the Sage Mode, his physical ability has also been greatly enhanced. Lao Zi wanted to fight Jiraiya in a battle of physical skills, but he overestimated his ability. Facing Jiraiya in Sage Mode, he was already unable to resist, and with 2 toads interfering beside him, he was even less of an opponent. Bang! Exclamation mark. A dull crash sounded, and Lao Zi was hit by Jiraiya's punch with Sage Chakra and slid on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping, leaving a deep scratch on the ground. Han, who had been fighting with Muyu and others, immediately burst out the tailed beast chakra, and white steam continued to emerge from his body, and his physical strength was greatly enhanced. Although he himself could not use boiling release, he could use the chakra of the 5 tails. When there was a tailed beast in his body, it was no different from having boiling release himself. Unlike other boiling release ninjas, Han developed boiling release into a ninjutsu that assists physical skills, and cleverly used boiling release chakra to enhance his own strength. The slightly fat black-skinned ninja was originally using thunder release ninjutsu to fight Han in close combat. After Han used boiling release to increase his strength, he was instantly no match for him and was beaten back after the fight. Decay. The black-haired Konoha ninja couldn't help but shout out in worry when he saw his teammate being blown away. Han seized this opportunity and immediately concentrated his chakra on his feet to increase his speed and rushed towards the black-haired Konoha ninja. Muyu noticed Minato's position and gave Minato a hint with his eyes while making hand seals. Minato instantly understood Muyu's hand seals and used ninjutsu, and deliberately waited until the last moment before Han rushed to appear next to his teammates and used Flying Thunder God to transfer his teammates. Fire style. Phoenix Fire style. Muyu directly aimed at the position where Minato's black-haired teammate was standing and released fire style. A large number of small fireballs spewed out of Muyu's mouth and hit Minato's black-haired teammate at a high speed. When Han rushed to the moment, Minato and his black-haired teammate disappeared, but Muyu's Phoenix Fire was about to arrive, and more than 30 small fireballs instantly hit Han. Boom! Exclamation mark! A burst of dense explosions sounded, and the fierce flames enveloped Han, and the dust and smoke stirred up covered Han's figure. Brother, your fire escape is really powerful. It's not unfair that Shao lost to you. Dakai climbed up and saw Muyu's fire escape drowning Han. He couldn't help but smile and praise. Even if it's a Jinchuriki, it should be. Before Dakai finished speaking, the gray-yellow smoke faded, and white steam smoke continued to be produced. Han, who was emitting dark red chakra, appeared in front of everyone, and there was a trace of burnt black on his red armor. You are very good. If I was a little slower, I might have been seriously injured by you. The calm expression on Han's face disappeared, replaced by seriousness and solemnity. At the critical moment just now, he quickly used a huge amount of Tailed Beast chakra to create a Tailed Beast code to block the attack for himself. Originally, he didn't take the Konoha ninjas other than Jiraiya seriously, thinking that except Jiraiya, the others were not worth mentioning. But now Han has changed his mind. He doesn't comment on others. The two blonde ninjas are indeed quite capable. They can cause him a lot of trouble when they join forces. Then you better be careful next time. I still have a stronger fire escape that I haven't used yet. Muyu said with a smile. No matter how strong your fire escape is, it's useless. Next you will know the true power of the Tailed Beast, Han said with confidence, and more dark red chakra appeared on his body. 5 thick dark red tails appeared behind him. The half-tailed beast Han did not need to use boiling escape to have terrifying power. One impact could knock the ground and cause huge cracks. However, with the assistance of Minato's Flying Thunder God, the few people present were basically the elites among the Jonin. It was not so easy for Han to solve them with brute force. On the other side, Lao Zi, who was taught a lesson by Jiraiya's physical skills, was still unconvinced and directly entered the lava escape chakra mode. His whole body was covered with extremely hot lava, and his defense and attack power were greatly improved. This is the chakra mode developed by Lao Zi by combining his lava escape and the special chakra of the Forked Tails. The continuously burning lava can not only greatly increase the power of his physical skills, but also block the attack of ninjutsu for him. Has your whole body turned into lava? It seems that you can't use physical skills anymore. Jiraiya saw that there was an extra layer of lava armor on Lao Zi's body, so he gave up the physical attack. Although the Sage Mode can strengthen his body, it is very unwise to use his body to fight against the lava directly. Senjutsu? Senjutsu Senbon. Jiraiya launched a wave of tentative attacks. This technique is the fastest ninjutsu he can release, and it has a large range. Lava release, granted. Lao Zi used the change of nature to strengthen his own defense, and then ignored Jiraiya's attack, allowing the hard white hair to continue to pierce him. Under the reinforcement of the Senjutsu chakra, the hair Jiraiya shot out was harder than the real Senbon, but it still did not break through the defense of the lava armor and was soon melted by the lava. Dad, why don't you use illusion? It's dangerous to be close to this guy. Shima Sage said. She and Fukasaku mastered a powerful Senjutsu illusion, and they were the only ones in the whole Maibaku mountain who could use it. Without waiting for the answer from the sage Fukasaku, Jiraiya dodged and shook his head and said, the Jinchuriki has a tailed beast in his body, so illusions are hard to work on them. He knew how powerful the illusion of Gamma singing was, but the opponent this time was not suitable. First of all, Gamma singing must take a period of time to take effect. During this period of time, because the sound must be sung continuously, It is basically equivalent to continuously reporting to the enemy, and the two sages cannot provide him with help during the use of the illusion. The battle on the scene became more and more intense. Muyu noticed the situation on Jiraiya's side and thought of a way. He said, "Minato, my water escape is still good. It should be able to block the attack of the four-tailed Jinchuriki a little. Let's look for an opportunity to move Master Jiraiya to the side to attack the five-tailed Jinchuriki." Minato's battle ideas were very clear. He instantly understood Muyu's idea and nodded. Muyu split a shadow clone and let the shadow clone carry the flying thunder god kunai and run towards Jiraiya. Han noticed the movement of the shadow clone, but he ignored it. He was eager for Muyu's real body to come over, and then he would quickly kill the remaining three people and go to support Lao Zi. After discovering the difficulty of Minato and Muyu, he now focused on attacking Minato's two teammates and injured them. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ first published this novel. Jiraiya in the Sage mode has a strong perception. He sensed the arrival of Muyu's shadow clone, but he didn't know the specific tactics of the two. "Jiraiya-sama, I can temporarily block this Jinchuriki. You go to deal with the other one," the shadow clone said quickly and concisely. The next moment, Minato used Flying Thunder God to teleport Muyu's real body over. Jiraiya's rich experience immediately realized that the two wanted to use Flying Thunder God to switch positions to catch the five-tails Jinchuriki off guard, and immediately began to make hand seals to prepare to use celestial arts. The situation was urgent. Minato didn't say a word and immediately took Jiraiya back to the teammates who were being attacked by the five-tails Jinchuriki. Fire style. Big flame bomb. Jiraiya spat out a powerful fairy flame at Han, who was rushing towards him the moment he landed. The huge fireball just collided with Han, who was running towards him, and directly dealt full damage. Jiraiya did not waste time, and immediately rushed forward and burst out his chakra to give the injured Han a heavy punch. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Han flew backwards more than 10 meters, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Water style. Water shock wave. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Facing the rushing Lao Zi, the shadow clone first spit out a large amount of water, and Muyu's main body used this huge water flow to form a seal and use an extremely thick water dragon bomb to rush towards Lao Zi. The powerful impact of the water dragon bullet pressed Lao Zi's body to the back continuously, and at the same time, the fire of the lava on his body also became smaller. Where did the water style master come from? He just happened to restrain my power. Lao Zi frowned. This water dragon bomb that was more than 20 meters long and several meters high was obviously not something that an ordinary person could use, and it was not on a lake or ocean. What annoyed him most was the water-style ninjas. The only way he could counter them was the tailed beast ball. Although he felt that it would take some time to kill Muyu, Lao Zi was more worried about the injured Han, so he also entered the half-tailed beast state to support Han. In order to force Jiraiya and others to retreat, Lao Zi directly accumulated a small-tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Minato immediately distanced themselves and joined Muyu. "Han, are you okay?" Lao Zi stared at Jiraiya cautiously and asked Han. "It's not life-threatening, but I can't use my full strength next time," Han said as he got up. The tailed beast chakra gave him a strong recovery ability, but Jiraiya's fairy technique was powerful, and he couldn't recover for a while. "Let's use the tailed beast ball together and retreat. These guys are not easy to deal with. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer," Lao Zi said. In a one-on-one fight, he felt that he could defeat either Muyu or Jiraiya, but if Jiraiya was assisted by Muyu, it would be difficult to fight. Add the elusive Minato, and it would be even more difficult. "Then let's retreat." Han nodded in agreement. Anyway, the Iwagakure troops had already lost, so there was nothing wrong with them retreating. Then the two of them used the tailed beast balls together, and Minato saw this and used Flying Thunder God to move everyone to a safe place again. The same terrifying white light of explosion. Even if you are far away, you can still feel the terrifying power. It's really exciting. The second time, Takai couldn't help but complain. "It's really stressful to fight against the Jinchuriki." The black-haired teammate touched the clothes behind him, which were already soaked with sweat. "Teacher Jiraiya, do you want to go back and continue fighting?" Minato asked. "Let's go back to the camp. It's too difficult to deal with two Jinchuriki together." Jiraiya shook his head and said. Han was seriously injured, but Jiraiya's chakra was also consumed a lot, so he didn't think of chasing. "Although we didn't defeat them completely, there is no doubt that this time we Konoha won a great victory," Jiraiya said with a big laugh after releasing the summoning technique in Sage mode. "As one of the 5 major ninja villages, Iwagakure has already sent out 2 Jinchuriki, while Konoha won without sending out any Jinchuriki, which can be said to be far ahead. Everyone performed very well this time, especially Minato and Muayu." Jiraiya looked at Muayu with great appreciation and said. He knew that Minato was excellent. After all, he brought him up, but Muayu did give him a surprise. He found that Muayu's ninjutsu skills were very solid. Although he had not used many advanced ninjutsu, every ninjutsu he used was very skilled and had a good power. If there were output data for this battle, Muayu's output value would definitely be second. Of course, if he had to choose the most important auxiliary, Jiraiya would still choose Minato, because without Flying Thunder God, he would not be able to block the two-tailed beast balls. "I didn't expect that, Muayu. In addition to your unique cooking level in the ninja world, you are also so good at ninjutsu. Compared with me before, you are more like a disciple of Sarutobi teacher." Jiraiya touched his chin and said. In the battle, Muyu used 3 attributes of ninjutsu, and they all looked very skilled, and they could be combined to exert greater power. "It's mainly because Minato's space-time ninjutsu is powerful." Muyu smiled and gave the credit to Minato. In fact, he thought so in his heart. In Muyu's eyes, this battle was first of all Jiraiya, who could fight alone to suppress a Jinchuriki, then the best assistant Minato, and then he was the third. Through this battle, Muyu also roughly figured out the strength of ordinary people's ninjutsu. It's no problem to fight, but you can't kill, because Muyu's full-strength attack is not as long-lasting as ordinary people in Sage mode, and most of the chakra will soon be consumed. No matter how strong my space-time ninjutsu is, someone has to create opportunities. If it weren't for your strong water escape, Muyu, it would be difficult for us to create such a result. Minato smiled and talked about Muyu's role. "Haha, you two are really, Minato, if you keep doing this, I will doubt whether you are lying to me. In fact, you are really brothers." Jiraiya looked at the two people praising each other, put his hands on Muyu and Minato's shoulders and laughed. "Okay, you are all great and have made great contributions." Jiraiya announced the result, and then took a few people back to the rear camp. 5K. I was a little stuck in writing this chapter, so it's a little late. In fact, there have been a lot of updates recently, all 9K 8K, but I combined the chapters, so it looks a little less. Chapter 245, Battle Victory. When Jiraiya and his companions returned to the camp, the Jonins in the camp came forward to ask about the battle situation. The battle with the Jinchuriki was a small victory. Only the 5-tails Jinchuriki was seriously injured, and the 4-tails Jinchuriki was not seriously injured. Jiraiya did not exaggerate his achievements and told the results of the battle in the top battlefield. "But overall we won a big victory." Then Jiraiya smiled and said that it was still necessary to boost morale. When the Jonins heard Jiraiya say that the 5-tails Jinchuriki was injured, they all looked relieved. If they suffered a loss in the top battlefield, the advantages they had previously gained would be wiped out. The good news that Jiraiya and others had gained an advantage in the battle with the Jinchuriki spread throughout the Konoha camp in an instant. The Konoha ninjas who heard the news were very excited and felt that they saw the dawn of victory in the war. The enemy sent out 2 great Jinchuriki and did not get any benefit from them, which gave them a feeling that Konoha's slight attack was already the limit of Iwagakure. Of course, such optimistic people are generally Jonin or young Chunin. The Jonin and experienced Chunin know that neither Iwagakure nor Konoha has yet to show their full strength. Only Jiraiya came to the battlefield among the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and no other well-known strongmen were sent. Although Iwagakure sent 2 Jinchuriki, there were only 2 of them. In addition, the strongest one was the explosion-style Jonin, Kari, and they did not send too many ordinary ninjas. Muyu, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Iwagakure was holding back a big one, and the military strength it showed at the moment was very likely to be a false formation. Miyu could easily understand everything by putting herself in Inoki's perspective. He sent 2 Jinchuriki in this war. From the perspective of other ninja villages, Iwagakure has taken it very seriously this time, with 2 Jinchuriki going to the battlefield together. But in fact, there are still a large number of ninjas hidden inside Iwagakure, tens of thousands of ninja troops, and a group of elite ninjas like Huangtu. If this battle fails, Inoki can make other ninja villages misjudge the strength of Iwagakure and be more vigilant against Konoha, which remains strong in the war. For example, Kumagakure, which is also at war with Konoha, will let go of their vigilance against Iwagakure and use more power against Konoha. If the battle is successful, it will be even better, proving that Konoha is already weak. Inoki can directly launch a large army to enter the Land of Fire and take Konoha directly, snatch the title of Konoha's first ninja village, prove his own strength and obtain more commissions and military expenses from the daimyo. Inoki will not lose either way, because with 2 Jinchuriki together, even if he can't win, he can't be forced to stay. Teacher Miyu, you are not injured, right? When Miyu found a few disciples, Obito asked with concern. Although he didn't know how strong the Jinchuriki was, the movement of the tailed beast ball was too loud. Obito could feel the terrifying strength of the Jinchuriki just by looking at the dazzling light of the explosion from a distance. Kakashi and Might Guy also looked at Miyu. Do you think I look injured? Miyu asked with a smile. No, Obito answered honestly. Miyu's body was covered with dust, and even his clothes were not torn. It may also be an internal injury that cannot be seen, Obito explained. I'm not injured, come with me, I'll help you treat it first. Miyu touched Obito's head and said. In addition to Might Guy's fist injury, Kakashi and Obito also suffered minor injuries, but not as serious as Might Guy. Miyu took a few people to a deserted place and began to use medical ninjutsu to treat. At present, his medical ninjutsu has not been cleaned, so he cannot use it in front of other ninjas. The powerful power of ninjutsu can be explained by training, but neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Danzo has taught him medical ninjutsu, so it can't be that he has realized the palm fairy technique himself. Teacher Miyu, who is stronger, the Jinchuriki or the candidate Raikage? Obito asked curiously. It's not easy to compare, but in terms of comprehensive strength, the Jinchuriki is stronger now. Miyu thought for a while and said, in fact, if the 4th generation Eye and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki were to fight one-on-one, Miyu could not guess the result of the battle. In addition to a tailed beast ball, the main output method of the 5-tailed Jinchuriki is also physical skills. But the tailed beast ball cannot hit the extremely fast 4th generation Eye. The 4th generation Eye has a speed advantage, and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki is more meaty and has more chakra. Compared to the 4th generation Eye, Minato is not as good at dealing with tailed beasts or Jinchuriki at this stage, because he does not have a strong means of output. But when it comes to people, Minato is more efficient and can deal with strong people better. I don't know when I can become as strong as you, Miyu teacher. Obito showed a yearning look. Then start training from now on. The passionate youth needs to seize all the time to strengthen themselves. After the treatment, Might Guy immediately did handstand running exercises. I mainly think that if the 3 of us are as strong as Miyu teacher, then we should be able to end the war, and so many people will not die. Obito said what he thought. In the past, when he encountered enemies on missions, Obito did not feel much after killing the enemy, because if he did not kill the enemy would kill him. But seeing so many strangers die on the battlefield, Obito was very uneasy. In just a few hours, he completely hated the existence called war. Obito's words made Kakashi look sideways. He did not expect Obito to say such words. If you want to end the war, it's not enough to be as strong as I am now. You need to be stronger. Miyu raised her head slightly and looked at the sky. If you want to restore peace in the ninja world, either everyone will fight to pieces and go back to recover their strength, or you can suppress others with strength beyond everyone else, so that others dare not move. And if you want to achieve long-term peace, even the strength of Senju Hashirama may not be enough, because there are Akaya Madara, Black Zetsu, and the sealed Otsutsuki Kaguya in the dark. But as long as you keep working hard, you will succeed one day, Miyu said with a warm smile. Inspired by Miyu, Obito also practiced with Might Guy as if he had been injected with chicken blood. And Kakashi naturally couldn't just watch the two practice and do nothing, so he practiced with them. Because of the big victory, and the food just happened to be delivered from the rear, the Konoha ninjas began to eat a lot to celebrate the victory at night. And Miyu also showed off her skills and made a few big pot dishes. Is it my illusion? This dish is so delicious that I thought the enemy was attacked by an illusion. A Konoha ninja showed an astonished expression after eating Miyu's food. Me too. I thought the food was especially delicious because of the victory. The Konoha ninja next to him said, "You are lucky. This is cooked by Miyu herself. Not many people have the opportunity to eat it." Jiraiya said with a big laugh. He was in a very good mood. If he was not on the battlefield, he would have wanted to drink. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel. Minato did not speak, and silently ate his meal quickly. Since he came to the battlefield, he has never eaten Miyu's food again. He often dreams of returning to Konoha and continuing to eat at Miyu's house every day. Minato, you don't have to be so fast at this time. Jiraiya found that he had only said a few words, and Minato had already finished 2 bowls of rice and a lot of dishes at the same time. Without time to complain more, Jiraiya also quickly joined in the meal. After the meal, several people sat together and chatted. Miyu told Minato about some of Kushina's situation in Konoha. "Kushina misses you very much. My disciple Uchiha Obito happens to have a camera. Why don't you ask him to take a few photos of you and bring them back?" Miyu said with a smile. Minato's eyes lit up and he felt very good. He thanked Miyu. "Let me take the photos? I will definitely make you as handsome as teacher Miyu." Obito volunteered. "Thank you very much, Obito." Minato agreed happily and thanked with a smile. Then Minato stood there, waiting for Obito to take a photo with a serious face. "Why don't you smile? I think you look better when you smile," Obito asked with a puzzled look while holding the camera. He saw that Minato smiled a lot like Miyu, so why didn't he smile when he was taking a photo? Minato forced the corners of his mouth to rise and tried to maintain a smile. "Haha, I didn't know you were so humorous, Minato." Jiraiya couldn't help laughing at Minato's expression, and then ran to Obito's side at full speed to take several photos for Minato. Minato now gave him the feeling of a paralyzed face forcing the corners of his mouth to smile. It should be that Minato took it too seriously, and deliberately smiling would seem abnormal, Decay analyzed. "Damn white-haired uncle, what a bad taste," Obito said while looking at Minato on the screen. "You are still young and don't understand. This is how to record happy times," Jiraiya said with a smug smile. "I'm not young. I have completed 2 A-level missions, and I saved several companions on the battlefield today," Obito said unconvinced. "A-level mission? I have done more than 20 S-level missions." Jiraiya said that he didn't know how many A-level missions he had done. "So strong?" Obito was full of surprise. S-level missions were a bit far away from him. "Of course, I am Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, known as the Toad Sage." Jiraiya raised his head and introduced himself. Minato looked at Jiraiya and Miyu's students and couldn't help but smile helplessly. And Obito just found out that he didn't listen to Jiraiya, but took the opportunity to take a picture of this normal smile. "What toad?" Obito turned around and asked. "You little brat, you are a Toad Sage, not a toad," Jiraiya corrected. Looking at the legendary 3 ninjas and Obito comparing the number of tasks as if they were comparing who had more snacks, and even boasting about their titles, Kakashi couldn't help but feel like a star had collapsed. Although Kakashi did not worship any of the 3 ninjas, the 3 ninjas were very famous in Konoha. Kakashi naturally thought that the 3 ninjas were extremely reliable ninjas, but the facts seemed to be not what he thought. Today's words are also 8K. Chapter 246, Competition with the Immortal. "Since you say you are a sage, do you have any special skills?" Obito looked at Jiraiya for a few times and then asked. In Obito's mind, only very powerful people can be called sages, such as the creator god Six Paths Sage recorded in the textbook, or the Miyu Sage who always helps him. If the shadow clone technique can be used to solve problems and cannot flow back to memory, Obito would like to call Senju Bairama the clone sage, but after discovering the huge disadvantages of the shadow clone, he thinks Senju Bairama is not good enough. I can enter the sage mode and use extremely powerful sage techniques, Jiraiya said proudly. When he was a child, his performance was mediocre, and his teammates were Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. She has the blood of the Thousand Hands and is born with powerful chakra. Although Orochimaru is a commoner like him, he has excellent talent and learns everything quickly. Compared with them, Jiraiya is as bad as a slacker. But now it is different. The three of them have signed a summoning contract with the three holy places because of their own opportunities, but only Jiraiya can use the sage mode. Although it requires the assistance of the two great sages, Fukasaku and Shima, to use it, there is an essential difference between being able to use it and not being able to use it. He used to suffer alone and be tied to a pillar during training, but now he has learned the sage mode and a large number of sage techniques. He is confident that he can beat any Konoha ninja except Sarutobi Hiruzen, including Tsunade and Orochimaru. What? It sounds like you have mastered a very strong ninjutsu? Obito said that just like this, he can't be called a sage, and he didn't develop the sage mode himself. I see that you really don't understand anything, but if you are not convinced, do you want to fight my disciple in a one-on-one duel? Jiraiya suggested with a smile. It's too troublesome to explain the sage mode and sage techniques to a child. Okay, then Uncle Toad, call your disciple out. Obito thought that Jiraiya's disciple would be about the same age as him, so he agreed directly. Minato, someone wants to challenge you in a duel. Come here, Jiraiya shouted to Minato with a big laugh. Obito looked at the face that looked a bit like Miyu and was a little dumbfounded. How could he fight like that? He had never seen Minato fight, but he had seen Minato use Flying Thunder God and disappear in an instant. And Miyu had also said that Minato was very strong and surpassed many of Konoha's Jonin. Obito did have a record of defeating Jonin, but he worked with his teammates, not alone, not to mention that Minato was an elite among the Jonin. What do you think, Goggles kid? Are you scared? Jiraiya looked at Obito with a smile on his face. I'm not afraid, but your disciple has practiced for many more years than me. It's not fair. Obito thought that he would not necessarily lose at the same age. Teacher Jiraiya, don't tease Miyu's disciples. Minato walked over and said helplessly, how could he really fight Miyu's disciples? Jiraiya laughed a few times and stopped teasing Obito. He just thought Obito was an interesting kid. Miyu, are you interested in discussing cooking with the immortals of Myabaku Mountain? At this time, Jiraiya thought of his promise to Shima Immortal, so he asked Miyu. They are the two immortals I summoned when I was fighting before. Jiraiya briefly explained the existence of Myabaku Mountain to Miyu. Shima Immortal and Fukasaku Immortal are both immortals who have lived for more than 800 years. They are knowledgeable and powerful, and have mastered various immortal methods. In order to arouse Miyu's interest, Jiraiya tried to make the two immortals as powerful as possible. A hint of thought flashed in Miyu's eyes. According to Kuroba's performance, the dishes made by his chef skills are also very lethal to summon beasts, and should also be useful to the toads of Myabaku Mountain. It should not be difficult to gain their favor, but Miyu is a little concerned about the Big Toad Immortal. The Big Toad Immortal has a very magical ability, which is to dream and see the future. In the original work, his predictions are basically all realized, which can be said to be quite accurate. Miyu couldn't understand the ability of prophecy. At this time, he was already a master of ninjutsu and mastered many ninjutsu of various natures. He could understand why the tailed beast ball had the terrifying power to destroy a city with one blow, and why Amaterasu could continue to burn. But no matter how much Miyu thought, he couldn't figure out why he could see the future. Miyu felt that being able to see the future was a very scary thing. If the future could be observed, then everything was destined to be good, and even observing the future itself was destined to happen. We will soon know whether the future can change such things. Miyu stopped divergent thinking and stabilized his mind. In the future without him, Might Guy would die in battle for Might Guy to open the death gate. Obito would turn black and become a psychopath to kill Minato and Kushina, and Shisui would be attacked by Danzo and then commit suicide. But if he continued to practice at his pace, when the battle between Kirigakure and Konoha began, Might Guy would at least have the breathing method plus the 5 gates of the 8 gates, and he would definitely not need Might Guy to open the Death Gate. Shisui's problem is easy to solve. By that time, regardless of how strong Muyu has developed, even Shisui is far beyond the original work and is not so easy to attack. Muyu thinks that the most difficult thing is Obito, because what happened to Obito was not because of the war, but because he was targeted by Uchiha Madara. At this stage, Muyu does not have a foolproof solution. She can only try to improve the strength of Obito and Kakashi. Stronger strength can deal with more dangers, which is beneficial and harmless. Very interesting. A sage who has lived for more than 800 years must have a lot of insights into cooking. Muyu smiled and nodded. Although I am a little afraid of the prophetic ability of the Big-Toed Sage, contacting Maebaku Mountain is more beneficial than harmful. If you want to improve your strength, the Sage Mode is a very good choice. Muyu, one of the 3 holy places where you can learn sage arts, believes that Maebaku Mountain is the best solution at present. For the Wet Bone Forest, you have to have a good relationship with Tsunade, which is not an easy thing, and the Wet Bone Forest Sage Mode does not appear clearly in the original work. It would be too dangerous for Orochimaru to go to Richie Cave. Muyu has many secrets, and he doesn't want to arouse Orochimaru's interest for the time being. After comprehensive consideration, Muyu agreed to the cooking discussion mentioned by Jiraiya. It is not certain whether Maebaku Mountain will sign a contract with him. If there is a chance to improve his favorability, he will do so. It is never a bad thing to have more friends. Summoning technique. Seeing that Muyu agreed, Jiraiya performed the summoning technique to summon the 2 toad sages. Little Jiraiya, why did you summon us at this time? The sage Fukasaku asked with a puzzled look when he found that they were not fighting. Yeah, I was going to sleep, and I have to get up early to make breakfast tomorrow. The sage Shima laughed and said, didn't I say before that I would introduce you to a cooking master after the battle? His name is Hanyu Muyu. I have traveled all over the ninja world and have never eaten better food than his. Jiraiya introduced Muyu to the 2 sages with a solemn face. He sincerely believed that Muyu's cooking had reached an unsurpassable peak. Not to mention that it was as delicious as Muyu's. Jiraiya even felt that he had never eaten Muyu's cooking at half the level. His cooking skills are enough to be called the best in the ninja world. The best in the ninja world? Fukasaku Sage showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect Jiraiya to praise Muyu's cooking skills so much. I don't dare to be the best. Maybe there is a cooking master who is better than me in an unknown mountain, Muyu said modestly. It was a bit arrogant to admit that he was the best. Yes, the cooking skills of the housewives in our mountain should not be underestimated. Shima Sage looked at Muyu with a more pleasing look. Jiraiya recalled the dishes that Shima Sage had cooked for him and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In a sense, it was indeed not to be underestimated. Since little Jiraiya said you are the best in the ninja world, let me, a housewives, compete with you, the best chef in the ninja world. Shima Sage became interested. Muyu smiled and nodded in agreement. Jiraiya felt bad when he heard that the 2 were going to compete in cooking. He was happy to eat Muyu's cooking, but he would forget about Shima's insect feast. Then let Jiraiya and I be the judges, Fukasaku said with a smile. He thought this was quite interesting. After Fukasaku said this, Jiraiya knew that he couldn't escape tonight. He had only summoned the tailed beasts during the day, so how could he refuse? Minato, Dikai, Sohai, you guys are free anyway, why don't you be the judges together? Jiraiya coughed twice and invited his disciples. There is such a good thing. Dikai smiled instantly, feeling that Jiraiya was so good to them and never forgot them when he had food. He was just savoring the taste of Muyu's cooking, and now he can eat it again. Amasohai nodded with a smile, although he was not as excited as Dikai. He had similar ideas. Minato also smiled and agreed. It was naturally a good thing to be able to eat Muyu's cooking. Although Minato had signed a contract with Maebaku Mountain, he had not been to Maebaku Mountain, so he did not know that Shima Sage cooked insect feasts. After dragging all 3 disciples into the water, Jiraiya thought of Obito, who had just competed with him. Since it is your teacher's competition, you can also be a judge. Jiraiya invited Obito. After hearing this, Obito immediately agreed, and pulled Might Guy and Kakashi to participate in support of Miyu. Jiraiya couldn't help laughing after seeing it, as if he could foresee their expressions when they saw Shima Sage's insect dishes. "I'm going back to cook, and summon me again in an hour and a half," Shima Sage said. Although there are insects here, Shima Sage believes that only the insects in Maibaku Mountain taste the best, and if they want to compete, they must use the best ingredients. Jiraiya lifted the summoning technique and asked the two sages to return to Maibaku Mountain. After the two sages went back, Miyu thought briefly, and then quickly began to look for ingredients to start cooking. Jiraiya and others followed Miyu throughout the process. Some wanted to help, while others were curious about how Miyu cooked such delicious dishes. It seems that there is nothing special except that everything is very skillful and smooth. After watching, Xiangshan Shuping was even more confused. "Yes, Jiraiya teacher, do you understand?" Dakai looked at Jiraiya. "This is because the technique has reached its peak and has begun to return to its original simplicity. Every step is just right. It's like practicing ninjutsu. If every step of practice is done to the extreme, the ninjutsu will be extremely powerful." Jiraiya thought for a while and replied, "I see, you are worthy of being Jiraiya teacher." The two felt that what Jiraiya said made a lot of sense. "Uncle Toad, you have a good eye in this regard." Teacher Miyu's cooking level is at the level of a cooking immortal. Seeing Jiraiya praising Miyu, Obito liked Jiraiya a lot more. Jiraiya was too lazy to correct Obito's address. He could call him whatever he wanted. Miyu's cooking level was indeed indisputable. An hour later, several people sat in a tent with a long table. Jiraiya used the summoning technique to summon the two sages again. "You are in for a treat. I usually only cook for the child's father." Shima Sage showed his pride and wanted to serve the insect feast he made to the table. Dakai looked over and saw that there were dishes and soup, but the color of the soup was a bit strange. It was purple, and there were gray-green insects as thick as arms soaked in it. The dishes were pink insects as thick as fingers covered with an unknown brown sauce. Obito's throat was bulging, and he couldn't help but want to vomit. He quickly glanced at Miyu's dishes, and then he calmed down. Dakai and Amasohai looked at Jiraiya one after another, and even Minato couldn't help but look at Jiraiya in confusion. Jiraiya's eyes drifted upwards. As long as he couldn't see, it meant that nothing had happened. "Teacher Jiraiya, I suddenly feel that I am very full after dinner and can't eat anything anymore." Dakai looked at the purple soup and the gray-green bugs, and cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. He wanted to quit. "If you are full, then eat less." There are not many opportunities to taste the food of Shima Sage. Jiraiya said that it was impossible to run away. "No, will you really not die if you drink this soup?" Obito couldn't help asking. He even felt that there might be poison in the soup, otherwise why would it be this color? "It may not be poisoned. It may be that the bug itself is poisonous." Looking at Shima's bug feast, Might Guy, who has never been picky about food, couldn't help but shudder. He believes that men should not be picky about food, but Shima Sage's food really doesn't look like it is for people to eat. "How rude. This is a tonic soup I specially made. Eating it after training and fighting can replenish energy very well," Shima Sage said with dissatisfaction. "That's right, Shima Sage's food is very good for training. You must eat more." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, and then picked up Miyu's food with chopsticks. Miyu made two dishes and a soup. The soup was emerald white jade soup, and the dishes were fried tempura and stir-fried meat with fresh wild vegetables from local ingredients. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar. First published this novel. "I have eaten a lot when I was training before, so I will suffer a little loss and eat more of Miyu's food, leaving Shima Sage's food for you." Jiraiya tasted a bite of tempura, and an illusion immediately appeared in his mind. Kakashi. Jiraiya's image continued to collapse in his mind. He no longer dared to imagine what Orochimaru and Tsunade were doing in private. "Teacher Jiraiya, don't say that. You are Konoha's 3 ninjas, and you have the opportunity to become Hokage in the future. Strength is too important to Konoha. Let's suffer this loss." Amasohai smiled when he heard Jiraiya's words, and picked up a wild vegetable and put it in his mouth. Xiangshan Shuping immediately felt as if he had turned into a blade of green grass and merged into nature. Everything was so comfortable and harmonious. Hokage, I can't become Hokage. Jiraiya laughed and continued to pick up food. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted him to be Hokage, he would directly refuse. Jiraiya didn't have the slightest idea of becoming Hokage. Not only did he feel that the heavy workload of Hokage affected his collection of materials, but he also believed that he had a more important mission, such as finding the child of prophecy. Uncle Toad, why are you so unambitious? I just think I can become Hokage, Obito said proudly. Then you have to practice well. You can't become Hokage like this now. Jiraiya didn't care about Obito's words and encouraged him with a smile. Although he didn't want to become Hokage, he didn't think that the dream of becoming Hokage was bad. Of course, with teacher Miyu teaching me, I will definitely be stronger than your disciple and you in the future, Obito said with a smile. Youth is not picky about food. Men should be brave enough to challenge. Might Guy hypnotized himself and finally mustered up the courage to pick up a red worm and put it in his mouth to chew. Although he also wanted to eat Miyu's food, Might Guy felt that what Shima Sage had worked hard for an hour should not be wasted. Bitterness, sourness, and a very strange but unpalatable taste burst out in Might Guy's mouth. He clenched his teeth to prevent himself from spitting out the food. Then Might Guy took another sip of the purple soup. He had originally drank it with the courage to faint after drinking it, but he found that the soup tasted better than the pink bugs. Although it was still unpalatable, it was much better than the bugs just now. If Might Guy had to describe it, the taste of the bugs just now was simply made into sauce with unwashed stinky socks, and then poured on the mud and eaten directly. It was almost the same taste. Thank you for the treat. Might Guy smiled and gave Shima Sage a thumbs up. Your taste is not bad. Shima Sage, who was originally a little dissatisfied, saw Might Guy give her a thumbs up, and her mood began to improve. Jiraiya didn't really eat all of Miyu's food. He was just joking with his disciples. How could he not eat it when he had such a good relationship with the toads? After eating a few bites of Miyu's food, Jiraiya also drank a mouthful of insect soup, and then quickly put another Miyu tempura into his mouth. It's been hundreds of years, and it's still as delicious as before. After eating the insect food, the immortal Fukasaku praised with a smile. He didn't praise it because Shima was his wife, but he really thought it was delicious. After all, it was a competition. Although the immortal Fukasaku didn't like the weird food of humans, he also picked up a wild vegetable and tasted it. After eating it, the immortal Fukasaku was instantly shocked. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be a toad, but a thriving green grass growing in nature. Dad, that person's food is not as delicious as mine, right? Asked the immortal Shima. Senin Fukasaku recalled the experience just now, then shook his head and said, although your food is delicious, Miyu's food can make people understand the true meaning of nature. The difference between you is like ordinary ninjutsu and senjutsu. The moment he ate, Senin Fukasaku was really shocked. He had lived for more than 800 years and had never eaten such food. The feeling was so real that he seemed to feel the throbbing of natural power. Is it that amazing? Senin Shima was a little unconvinced when she heard her old partner praising an outsider like this. So she also picked up the wild vegetables that Senin Fukasaku had just picked up. After eating, Senin Shima's unconvinced heart immediately disappeared, and the dissatisfaction on her face turned into shock. When did human food become so delicious? Senin Shima said with a look of surprise. And the feeling just now was so real. How did you do it? After being surprised, Shima Sage became very curious. However, Shima Sage soon stopped being surprised. She had to eat quickly, otherwise she would be eaten by others. Soon Miyu's dishes were swept away, and Shima's insect feast was also solved after everyone showed a fearless expression. Little Miyu, what do you think of my dishes? Shima Sage asked Miyu how she felt after eating her dishes. For a housewife, it is excellent in all aspects, but it is not suitable for ordinary humans. Miyu adjusted her expression and commented with a smile, it is indeed not as good as your dishes, little Miyu. Shima Sage was quite satisfied with Miyu's evaluation. Little Jiraiya, what do you think of little Miyu? Fukasaku Sage suddenly asked Jiraiya. Very good, both in strength and other aspects. Jiraiya thought for a while and replied. Although he did not have much contact with Miyu, Miyu left a good impression on Jiraiya. If it were in the past, Jiraiya might have accepted Miyu as his disciple. After all, it was really good to have two disciples who were very similar and excellent in all aspects. But now Jiraiya is only thinking about finding the child of prophecy. He will continue his journey after the war is over, and he has no time to teach Miyu. Then you should bring little Miyu to Maibaku Mountain as a guest when you are free. I am looking forward to him making a table of delicious food with the ingredients of Maibaku Mountain, said the immortal Fukasaku with a smile. Jiraiya understood what the immortal Fukasaku meant, and nodded with a big laugh and said, I will definitely go when I am free. Miyu had some guesses in his heart after hearing the conversation between the two. Maybe the two immortals liked him and thought he could become a contractor of Maibaku Mountain, but after all, they were not familiar with him, so they asked Jiraiya to help observe him and take him to Maibaku Mountain if he was qualified. Of course, it is not ruled out that the immortal Fukasaku really coveted his cooking and simply wanted him to visit Maibaku Mountain. For Miyu, it was not a loss anyway. Anyway, he just cooked a few dishes, which was a piece of cake for him. In order to prevent Iwagakure from doing anything crazy, Miyu stayed in the war camp for a few days. Nothing happened, so he said goodbye to Minato and Jiraiya. Minato, do you want me to tell Kushina a message? I can go back and tell Kushina for you, Miyu asked with a smile. Minato thought about it. He did have a lot to say to Kushina. He wanted to ask if it was tiring to have a monster living in Kushina's body, and if it would be boring to practice alone. But if Miyu had to tell all these, he might have to write a paper of tens of thousands of words. Minato condensed thousands of words into one sentence. Tell her that I'm fine. Tell her to take care of herself, don't stay up late, and eat on time. I'll tell her the original sentence. Miyu remembered every word in his mind, then nodded and said, Miyu, I have passed on all the merits you have made on the battlefield. There may be surprises when you go back. Jiraiya said goodbye to Miyu with a big laugh. On the first day after the battle, he sent back the news of the great victory. Jiraiya especially wrote a letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen to write about Miyu's performance in the war, and said that he could train Miyu more. Thank you for your trouble, Jiraiya. Miyu smiled and thanked Jiraiya when he heard Jiraiya asking for credit for him. If you want to thank me, wait for me to go back and make me a big meal. In addition, your 3 disciples are very good. Continue to train them well. Obito and the others were used to following Miyu, and they practiced wherever they went. They have been practicing in the camp these days. Jiraiya saw that the 3 of them were extremely outstanding and were the strongest among their peers. If they continue to keep up, they may have a chance to become the next generation of Sannin, but it feels strange that there are not 2 men and 1 woman. Jiraiya thought to himself, Minato-senpai, Uncle Toad, goodbye. Obito, Minato and Jiraiya waved goodbye. Minato was as humble and excellent as Miyu. After spending a few days with Minato, Obito had a very good impression of Minato. As for Jiraiya, although he was sometimes annoying, Obito felt that he was still a very good person. Senior Dekai, let's have a chance to fight youthful battles together again in the future. Might Guy gave Dekai a thumbs up. After discovering that Dekai was a master of lightning-style ninjutsu, he tried to challenge him. Although he failed miserably, the two got along well. Haha, if you can pick a good time, it's no problem. Dekai laughed and agreed. Jiraiya-sama, Minato-senpai, goodbye. Kakashi politely said goodbye to each of them. After saying goodbye, Miyu returned to Konoha with his disciples and the grain transport team. On the way, Obito kept fiddling with the camera and looking at the photos he had taken. It turns out that there are so many kinds of plants. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find them. Obito found that the green trees that looked similar in his eyes actually had many kinds, and the leaves were not quite the same. When he turned to the picture of Minato's smiling face taken by Jiraiya, Obito couldn't help laughing and said, Mr. Miyu, are we really going to take this back to show it to Minato's girlfriend? Obito felt that if he showed this kind of photo to Nohara-rin, he might not dare to show his face in front of Nohara-rin for 2 days. This is the most precious one, she should like it. Miyu replied with a smile. 7K. I'll see if I can stay up late and write another chapter. I'll post it before 2:30. If I can't write it, I'll post it tomorrow. Tomorrow will definitely be 10,000 a day. The protagonist will develop the Sage mode by himself later, but this kind of advanced ability is definitely not something that can be thought of on a whim. I will first touch upon the existing Sage mode. Please double the monthly votes. Chapter 247 S-level mission rewards. Finally I'm back. Obito sighed as he looked at the tall wooden wall of Konoha. Only when he went out on a mission could he realize how comfortable it was to have a soft big bed to sleep on. Obito felt that he had discovered the essence of human beings. When he was training in Konoha, he thought about going out on a mission, and when he was doing a mission, he thought about completing the mission quickly and going back. Maybe this is what human beings are like. I can't wait to start training, Might Guy said with an excited expression, after the melee on the battlefield. His combat ability has become stronger, and he also gained a little when sparring with DKE. Might Guy can't wait to continue to enrich himself through training. Kakashi, who originally wanted to take a day off to rest, couldn't sit still after hearing what Might Guy said. If he rested, it would be like he stopped running while Might Guy continued to run. Teacher Miyu, will you go to the South Forest later? Kakashi asked. If Miyu went to the South Forest, then he would go to the South Forest to practice. If not, he would practice at home until 12 o'clock in the evening. Yes, I will go. If you want to practice, you can go there. I will guide you as usual. Miyu smiled and nodded. Of course, if you want to rest, you can rest for a day. I will start normal practice tomorrow. After experiencing such a big event, they should have 2 more days off. But when Kakashi and the others stayed in the camp, Miyu reduced the amount of training due to the location factor, so it can be considered a few days of rest. Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Miyu. After confirming that Miyu would go to the South Forest, Kakashi prepared to go to the South Forest for practice. Seeing that the two of them were going to practice hard as soon as they came back, Obito, who only wanted to develop the photos and then explain the mission to Nohara-rin, felt that he was out of place. In the end, as Obito thought, Might Guy and Kakashi went straight to the South Forest. Obito could only sigh and split a shadow clone to let the shadow clone go to the main city of Konoha to develop photos, while the real body also went to the South Forest for practice. They came back together, but he didn't go to practice. Wouldn't it make him look the laziest? After separating from the disciples, Miyu went directly to the Hokage building and went directly to the Hokage's office to report the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Jiraiya should have sent back all the information, he still had to report because it was his responsibility. Knock, knock. Miyu knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside the office. After getting Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, Miyu opened the door and walked into the Hokage's office. Looking up and seeing that it was Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. He took off his pipe, exhaled a white mist and said, Miyu, are you here to report the mission? Well, Sandaime-sama, we encountered an unexpected situation on this mission. As soon as we arrived at the camp, we encountered a large-scale attack by the Iwagakure ninja force, and then, Miyu began to explain the specific situation of the mission. Miyu, I don't know what to say about your team. Every time I assign you a C-level mission, there will be an accident. Give me a surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen complained in a joking tone. 4 consecutive C-level missions encountered unexpected events, and the 4th one happened right before the war broke out. This is really something that no one else can do. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that if Miyu was not so strong, the team would have suffered heavy casualties if an ordinary Jonin had come. Maybe I'm unlucky. Miyu made fun of himself. He didn't expect this to happen in the 4th mission. After all, he was ready to complete the C-level mission steadily, but he was hit by a big wave. Maybe Konoha's luck is good, and you just happened to catch up with this wave of battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Carry, who defeated the Iwagakure blasting team, also used water escape to block the attack of the Four Tails Jinchuriki in the battle with the Jinchuriki. No wonder Danzo looked unhappy when I asked you to leave. It turned out that I was going to take his elite troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised when Jiraiya's intelligence came back. Because Muyu had killed Jonin twice in the mission before, he knew that Muyu was stronger than ordinary Jonin. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect Muyu to be so much stronger than ordinary Jonin. During the war with Iwagakure, the explosion ninja carry was very popular. He defeated Konoha's squads repeatedly during the period of fighting in small groups. Ordinary Jonin were no match for him. When the war became more intense, Carry's performance was still excellent. He was invincible with his skilled physical skills of explosion and hardening. Although Minato and Jiraiya could deal with him, they needed to deal with the more difficult Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally wanted to send an elite squad to solve this problem, but he met Muyu on the battlefield and was beaten to a death. Although it was just some text descriptions, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that Muyu performed well in this war, and Jiraiya's letter to him alone could prove this. Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely saw Jiraiya pay so much attention to a person, and he also sent him a special letter to remind Muyu of his strength and potential. I have the current strength, and Danzo-sama has made an indelible contribution. Muyu nodded in approval, as if he was the elite of the route. He didn't like Danzo, but Danzo was a good shield. You defeated the hunter, killed many Iwagakure ninjas, and saved many fellow villagers. Your impact on the battlefield is enough to upgrade this mission to an S-level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen read out Muyu's contributions to this mission one by one. This time was a little different from the previous ones. In the past, she only encountered hostile ninjas during the war, and then fought and killed the enemies. This time, she played a big role directly on the battlefield, so it was directly upgraded to the highest level mission. In addition, the battle in which you and Jiraiya's team repelled the Jinchuriki was counted as another S-level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. This was Jiraiya's request, because he felt that Muyu's contribution was not enough for an S-level mission. Muyu's performance in the Jinchuriki battle was completely worthy of an S-level mission. After reading the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that there was no problem, but this S-level mission was only counted for Muyu, not the entire team. The entire team was upgraded from C-level to S-level. The original reward for the grain transport mission is 100,000 taels, and the village will give an additional reward of 1.15 million taels, a total of 1.25 million taels. The S-level mission reward for repelling the Jinchuriki is 1.2 million taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen said the reward for this Muyu mission. Thank you, Sandaime-sama. Muyu smiled and thanked him. The commission for the S-level mission is more than 1 million taels. The error-free version is read at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first releases this novel. However, this is the amount before tax. The more Konoha earns, the higher the tax. If it is a small team, the money each team member gets in the end will not be too exaggerated. In addition to the commission, you can choose any 10 ninjutsu in the ninjutsu hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The ninjutsu hall is where Konoha stores D-level to A-level ninjutsu. It has most of Konoha's ninjutsu, but there are fewer A-level ninjutsu, and most of them are B-level and C-level. This is a reward given by Sarutobi Hiruzen considering that Jiraiya said that Muyu has a strong foundation in ninjutsu. If Muyu can really quickly convert these rewards into combat power, there will be more training in the future. In addition, I will personally teach you 2 additional ninjutsu, namely Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique and Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and touched his mustache, looking like I am optimistic about you. Muyu's expression was very complicated. He seemed surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave so many rewards at one time, and then there was a deep sense of gratitude. Sandaime-sama, I will never forget your great kindness, Muyu said with a touched face. Although most of it was acting, it should be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was really generous this time. 10 optional ninjutsu, and then taught Muyu 2 additional A-level ninjutsu, one of which was developed by himself. Muyu felt that if it was a native Konoha ninja, he might have been in the mood of dying for his confidant. As a Hokage, watching you juniors grow up, this is the greatest reward for me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile. Listening to these familiar words, for a moment, He even doubted whether Sarutobi Hiruzen had a prosperity system for Konoha. The more powerful people there were in the village, the more rewards they would get. However, he immediately rejected this idea. If that were the case, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have dealt with Danzo long ago and won over the Uchiha. Danzo said that he was doing it for Konoha, but if he only consumed himself internally without increasing the overall strength, he would be a cancer. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Muyu did not think more, and continued to blow along with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He did not care whether Konoha was strong or not. Muyu never cared about Konoha, but his disciples, the students he taught, and the friends who helped him. As a time traveler who believed that he had a relatively correct outlook on life, he really did not have a good impression of Konoha as a military base. And his impression of this world was even worse. It was obvious that productivity had developed, but the feudal aristocrats and landlords were still showing off their power over the people, which was simply outrageous. He can't change too much by himself now, but he believes that when he becomes stronger and his disciples learn more knowledge and become stronger, he should be able to make this terrible world a better place. If there are no unexpected circumstances, I will usually be at home after 7 o'clock in the evening. If you want to ask questions, you can come to me between 7 and 8 o'clock in the evening, Sarutobi Hiruzen said after handing the ninjutsu scroll to Muyu. He said that he would teach him additionally, so of course he couldn't just give the training method, he would teach him personally. If it's a ninjutsu hall, I will handle the formalities for you, and then you can take the voucher to choose the ninjutsu. I will practice seriously and will never let you down, Muyu said seriously. He had spawned the Shrike Shadow clone once, but he had to practice the Great Waterfall technique himself. 3K, wrote until 2:30, tried my best, please give me the guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 248 Banal Increase. Disciples Might Guy, Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission tasks and received a growth reward of plus 1,540 chakras, and the teacher himself led an additional reward of plus 770 chakras. The chakras settled for the tasks were similar to what Muyu had imagined, or even a little more. Last time, the situation was so critical that the three disciples all burst out and only had about 2,000 chakras. This time, the three disciples added up to 2,310 chakras, which was already very good. The chakra income from the two tasks was almost catching up with the total amount of chakra when he first crossed over. Muyu could only say that it was really not easy for ordinary people to be ninjas. Chakras rose again, and Muyu took a look at his current panel. Name, Hanyu Muyu, Chakra, 50,200, Skills, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Perfect, 980,000, Armament Hockey, Perfect, 580,000, Lightning Breathing, Perfect. Muyu's chakra finally reached the small goal he set, 50,000. Among them, there is a large amount of chakra provided by the task, and there are also fragmentary rewards such as exam settlement and return of apprenticeship. However, the largest proportion of chakra increase is actually the chakra of the apprentice returning to the master. The task chakra seems to be a lot. 2,310 points are given in one go, but if you really want to calculate the time and distribute it to each day, it is actually not much. The chakra of the apprentice returning to the master seems to be added by a disciple little by little, but it is provided by 4 disciples together, and because Obito recently opened the Sharingan, the chakra growth rate has entered a stage of rapid growth, which has brought Muyu a great benefit of chakra. In addition to reaching the small goal of chakra, Muyu's high-level skills are also pretty good now, with 3 perfect skills and 12 mastery skills. I need to brush up my skills more from the second school year. Muyu looked through all his skills carefully and thought to himself, although there are more than 10 mastery-level skills, Muyu feels that the overall quality is average. Among the 12 mastery-level skills, 3 are fire escape techniques, and none of the other 5 basic nature ninjutsu. Then there are physical skills and sealing techniques. Muyu practiced the 2 mastery-level sealing techniques himself, the contract seal and the 5-element seal. The best quality mastery-level skills are undoubtedly the water attribute chakra nature change and the rock breath and the flame breath. regardless of the proficiency, his skill configuration is quite good. He has all the 7 nature change ninjutsu, as well as physical skills and sealing techniques, but the ones with high proficiency are basically fire escape techniques or physical skills. Muyu knows the reason for this, because the system rewards are not completely random. The return of apprenticeship will most likely explode with rewards related to the disciple, with a small probability of randomness, and the training tasks will definitely explode with rewards related to the disciple. Before accepting Kakashi, Shisui and Obito played with fire, and Might Guy played with physical skills, so his rewards in these 2 aspects were much more than others. The changes in the nature of lightning and earth chakra at the master level were only after Kakashi came. Brushing ninjutsu in class is a very efficient thing, even if it is a small class. 2 entry-level ninjutsu can be brushed out in a day. 1 more big class means 1 more entry-level ninjutsu. After the same entry-level ninjutsu is obtained 3 times, it is almost exactly at the master level. On this basis, it can be obtained 18 times to reach the master level. However, the probability of a ninjutsu appearing 21 times is too low. Muyu just wants to brush more skills at the master level. Through this battle with the Jinchuriki, he fully realized the importance of skills. If Lao Z has other stronger means besides lava release, Muyu will think more about how to reasonably block Lao Z. After leaving the Hokage building, Muyu went directly to the South Forest to teach his disciples. He promised Minato to help convey a message to Kushina and show her photos, but it takes time for the photo studio to develop photos, and he couldn't contact Kushina immediately. Kushina didn't spawn next to the Hokage building regularly, so the only way Muyu could contact Kushina stably was to ask the ninja who delivered food to pass on the message. So Muyu decided to wait until the photo came out before making an appointment with Kushina to meet, tell her what Minato said, and then give her the photo of Minato. When Muyu arrived at the South Forest, it was the same as usual, and all the disciples were practicing seriously. Teacher Muyu, what is the final level of this mission? It shouldn't be sea level, right? Obito stopped practicing fire escape and asked curiously. Of course not, just fighting with ninjas shouldn't be sea level. You guessed higher, Muyu said with a mysterious smile. Wouldn't it be S level? Obito couldn't help but ask with a hint of excitement on his face. If it were an ordinary person, he might try to ask if it was A level, but Obito never lacked the courage to make bold assumptions, and directly guessed it was S level. If you guessed right, I'll reward you with a candy. Muyu smiled and nodded, took out a candy and threw it to Obito. This is one of the reasons why he is so popular among students. Muyu is always happy to reward students and will always carry some snacks with him. Hee. Obito laughed, tore open the package and stuffed the candy into his mouth. Now the ninja uncle in the mission hall will definitely not dare to look down on us. S-level missions should be awesome enough, Obito said with a smile. Kakashi was a little surprised after hearing this. This kind of mission that encounters an accident and then upgrades is generally difficult to reach S-level. After all, S-level missions are the highest level missions in Konoha. Kakashi has been a chunin for several years and has never done an S-level mission. He did not have an S-level mission record when he followed a normal team to do missions, but he got 2 A's and 1 S in the same team with the interns. Kakashi felt that the world was really wonderful. The fact that the mission can be upgraded to S-level has nothing to do with us. It should be the great credit of Teacher Muyu. Kakashi analyzed rationally. He felt that his performance on the battlefield was okay, but Kakashi believed that Muyu's credit was the decisive factor. But Muyu-sensei is also in our team, and is also the overall strength of our team. Obito felt that it was unnecessary for Kakashi to divide it so finely. He felt that their Muyu class was just killing people on the battlefield in this mission. Kakashi really couldn't refute what Obito said. When talking about the strength of the entire team, Muyu must be included, but the problem is that without Muyu, the strength of their team would drop to the point of disbanding. I have made contributions, and your performance is not bad. Master Jiraiya attaches great importance to you and is optimistic about your future, Muyu said with a gentle smile. Keep working hard, and one day you will be able to complete the S-level mission with your own strength. In fact, it was indeed because of his great contribution that it was upgraded to an S-level mission. But there is no harm in encouraging the disciples more. To become a Hokage, how can you not have the strength to complete an S-level mission? Obito is full of expectations and confidence in his future. To become a Hokage, you need more than just strength. With your current knowledge, you are not even qualified to become a Jonin. Kakashi reminded calmly. Does it take an exam to become a Hokage? Obito looked surprised. You don't need to take an exam to become a Hokage, but people generally don't want someone who has a brain full of muscles to become a Hokage. Damn Kakashi, you have a brain full of muscles. Obito realized that Kakashi was mocking his poor theory. But I got full marks in all the exams in the ninja school. How about you? Kakashi asked with a slight smile on his face. Obito, he shouldn't have let Kakashi go with him to see the results. By the way, I also got full marks in the written exam of the Chunin exam. I'm really worried about your future teammates. It would be too funny if they were eliminated because of the first round of theory. Kakashi continued to output. Obito jumped on his face many times after defeating him. Now that he has the opportunity, of course he has to do more damage. I'm worried about your future teammates. Chunin lost to trainee ninjas. Obito began to fight back. They all knew that the team would not exist forever. After Obito and his friends graduated, this team formed for internships would be disbanded. Okay, you're very energetic. Let's start practicing the full concentration breathing method. Muyu stopped the verbal battle between the two and asked them to use their passion in training. Although Kakashi has just started to learn breathing techniques, he has no urgent projects to practice. Lightning breathing is the highest priority skill for Kakashi at present, so there is no problem in starting to practice Qingzong in advance. After all, the so-called Qingzong is actually to increase the upper limit of full concentration, while allowing the body to maintain a state of high concentration of breathing for a long time. Might Guy is different. It is more important to master the third gate as soon as possible. The next step is to practice Qingzong, because the first 3 gates of the 8 gates are easier to practice. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar. First releases this novel, started the full concentration breathing training. The two of them were still thinking about competing at the beginning, but they were so tired that they only thought about training. After the training, the two were tired and lay on the ground, and they had no strength to fight again. But Obito remembered that he had something to say, so he stood up with perseverance and slowly walked to Nohara Rin and sat down. Zealand, you will never guess how many enemies we encountered on this mission. Obito took a deep breath to adjust his state and said, no matter how hard and tired he was, he had to tell Nohara Rin about his heroic deeds. Kakashi noticed Obito's movements. Seeing Obito and Nohara Rin chatting, Kakashi quietly sat down by a tree not far away to prevent Obito from secretly slandering him. Did you encounter 20 enemies? Nohara Rin put her finger on her chin and asked with a smile. 20? Too few, Obito said with an exaggerated expression. There must be at least 600. There are ninjas wearing forehead protectors from the Hidden Rock village everywhere. It seems endless. If you defeat 1, 3 will come to attack you. So many enemies. You are not injured, right? Nohara Rin was very surprised. There were only a little over 300 people in a grade of the ninja school. She could hardly believe how dangerous it would be to fight so many formal ninjas together, so she asked with a worried look. They are just some minor injuries. They were healed by Muyu teacher after the battle. It's nothing. Seeing Nohara Rin's concern, Obito felt warm in his heart. Although there are many enemies, we also have many companions here. I saved several companions, including Chunin. They all praised me for being awesome. The enemies were surprised by my strength and said I was a genius. As he said that, Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. That's great. Nohara Rin smiled with relief. I still remember that a few years ago, you couldn't even take care of yourself, and even forgot to take your enrollment documents. Now you're a reliable boy who can save your companions at a critical moment. Hearing Obito say that he saved his fellow villager and was recognized by his enemies, Nohara Rin really felt the joy of the seed she had planted with great effort blooming. During the 4 years of the Ninja Academy, she had always helped Obito as if he were her own brother. Seeing Obito grow to this point, Nohara Rin was surprised and happy. I feel as reliable as Kakashi. Nohara-rin smiled with her eyes narrowed, and the slightly raised corners of her eyes were like two curved boats, full of the joy of a good harvest. Obito only felt that this smile was like the warm sun in spring, gentle and bright, dispelling his fatigue from training. It would be better without those 3 words. Obito complained in his heart. What do you mean by as reliable as Kakashi? It sounds like he is inferior to Kakashi. He doesn't think it's a problem to be as reliable as Miyu teacher. Hee. That time it was really thanks to your help, Zeolin, that I thought I would miss the chance to enter school. Obito scratched his head and thanked with a smile. After all, we are future classmates, so it is only right for us to help each other, Nohara-rin said softly. By the way, I took a lot of photos when I was doing the mission. Some of the flowers I have never seen in Konoha. They look pretty. I wonder if they are unique to the land of grass. Obito remembered the photos. I'll give you some after the photos are developed. Okay, then I thank you in advance, Nohara-rin replied with a smile on her face. Kakashi nodded secretly in his heart without hearing about his own private goods. He felt that he had rested enough, so he stood up and prepared to leave. It seems that Kakashi still understands you very well. He must have carefully selected them before buying them. You two should get along well, Nohara-rin said with a smile, holding her palms together. Kakashi, who happened to be passing by, turned his head slightly and explained, don't think too much, it's just that the cameras in the store are on sale. Maybe I bought the wrong one. I should buy a few dozen test papers from Teacher Miyu and give them to him. He may need this more. Obito was dumbfounded when he heard Kakashi's words. He had never heard such a vicious idea. Dozens of test papers as gifts. Wouldn't that be asking him to die? Damn Kakashi. Obito wondered what to do if Kakashi really gave it to him. After saying that, Kakashi didn't stay long and went home to eat. Knowing from Obito that it would take 2 days to get the photos, Miyu communicated with Kushina through the ninja who brought dinner after making dinner. After confirming the itinerary, Miyu returned to the village on the morning of the 4th day and went to the agreed place with Minato's photos and pastries he made to wait for Kushina's arrival. 4K, monthly ticket requested. There should be another 6K next. Chapter 249, Vision of Ninja University. As usual, Miyu arrived at the designated place 10 minutes in advance to wait. But what surprised Miyu was that when he arrived at the place, Kushina was already standing there. I'll be here first this time. Kushina put her hands on her hips, her snow-white chin slightly raised, and said with a smug smile. Miyu didn't expect Kushina to have a desire to win in such a strange place, but it was good to arrive early, so that the time to learn the sealing technique would be a little longer. Well, Kushina teacher, you are really diligent, Miyu praised with a smile. Haha, I am the first sealing ninja in Konoha. This is a matter of course. Kushina laughed and accepted Miyu's praise. Hurry up, I can't wait to see the photo you said that will definitely make you laugh at one look. Kushina's eyes flashed, urging Miyu. Miyu didn't hesitate, took out all the photos she brought, and then put the photo of Minato forcing a smile on the top. Ha ha ha. Kushina looked at the familiar face with such a funny expression and laughed directly. Did you use some ninjutsu to control Minato? How did you make him look like this? He looks like he wants to laugh but can't, Kushina asked curiously after laughing for a while. Maybe because he fought a big battle during the day and was very tired. And because the photo is for you, he has to look energetic and smile, so he ended up like this. Miyu speculated. It's so rare. I'm going to put this photo in a frame and keep it well, Kushina said seriously. She had seen Minato's normal smile many times, but she had never seen this one before. It's worth collecting. Kushina continued to look through the remaining photos. There were photos of Minato with a serious look on his face, and there were also helpless expressions when he saw an unknown event. Kushina looked through them carefully one by one. War, it's really a disgusting thing. Kushina put the photo away, and couldn't help but look up at the sky and sighed. Kushina is a very lively and enthusiastic person. She doesn't like to sigh. War is one of the few things that can make her sigh if she thinks a little more. Kushina was not born in Konoha. She was born in the land of whirlpools, a small country with only the Uzumaki clan. The land of whirlpools is very small. Although it is called a small country, The entire country only has a small island, which is not as large as the big cities of the Land of Fire. Although the land area is small, the Land of Whirlpools has no idea of expansion and has never attacked other countries. Because the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan, it has a good relationship with Konoha and the two sides have signed a friendly agreement. It can be said that Konoha's sealing technique is based on the Uzumaki sealing technique. In order to commemorate this friendly relationship, the uniforms of Konoha ninjas have added the clan emblem of the Uzumaki clan. In Kushina's impression, the scenery of the Land of Whirlpools is not worse than that of the Land of Fire. The Land of Whirlpools is also full of green trees. It is very hot in summer, but not cold in winter. She likes the Land of Whirlpools very much, but because of the special reason of chakra, she was selected as the second nine-tailed Jinchuriki at a very young age, and was sent directly to Konoha when she reached school age. After that, she got the news of the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools from Uzumaki Mido. Not just one or two, many countries joined forces to destroy the Whirlpool country, and just like that, the Whirlpool country became history. Since then, Kushina hated war very much. If there had been no war, her country would not have perished. Although Minato did not have any injuries, Kushina noticed that there were some stains on Minato's clothes that were difficult to remove, and his face was not as clean as it was at home. After all, it was impossible to wash your face twice a day on the battlefield. Minato asked me to tell you a message. I'm fine. Take care of yourself, don't stay up late, and eat on time. Miyu relayed what Minato asked him to say to Kushina. Really, in his eyes, am I the kind of child who can't take care of myself? Kushina was slightly stunned and then complained, but an uncontrollable happy smile appeared on her face. Then the two walked to the place where they had taught the sealing technique before. Kushina coughed twice, and showed a lively smile again, saying, Kushina's sealing technique class is officially open, and student Miyu begins to report on the learning situation. Miyu thought about it, but still concealed some progress, recalled her memory when she was about to get started, and then said it out. It's not that I don't trust Kushina, but the difference between the previous and the next performance can't be too big. The Anbu is still watching. He has shown a stronger talent for sealing than at the beginning. He should be progressive, and can't take two big steps at once. Is that so? Then you learn quite fast. You have almost mastered the 4 symbols seal after only 2 lessons from me. You must have studied a lot on your own. Kushina was very satisfied with Miyu's diligence. Under her training, Minato has become an excellent sealing ninja. If Miyu can be the same as Minato, then she can be said to have taught 2 excellent disciples. I feel that if I become a guiding jonin, I will definitely become the new ancestor of sealing in Konoha. Kushina couldn't help laughing and said, but she could only think about it. Her identity as a Jinchuriki destined her to not be an instructor, because an instructor often leads a team to go out on missions, and Jinchuriki often cannot leave the village at will due to various circumstances, which is very inconvenient. You don't have to be a guiding jonin to teach students. Maybe in the future, the ninja school will increase the teaching time and teach more advanced ninjutsu knowledge. Then, Kushina, you can just go to the ninja school to teach. Miyu said with a smile. He did have an idea to transform the ninja school into a school that integrates elementary school, middle school and university. The elementary school curriculum is the same as the current ninja. The middle school begins to teach nature change ninjutsu, and the university adds sealing techniques, barrier techniques, medical ninjutsu and other majors. Teaching non-disciples is also an important part of his system. Miyu guessed that if he could teach stronger disciples, there might be better rewards. For example, when he taught Kushina Minato cooking, there were only 2 people in the class, but there was also a lecture reward. Even if only 1 recipe was released, it was still a reward. It's impossible. If you really do what you say, the more powerful students can become jonin directly after graduating from university. Kushina felt that Miyu's idea was a bit unrealistic. It takes more than 10 years to train ninjas. This cycle is too long. Konoha has only been established for more than 10 years. Kushina, do you think it's normal to graduate and become a ninja at the age of 12? Miyu thought for a while and asked. It's normal. Usually, people at this age graduate the latest. I graduated at the age of 12, and Minato graduated at the age of 10. Kushina nodded with a normal expression. Miyu sighed in her heart. This is the difference in concepts. In Miyu's eyes, letting a child of 10 or 12 graduate to become a ninja is equivalent to letting a child who has not graduated from elementary school become a killer. It is not normal at all. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar first published this novel. However, Miyu had to admit that his ninja university plan is indeed not feasible at this stage. Now is a war period. Fortunately, there is no shortage of manpower in the current situation, but after Konoha is surrounded and beaten, let alone letting students go through more than 10 years of training, they can't wait to graduate in 2 or 3 years and then go to the battlefield to grow quickly into a usable combat force. And the current Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Based on Miyu's understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will not agree with Miyu's major changes to the ninja school. The impact of setting up middle schools and universities and ninja schools and holiday special training and internship programs is completely different. Special training and internship programs are not good at extending the training time, and they may even shorten it. Moreover, special training and internships will only affect students and chunin teachers, but setting up middle schools and universities is different. On the one hand, the training time of ninjas will increase greatly, and more advanced knowledge requires stronger ninjas to teach, which requires some professional counterparts to enter the ninja school to teach. There are too many points of influence, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who likes stability. He is unlikely to agree to such a proposal that will bring great changes to Konoha. Although it is difficult to achieve now, I think it is difficult to say what will happen in the future. Everything is possible, Miyu said with a gentle smile, although it doesn't work now. Fortunately, this is a world where force is supreme, and he is a cheater. When he reaches the strength, the impossible will become possible. Haha, if the ninja school really becomes what Miyu said, I will definitely become a famous seal instructor in Konoha. Kushina followed Miyu's idea and said with a smile. Miyu smiled, and stopped talking about school matters. She began to study the sealing technique seriously with Kushina. With Kushina as a witness, Miyu successfully used the 4 symbols seal. Not bad, not bad. You can say that I taught you the sealing technique in the future, Kushina said with satisfaction. Then Miyu took the opportunity to ask some questions about sealing chakra, and Kushina answered them one by one. Because it was close to noon, Miyu and Kushina went to a restaurant to borrow the kitchen to cook and solve the lunch. Before Kushina left, Miyu handed the box of pastries to Kushina and said with a smile, "You should be able to take it back this time." Kushina opened it and found that it was the same delicious dessert as before, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Okay, Miyu, you actually gave it to me after lunch. Do you think I am a weakling who can't eat desserts after a meal? Girls have a stomach specially for desserts." Kushina immediately ate a sweet-scented osmanthus cake and showed a satisfied smile, but she was just joking. This kind of delicious food must be digested before eating. It will be almost ready to eat when we walk back. After saying goodbye to Kushina, Miyu went back to train his disciples as usual. He had another special training the day before yesterday. Shisui and Obito have dodged many times, so they can be strengthened appropriately. 3K. There should be another chapter of 3K later. Please vote for me. Chapter 250 The Dream of Ending the War. At noon, in the South Forest, Obito showed the developed photos to Nohara Rin. "Zealand, how are they? Are these photos nice?" Obito asked, worried about Nohara Rin's evaluation. His fingers kept rubbing his clothes and drawing circles on the ground. Nohara Rin, who was looking at the photos carefully, stopped, smiled and nodded, then put her hands together and said, "Very good. I think these wild flowers are very beautiful. They can still be so beautiful even if they grow alone in the wild. Hehe, I also took pictures because I thought they were beautiful." Obito was relieved and said with a smile. Seeing Nohara Rin's happy smile, he instantly felt that his efforts were not in vain. Of course, it is difficult to take pictures of beautiful scenery just by luck, and you have to spend time looking for them. If you like it, Zealand, I'll pick a few flowers for you next time you see beautiful flowers. Teacher Muayu should be able to preserve them. Nohara Rin smiled and shook her head, saying softly, "Thank you for your kindness, Obito. But don't bother me like this. We have already recorded their beauty with the camera. There is no need to bring them back." Nohara felt that it was already very difficult for wildflowers to survive in the dangerous wild. There was no need to let them suffer such harm, just let them grow naturally in nature. Different flowers require different environments, and they may not survive if brought back. That's right, flowers will wither soon, but if they are photos, they can be stored for a long time if they are properly preserved. Obito nodded and said, "The camera is really a magical and convenient thing. I don't know what kind of intelligence those people have to invent such a thing." Obito sighed. With his knowledge, he couldn't understand the working principle of the camera at all. Why can you record the picture with just one click? As magical as a ninjutsu. But Obito didn't care about this. Not knowing the principle didn't prevent him from using it. It's amazing. But the camera is not omnipotent. Hand-painted pictures have a feeling that the camera can't capture, and there are many things that the camera can't record, such as dreams. Nohara thought for a while and said, "Speaking of dreams, what is your dream, Zealand?" Obito asked curiously. He thought about it carefully and found that he seemed to have no memory related to it. Although all students had to introduce themselves when they first entered school, it was not mandatory to talk about dreams. My dream is to save more people injured in war, and the best thing is to make war disappear." Nohara looked up at the sky and said with a smile, "Isn't it strange for a girl to have such a dream? I'm obviously not good at fighting, but I still have a dream of making war disappear." Nohara turned her head and looked into Obito's eyes and asked with a smile, "Whether it is Shisui, Kakashi, or Obito and Might Guy, they are all children of ninja families, but some of them lost their parents very early, and Nohara is different from them. Nohara has both parents, but they are ordinary people, and there are no ninjas in the previous generation." Nohara was not sent to the ninja school by her parents, but she took the initiative to tell her parents that she wanted to become a ninja. It was not because she envied the ninjas who could earn a lot of commission money through commission tasks, nor did she think that ninjas with strong strength could live better, but because the neighbor sister who had a good relationship with Nohara when she was very young died in the war. Since then, the cruelty of war has been engraved in Nohara's mind, and she has this dream. So Nohara yearns for Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, who can not only use medical ninjutsu to treat injured companions, but also play a big role in battle. It's not surprising at all. I think it's great. Obito stood up and said excitedly, "After going to the battlefield, I realized how cruel war is. Whether it's companions or enemies, it seems that someone dies every minute. After understanding this, my dream is not just to become a Hokage. Not only do I want to become a Hokage, I also want to end the war and make the cruel end of war never happen again." Obito clenched his fists and said excitedly, hearing that Nohara also wanted to make the war disappear. Obito was very happy. It was great to have the same dream as the person he loved. Whenever Obito thought about it, he would imagine that he and Nohara would work together to realize their dreams. If it were you, Obito, and Kakashi and the others, maybe it would really come true. Nohara put her hands behind her back, and there was yearning in her eyes. Obito thought that the words Kakashi could be deleted. Graduation exams should come soon. Zealand will be affected by Kakashi if she stays with him every day. Obito muttered silently in his heart. He felt that the sudden mention of Kakashi really ruined the atmosphere. Obito was eager to graduate quickly and disband the internship team, so that Kakashi would not have so much time to appear in front of Nohara. However, what worried Obito was that if he graduated, he might not have many opportunities to see Nohara. Six Paths Sage, Muyu Sage, Shima Sage, Fukasaku Sage. Please put Zealand and I in the same team. Obito prayed in his heart to all the gods he knew. Although Shima and Fukasaku did not seem to be particularly reliable, Obito felt that they should be something after living for 800 years. "What are you mumbling about?" Kakashi suddenly felt something and looked at Obito with a suspicious look. He always felt that Obito was slandering him in his heart. "Nothing, just thinking about what will happen after graduation. According to the rules, the team should be rearranged. At that time, Kakashi, you should change the team. right? Obito came back to his senses and said. Kakashi thought for a while and replied, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be, although there are always accidents when carrying out missions with Miyu. Kakashi feels quite comfortable. Thinking of going to a new team, he is a little reluctant. But Kakashi knows in his heart that Miyu can't continue to be his team leader, because Miyu doesn't lead Genin at all. He is a teacher in the ninja school. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito's mouth corners can't help but float upwards. If Kakashi leaves, Nohara-rin is still in the same team with him. That life is simply too comfortable. Even if I'm not in this team, I'm still your teacher. If you have time, remember to come to my side to practice. Miyu, who came over, said with a smile. In the second school year, he plans to brush up on his skills, but he will definitely have time to teach his disciples. As long as he is willing to squeeze in, he can always find some time. Yeah, even after graduation, I will definitely come to see you more often when I have time. Obito nodded quickly. He has been with Miyu for nearly a year. Unconsciously, he has already taken Miyu's life as a habit. Obito even thought that if his instructor is not strong enough, he can just practice with Miyu as before. Me too. With Miyu's guidance, the flame of youth is easier to become hotter. Might Guy, who was running backwards, passed by and said, I also want to come to Miyu to ask questions after graduation. I hope you don't find it troublesome. Nohara-rin smiled softly. If I have time, I will come. Kakashi made a promise. Shisui watched all this quietly. Graduation is still too early for him as a first-year student. When Obito and the others graduated, he was just promoted to the second year. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Everyone is very enthusiastic, so let's start practicing. Miyu smiled and announced the start of the afternoon practice. Obito and Shisui, you should complete the special training first and then practice. Miyu stopped the two who were preparing for regular training. I have seen your growth these days, from not being able to dodge once at the beginning to being able to dodge more than 5 times. I am very pleased that you can have such growth. Miyu praised with a smile on her face. With a good teacher like you, Teacher Miyu, it is normal to improve faster. Obito praised happily. Thanks to your careful teaching, Teacher Miyu. Shisui nodded in agreement. Miyu really took care of them both physically and mentally. That's great. In order to have a better effect of the special training, I will strengthen the speed of the shadow clones next. You should use the breathing method more concentratedly to strengthen your body to dodge attacks. Miyu said the changes in the special training. Strengthen it a little bit. How much faster will it be? Obito felt a little uneasy. He just finished solving the problem recently, and he would not be in debt again. You will know during the training, Miyu replied with a gentle smile. After getting the two ready, Miyu created a shadow clone and shouted start. Obito immediately concentrated his breathing to the most concentrated state, and then continued to run. When he was caught up and couldn't run away, Obito tried his best to dodge, but found that he just missed it by a hair. Why is it just a little bit short again? Obito began to doubt his life. If it was too short, he wouldn't feel anything in his heart. If it was just a little short, he would really be unwilling to accept it. These were two questions. Could it be that I missed it a little bit during training, so I always miss it a little bit during training? Obito felt that he needed to practice harder. Then, even if Obito tried his best to dodge and the Sharingan was used to the extreme, he was still just a hair short of successfully dodging. Obito was hit 15 times, dodged 0 times, a total of 33 questions. Shisui hit and dodged the same as Obito, also 33 questions. Miyu announced the results. Damn it, it was just a little bit short. Obito made an unwilling sound. As long as he successfully dodged once, he could save 5 questions, and the 2 questions dodged would have an additional 10%. We must make a breakthrough. Shisui also felt the pressure. Miyu's questions were not easy to answer. Obito, if you want to become Hokage, your theoretical knowledge can't be too bad. Nohara-rin encouraged. It doesn't matter how many questions there are, I just want to perform better in training. Obito explained with a quick change of expression. He said not long ago that he wanted to become Hokage, so he couldn't give in to the questions. Teacher Miyu, I suggest doubling Obito's questions to save his theory. Kakashi suggested. Oh, In that case, Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. Teacher Miyu, I think the questions should still follow the rules and can't be changed casually. Obito panicked when he saw that Miyu seemed to be really thinking seriously. Snap! Miyu's finger landed accurately on Obito's forehead, and said with a smile, then finish all the questions seriously, that's for sure. Obito breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and was already thinking about how to face Kakashi after the training. 3.2K, completed 10,000 a day today, asking for monthly tickets. It's already 2 o'clock and I feel a little dizzy when writing. If there are any mistakes, please leave a message and I will correct them when I get up. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.